Lord of Mysteries, From the Heavenly Lord's Spare Tire to the Red Priest by author Ba Ji Shou de Tuzu Lei. Chapter 326-350. Hunting a Rose School of Thought Demigod. After parting ways with old Mr. Lawrence, Furs put on the golden mask she had obtained from Military Intelligence Section 9 and arrived at a corner of a high-rise residential building. After confirming again that there was no one around, Furs pressed her hand against the wall and silently recited a preset incantation in ancient Forsac. The mask on her face emitted a faint golden light, and fine, flowing lines appeared on it, projecting an unusually complex mystical symbol into the air. As soon as the symbol formed, it floated to the wall and expanded, stretching and elongating to form an illusory door just wide enough for one person to pass through. No one could see where the door led, but Furs stepped through it without hesitation, entering the door and disappearing from her original spot. And that illusory door vanished immediately after Furs stepped through it. Not long after Furs left, another illusory door suddenly outlined itself in the air at her original spot, and a person stepped out from it. Looking with complicated eyes at the place where Furs had disappeared. It was old Mr. Lawrence, who had just parted ways with Furs. As it concerned the future of his family, Lawrence dared not be careless in the slightest. Even if it went against gentlemanly conduct, he decided to use a sealed artifact he had prepared in advance to track Furs. It is indeed the Eye of Yog. It seems Miss Furs is truly a high-ranking intelligence officer of Military Intelligence Section 9. Lawrence looked at the high wall in front of him with a complicated expression. Because the so-called Yog was precisely a famous Sequence 3 demigod in the history of the Abraham family, Yog Abraham. He was also the source of the bloodline of his branch, but when he saw the sealed artifact formed from the Beander characteristic left by his ancestor, his branch was left with only him, an old man. Furs did not know that old Mr. Lawrence was tracking her, but it didn't matter if she didn't, because she was using the golden mask to teleport with the power of a Military Intelligence Section 9 sealed artifact, precisely to guard against this. At the same time, this was also a deterrent, reminding the person she met today not to forget how his ancestor became a sealed artifact, and not to harbor any improper ideas. After Furs entered Military Intelligence Section 9, people constantly saluted and greeted her. This was not because these people recognized Furs as Avon's former secretary, but because they all recognized that the golden mask on Furs's face was only qualified to be worn by at least a deputy director. It was somewhat like an internal military rank within Military Intelligence Section 9, allowing two strangers to quickly determine their respective strength and status. This was specially lent to Furs by Avon for today's operation. Furs also feigned reserve, ignoring the respectful greetings of others, and quickly left Military Intelligence Section 9, preparing to return to her apartment to await Avon's arrival. Because leaving Military Intelligence Section 9 while wearing the golden mask would randomly teleport her to various places in Backland, Furs took off the mask and left through the main gate of Military Intelligence Section 9. The headquarters of Military Intelligence Section 9 was located in the West Borough of Backland, still some distance from Sherwood Borough. Moreover, it was already October, and it was getting dark earlier and earlier, so by the time Furs rushed back to her apartment, Zio had already been waiting for her at home for quite a while. "How was it? Did you meet the people from that family? Were you followed?" Zio was not surprised to see Furs enter directly without knocking, as she usually did. Instead, she asked about her day's activities, and at the same time, she quickly turned sideways, secretly opening a crack in the door to cautiously check for any potential trackers. "I met them, but I'm not sure if I was followed. However, I handled it as we discussed earlier, using this mask, so there shouldn't be any problems," Furs said, taking off her coat and pointing to the mask she had thrown onto the coffee table. "Besides, if I really was followed, you wouldn't be able to find anything in your current state." According to the information from Military Intelligence Section 9 and Avon's description, the apprentice pathway mastered by the Abraham family is very good at concealment and teleportation. How could you, a mere inquisitor, easily discover them? Zio was not discouraged by Furz's remarks, as she was already accustomed to her roommate's sharp tongue. Instead, she closed the door and inquired about the day's situation. To be honest, Zio had originally planned to hide in the shadows, ready to protect and assist Furz, but she was jointly persuaded by Avon and Furz. They both believed that contacting the Abraham family posed no significant risk. Although it was an angel family with a formidable reputation in the fourth epoch, a decline was a decline. They would not dare to rashly act against Furz, who clearly had someone backing her. Furthermore, Furz was going to seek cooperation, not to start a fight. Even if the Abraham family didn't want to cooperate, they wouldn't go so far as to attack Furz. Ultimately, Zio was persuaded and did not go with Furz to meet Lawrence. It went quite smoothly. At first, Mr. Lawrence was a bit skeptical of Avon's grand claims, but when I mentioned the names of those two angels, he was clearly moved. And in the end, he actively asked me to help arrange his meeting with Avon. So, I consider my first phase of the mission basically complete. As she spoke, Furz threw herself onto the sofa, not even taking off her shoes, clearly exhausted by the day. Zio placed the Dixie pie she had bought on the coffee table in front of Furz, then sat opposite her and said. Judging from their reaction, they seem very eager to cooperate with Avon. As Avon would say, they should be mutually attracted. In that case, your future path to promotion is also cleared. Furz half lay on the sofa, took a bite of the Dixie pie, and felt her mouth filled with a delicious aroma, her body regaining its strength. That's right, it looks very smooth so far, I just worry if there will be any unexpected changes in between. Alright, let's not talk about the Abraham family for now, let's talk about your matters. I heard when I left Military Intelligence Section 9 today that the rewards for last week's operation have already been distributed. Is there any news about your promotion? The reason Furz was able to use Avon's mask without being discovered, and even successfully change her attire internally, was largely due to the sparse crowd at Military Intelligence Section 9 today. This was because many people had gone to see the latest internal promotion announcement. It's already out. I've been officially promoted to Major, and in the future, I will lead 3 Beander teams. I can also claim a bottle of Sequence 6 Feet Judge, magic potion at any time. This is all thanks to Avon's help. As she spoke, Zio couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion. Promoting from Captain Intelligence Officer to Major was a huge leap, signifying Zio's official entry into the quasi-senior ranks of Military Intelligence Section 9. Moreover, if Zio could quickly digest the magic potion and complete her promotion to become a judge, according to Military Intelligence Section 9's internal custom, her military rank would automatically rise another level to Lieutenant Colonel, just one rank below Avon's Colonel. So this reward was truly significant. Even Furz was astonished by the generous reward. I didn't expect the royal family to value last week's mission so much, actually offering such a huge reward. I had originally thought about whether I could surpass you in promotion speed for once, but I didn't expect you to be able to obtain the magic potion for the next sequence all at once. It's truly disheartening to compare people. Thinking that Zio could so easily obtain the judge magic potion, Furz felt indifferent to the success of connecting the Abraham family and Avon today, and seeing the dawn of obtaining the scribe magic potion formula. Zio shook her head and seriously retorted. The Abraham family is an angel family, possessing at least angel-level magic potion formulas. If this channel can be opened, your future prospects are limitless. On the contrary, I was just lucky this time to have Avon feed me the meal. It's not sustainable, and there will be many difficulties in the future if I want to obtain subsequent magic potion formulas and materials. Furz naturally understood the truth of what Zio said. Her previous words were just a momentary outburst and not meant seriously. Instead, after hearing Zio's words, Furz couldn't help but comfort her. Actually, you don't have to worry about your future path to promotion. Don't forget that Avon's brother is a demigod of the Arbiter pathway, and he has your subsequent magic potion formulas in hand. Not to mention, the blasphemy slate of the lawyer pathway is currently in Mr. Fool's hands. If you feel that you can no longer continue on the arbiter pathway, it's not a big deal to change pathways. So, our future prospects are all bright. Just as the two roommates were jointly envisioning their beautiful future, an old clock in the corner of the living room suddenly chimed. Furs glanced at the clock, saw that it was already 8 o'clock, and said with some surprise, "It's not late now. According to our previous agreement, Avon should have arrived by now. Why isn't he here yet? Could he have been held up by something?" Zio also glanced at the continuously chiming old clock, speculating with some uncertainty. Because Avon was a very punctual person, but he was late today, which was very unusual. Avon was indeed tied up by something at this moment. At the recent Tarot Club, Klein, using the identity of the World, deliberately mentioned Cap'n, making Avon immediately realize that Klein wanted to act against Cap'n. On this matter, Avon could no longer persuade, nor could he, so he prepared to personally take charge, directing Miss Sharon and Marich to take over Cap'n's legacy at any time, preparing to completely become the underground emperor of Backland. However, he unexpectedly discovered that because the Warren Brotherhood's expansion was too fast, it allowed someone to find an opportunity. Among the newly subdued forces, people from the Rose School of Thought had infiltrated, and they were gradually approaching Braveheart's bar. He believed that as long as they grasped the exact location of Sharon and Marich, they would definitely deliver a fatal blow. Anyway, Avon did not believe that after Miss Sharon's cooperation with him, after the first major cleanup in the East Borough, and the fact of heavy losses, the Rose School of Thought would still send some small fries to pursue Miss Sharon and them. At least, they would send a demigod to participate in the operation. So, Avon's discussion with Miss Sharon and them about annexing the relevant underground forces and completely controlling the lower levels of Backland turned into a situation of a mantis stalking a cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. After a few days of observation, Avon discovered that Miss Sharon and Marich were indeed the last elites of the Temperance faction of the Rose School of Thought. They quickly realized that the Indulgence faction of the Rose School of Thought was targeting them. In this situation, their first thought was not to escape, but rather to use themselves as bait, preparing to seize an opportunity to counterattack. At this point, Avon was surprised to find that their actions were becoming increasingly similar to the original Lord of the Mysteries, except that Klein had successfully advanced to a faceless, everything else was exactly the same as the original work. Sharon and Marich adopted the same method as in the original work, creating some traces to lure the Rose School of Thought demigod hidden behind them away from their base. Then they found Klein, who owed them a favor, and formed a hunting team again. It all seemed so perfect, and the plot development seemed to be proceeding smoothly, just like in the original work. However, Avon, who had a higher perspective and had remained uninvolved, still discovered the danger. That was, another demigod from the Rose School of Thought had infiltrated Backland. His target didn't seem to be Miss Sharon and Marich, but that didn't stop him from interfering, completely ruining Sharon and Marich's plan to lure the tiger away from its mountain. They did successfully lure the tiger, but unfortunately, they only lured away one tiger, completely unaware that there was another passing tiger in Backland. Avon had always intended to act against the Rose School of Thought demigods, and befriending Sharon and Marich at the time had this consideration. If it were the Avon from before, upon discovering a Rose School of Thought demigod appearing in Backland, he would definitely call people to gang up on him. But now, Avon was no less capable than any demigod, and very confident in his own strength, so he prepared to act alone. After all, a demigod who had experienced the Wraith stage could naturally interact with the spirit world and directly obtain divination, information from the spirit world, receiving early warnings. They were very slippery and difficult to catch, just like the devil of the adjacent pathway to the prisoner pathway. So, after evaluating his strength, Avon decided to ambush the opponent alone, trying not to alarm them as much as possible. Avon watched as Klein buried explosives in various places, then hid, waiting for his prey to fall into his trap. And Avon, in a more distant place, hid in the shadows, waiting for his own prey. Soon, Marich led their target into the encirclement, and Miss Sharon and Klein successively joined the battle. Having successfully advanced to Faceless, and with the help of the copper whistle given by Mr. Azek, Sharon and Klein quickly gained the upper hand. Even if their opponent possessed the Crimson Crown, which could allow Beyonders of the Prisoner pathway to avoid the side effects of advancement. But they were not flustered at all. Instead, the leading Wraith, Steve, revealed a cruel smile and said, "It seems, Sharon, you only have a Sequence 6 helper who hides his head and shows his tail. What a waste of Lord Jax's painstaking efforts." As he spoke, he pulled out a mirror from his chest and threw it towards Sharon, who seemed to be the strongest. "An easy battle, Eamon takes the blame. Run." Actually, when Steve said Jack's name, Sharon and Marich had already sensed that something was wrong and unhesitatingly tried to escape. Seeing their actions, Klein naturally also felt something was amiss. He snapped his fingers, intending to detonate the explosives he had planted earlier to cause some interference, and at the same time, prepare for a flame jump to get away. Before he could do all that, a person appeared from the mirror Steve had thrown. This person had dark brown skin, deep furrows forming wrinkles on his face, and sparse white hair like autumn leaves. He seemed to have lived for many, many years, a typical feature of a southern continent native. Emerging from the mirror, the old man did not look at Sharon and Marich, but instead at Klein, who was further away from him. The moment Klein's eyes met the old man's, he felt his spirituality warning him frantically, even more intensely than when he faced Ins Zangwill. Demigod. Klein had no time to hesitate. Instinctively, he wanted to snap his fingers, ignite the explosives, and use flame jump, or the paper figures he carried to escape from his current location. But to Klein's despair, the pre-planted explosives did not ignite as desired, and the paper figure substitute, which he had always considered his most important skill, had its required paper figures betray him at this critical moment. Instead of protecting Klein, they seemed to come alive, flying up and sticking to his face, one after another, layer upon layer. Together with the falling leaves around him, they instantly piled up and turned Klein into a mummy, completely suffocating him. Even the clothes and shoes on Klein's body became tools of restraint and weapons for the enemy at this moment. Sharon and Marich, not far away, were no better off. They were instantly controlled by the suddenly appearing demigod and turned into mummies, completely helpless. Just as Klein and the others felt they were about to suffocate and faint, and their bones were about to be crushed by the omnipresent pressure. A red light suddenly emanated from their bodies, and they suddenly felt an immense surge of power within themselves. This power was so great that with just a slight exertion, they broke free from their restraints. Jax, who was about to condense ice arrows in front of him to end the lives of the three, suddenly changed his expression. He tried to transform into a spirit world state and enter the spirit world, hoping to escape from this place. Being in the outskirts of Backland, and with an unexpected demigod appearing, Jack's first reaction was that he had fallen into an ambush, and Sharon, Marich, and the man who made him feel the mother tree's longing were all bait. So he disregarded Steve and the others, preparing to escape first. But what he didn't expect was that the normally easy spirit world traversal failed. He didn't enter the bizarre spirit world. All he saw was smoke and dust filling the sky. The spirit world in this area was sealed off. Before Jax could make his next move, he suddenly felt that 3 Beyander abilities and all his mystical items were instantly stolen from him. He was unable to transform himself into a wraith state that could be immune to most physical attacks. And the inanimate objects he had once controlled as easily as his own arms now became weapons for the enemy. His clothes seemed to have a life of their own, binding him in place, squeezing every internal organ and bone in his body. Jax experienced everything his past enemies had suffered. But Jax did not despair, because his source of curses ability, obtained after advancing to demigod, had not been stolen. What was stolen were his abilities to transform into a spirit body, wraith scream, and control inanimate objects. The Source of Curse's ability allowed him to transform into items like mystical puppets and mystical paper figures, and through the established connection, curse targets using various methods. Any damage to one party would be reflected on the other. The enemy foolishly used the ability to control inanimate objects against him, which instead gave him an opportunity to establish a mystical connection between them and turn the tide. Through these few seconds of confrontation, Jax believed his opponent was a marauder, pathway demigod with a hunter, pathway mystical item. Otherwise, how could he instantly steal his mystical items and 3 Beander abilities? This was impossible for a mystical item of the marauder pathway to achieve. Jax was quite confident about this, because his colleague Zaquin, who had left Backland to confuse Sharon, possessed a Beander item of the marauder pathway. In a flash, Jax's skin turned black and wrinkled, his hair and eyebrows withered and fell off, and his limbs became thin and long. He looked exceptionally ugly and hideous. He had revealed his mythical creature form. After a demigod reveals their mythical creature form, they all receive a certain enhancement, and Jax, whose prerequisite was werewolf, was no exception. He directly used a strength that was in no way inferior to an iron-blooded knight, to break free from the restraints of his clothes, and then plunged his hands into his chest, tearing it open. He believed that a marauder pathway demigod, known for being squishy, would surely be severely wounded. And this would be his best chance to turn the tide. But what he didn't expect was that just as he was severely wounding himself, preparing to wait for the hidden thief to expose themselves and unleash his most venomous curse, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the mirror shard where he had previously hidden, which Steve had just thrown. Before he could react, it transformed into a dozen scorching flames. In just an instant, all the flames, like precise bullets, shot into his self-inflicted chest wound, directly piercing his abdomen. A large amount of black flame appeared on the huge wound, burning his spirituality. Although Jax was severely wounded in an instant, relying on the powerful vitality of the prisoner pathway, his life was not in immediate danger. Furthermore, he was now too preoccupied to tend to his injuries and had no time to wonder why his opponent had transformed into an iron-blooded knight. Instead, he turned his head towards the figure reformed by the dozen flames, at the enemy he had finally seen, and unleashed his most extreme curse. Unfortunately, the moment he opened his mouth, Avon in the air smiled and extended his left hand. With a twist of his wrist, Jack's mouth became uncontrollably agape, unable to utter his long-planned curse. And Avon, in front of him, smiled and uttered a silent curse, turning Jax into a silly, cute, disemboweled fat sheep. At the same time, a flame spear appeared in Avon's hand. He threw it with all his might, impaling it into the fat sheep's left eye, and then into the earth, extinguishing all life from this prisoner pathway sequence 3 demigod. At this point, Sharon, Marich, and Klein had also dealt with Wraith, Steve and the others who were trying to escape. Avon, how did you appear here? And how did you become a demigod? Klein looked at the fat sheep from which Beander characteristics were precipitating, asking with lingering fear. Sharon and Marich glared at the fat sheep in front of them. Hearing Klein's question, they also snapped back to reality, looking excitedly at Avon. Avon smiled, severing the connection with Klein and the others, and also severing his own connection with Bonaparte's fortitude, explaining with a smile. I haven't advanced to iron-blooded knight. I just obtained a very suitable mystical item that allows me to temporarily unleash the power of a demigod. As for why I appeared here, it was due to a chance encounter. I discovered that people from the Rose School of Thought were approaching you. I originally wanted to warn you, but I didn't expect you to discover them yourselves in advance and prepare to use the opportunity to fish, so I didn't show up. I just watched from the shadows, ready to provide support at any time to prevent accidents. Although Avon humbly said that he could only temporarily exert the power of a demigod, it was enough to make Sharon and the others envious. If Miss Sharon and Marich had such a mystical item, they wouldn't have to hide and live in fear. If Klein had such a mystical item, he would dare to scheme against Ins Zangwill right now. At the same time, they were filled with lingering fear and felt fortunate that Avon had secretly protected them this time, otherwise, something truly big would have happened. We knew that Steve had a demigod named Zaquin behind him. So, in order to hunt Steve, we created some traces to lure him away, but we didn't expect Jax to also come to Backland. Without you, Avon, we would have almost been defeated. Marich still felt a wave of lingering fear, saying with trepidation. I just happened to stumble upon it. And I feel that this person came to Backland not simply for you, but rather had another mission. This time, cooperating with that demigod named Zaquin to set a trap for you was merely a coincidence. Saying this, Avon gave Klein a meaningful look, but did not elaborate. However, Klein's heart skipped a beat because of Avon's gaze, and he recalled that during the battle just now, Jack's attention seemed to be more focused on him, rather than on Miss Sharon, who he considered a traitor and was of a higher sequence. Was Jack's mission in Backland to find me? How is that possible? Before Klein could think further, Avon glanced at the Beander characteristics precipitating from the fat sheep on the ground, then said. The commotion from this battle wasn't very large, but it won't escape the three great churches of Backland. They should be arriving soon. You all go first, I'll handle the aftermath. Miss Sharon also glanced at the Beander characteristics on the fat sheep's corpse, wanting to speak but ultimately remaining silent. She just nodded, collected the items left by Steve and the others, and then, with Marich and Klein, retreated along the pre-arranged route. Watching Klein and the others leave, Avon extended his left hand again, making Jack's corpse disappear, then set up anti-prophecy and anti-divination measures, and left the scene. Soon, demigods from the three great churches and the royal family arrived at the scene with their respective teams. After exchanging greetings, the four parties each used their methods to investigate what had just happened there, but ultimately found nothing. A demigod-level battle indeed occurred here just now, but it was very short, like an overwhelming victory, which is very rare. The new archbishop sent by the Storm Church to Backland frowned, suppressing his anger, and at the same time looked at the other three. It's clear that the victor of the battle just now is very skilled in anti-prophecy and anti-divination. We haven't obtained any more useful information. Archbishop Anthony of the Night Church also said helplessly, could it be someone from the Fasak Empire? From the traces of the battle, it looks very much like a hunter pathway demigod. The demigod sent by the royal family uncertainly offered an opinion he himself wasn't confident about. Just last week, the founding emperor of the Fasak Empire had just ruined the good deeds of the founding emperor of the Loan Kingdom. Would they dare to continue sending people to Backland now? Wouldn't that be seeking death? Archbishop Horamek Haydn of the Steam and Machinery Church, seeing his colleagues speaking one after another, snorted inwardly, but ultimately hesitated for a moment, then said to Ekenzer Bernard beside him. Try asking Erodes what happened here. The other three demigods also turned their heads to look at Ekenzer Bernard, whose hair was a bit messy. Ekenzer Bernard, stared at by four demigods, could only helplessly pull out an ancient patterned silver mirror, stroke the mirror surface 3 times with his hand, and then asked. Respected Erodes, what happened here just now? Who were the participants? As soon as his voice fell, the surrounding darkness suddenly became thick, and ripples appeared on the silver mirror's surface. Soon, a scene appeared on the silver mirror, showing Avon and Jax fighting, but it was very blurry, only barely showing general figures. Then the camera shifted, revealing several more figures, but their faces were all unclear. According to the principle of reciprocity, it's my turn to ask. If you answer incorrectly or lie, you will be punished. Ekenzer Bernard looked solemnly at the mirror in his hand gripping the mirror already white. What is your sexual orientation? A line of words quickly appeared on the mirror. The Beander team members who had come with each faction immediately turned their gaze to the pale-faced Steam Church deacon. It looks like an iron-blooded knight fought a puppet, but the entire battle process was very strange. There must be parts that the mirror's image didn't show. The royal family's demigod stroked his chin, saying with certainty. Compared to the unusual nature of this battle, I'm more concerned about the anti-divination methods used. Such methods are not simple at all. Archbishop Anthony of the Night Church pointed out a detail that was not very noticeable. The other three demigods, hearing this, pondered for a moment and all nodded in agreement, then looked again at Ekenzer Bernard, who had just finished answering the question, his face flushed, and his head bowed in silence. Ekenzer Bernard was silent for a moment, then, resigned, continued to ask. Respected Erodes, where did the power of the anti-divination just now come from? The mirror surface rippled again, finally showing a small worm with 12 segments. Amen. The four demigods exclaimed in unison. Chapter 327, Walking a Tightrope. After gasping in surprise, the four demigods present all fell silent, then looked at each other, not speaking for a long time. This was because the name was simply too heavy. He was an opponent hated by all the three great churches, even more difficult to deal with than some evil gods. Many things had happened in Backland these past few months. The situation was intricate and complex, with even two King of Angels battles occurring. Under these circumstances, a King of Angels who gave everyone a headache arriving in Backland and killing a demigod did not look like a good thing at all. It shouldn't be Aemon himself who came. We can only say that this anti-divination and anti-prophecy power originated from Aemon. Otherwise, if Aemon had acted, there wouldn't have been enough commotion to alarm us. And judging from the scene Erodes showed, that person had a very distinct hunter pathway combat style. Finally, Horamek Haydn was the first to speak, stating his guess. Agreed, but if it wasn't Amon's clone who acted, then who was the demigod capable of borrowing Amon's power? Amon's blessed. Do you have any records concerning Amon's blessed? Archbishop Anthony nodded in agreement with Archbishop Horamek's analysis, but then raised a question. Although the fourth epoch had an Aemon family, the various churches later received guidance from their worshipped deities, understanding that they were all one person. With the ability to create countless clones, did Aemon still need to take a blessed? Who knows? Perhaps he also has a blessed, so he just took one for fun. According to a popular saying now, madmen have more fun. I think this phrase is perfectly suited to describe Aemon. The demigod from the Augustus family spoke with a chuckle. He had originally just been casually complaining about Aemon, who was now causing trouble in Backland, but he didn't expect to resonate with the other three, who all nodded in agreement. They felt that if analyzed from this perspective, it was quite reasonable for the demigod who had just fought there to be Amon's blessed. Aside from the victorious demigod, the demigod who was killed was clearly a disciple of silence from the Rose school of thought. I believe if we go back and have the southern continent assist in the investigation, we'll be able to find out who it was. It's just, why would the suspected blessed of Aemon fight with someone from the Rose school of thought? The new archbishop of the Storm Church, who was a bit impatient, eagerly raised his question, but no one could give him an answer. Nor did anyone suggest that Ekenzer Bernard question the mirror again, as he had just been punished for refusing to answer Erodes's question, struck by a bolt of lightning that left him charred and teetering. In short, we now know that for some unknown reason, both the Rose School of Thought and Aemon have sent people to Backland, brewing some conspiracy. We all need to act carefully from now on, and remember to notify each other if you get any news. Seeing that no one could analyze anything, the Archbishop of the Storm Church gave a concluding statement, then, before he even finished speaking, floated up and flew back to Backland. Archbishop Anthony and Archbishop Horamek exchanged glances, both seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes, but could only offer a greeting. They led their respective team members and successively left the crime scene. Leonard, who followed his captain back to Backland, seeing that no one was paying attention, secretly whispered. "Old man, is the Aemon, the Archbishop mentioned the enemy you used to talk about?" "Yes, he is." "Then, could sending a blessed to Backland be to find you?" Leonard had already heard about Amon's terror from the old grandpa, so he was very worried that the Amon's blessed's target was him. "No, if Aemon knew I was in Backland, the most likely thing is he would investigate himself, not take some so-called blessed. However, that anti-divination power indeed comes from Aemon, and that hunter pathway demigod is also very strange." The voice in Leonard's ear denied his judgment, yet seemed somewhat puzzled. What's strange about it? Leonard had never seen the old man not know something, and now finding that the old man wasn't omniscient, he was actually a bit surprised. I can't quite put my finger on it. I just feel like that Hunter Pathway demigod is someone I know, but I can't remember who. It's really strange. Hearing the old man say he might know that Hunter demigod, Leonard didn't press further. This was a tacit understanding between him and the old man, and instead, he brought up another matter. Do you really want me to attend that so-called secret gathering? Aren't you afraid of having your identity and disguise exposed? Since I'm letting you go, I naturally have absolute confidence, so you don't need to worry. Perhaps I can find a way to restore my strength from it. If I can recover from my injuries and regain my strength, I can also leave you sooner. Isn't that what you've always hoped for? What's wrong? Are you a little reluctant to let me go now? Haven't you always wanted me to leave? The old voice teased Leonard. Leonard was indeed a bit reluctant to see a know-it-all grandpa suddenly leave like this, and after such a long time, he had indeed developed some feelings. But when it came to bickering, he always lost the person but not the battle, so he simply snorted coldly and said, "Of course not, I just want to borrow your power to get revenge on Ince Zangwill. After all, you know the power of 008 very well. And since you've been parasitic on me for so long, it's only fair that you pay some lodging fees." The old grandpa seemed to have heard the funniest joke when Leonard said this, and burst out laughing. "Ha ha 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 ha, you're asking me for rent. Ha 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 ha, how many years has it been since I heard such a funny joke?" Leonard raised an eyebrow at this, not getting angry, but leisurely said, "This isn't rent for me, but rent for the goddess. After the Red Gloves selection, I also realized that your existence absolutely cannot be hidden from the goddess, because the goddess's honorific name includes the title, Mother of Secrets." The old man's laughter stopped abruptly, and he remained silent for a long time, while Leonard happily raised his eyebrows. This was the first time he had gained the upper hand in a verbal spar with the old man. However, he didn't continue bickering, but quickly caught up with the captain ahead. After the various official forces left, Avon appeared on the roof of an old warehouse in the distance. "It seems Zeratul cannot detect your presence." Avon looked down at the ring on his left index finger and said, "Although I am just a clone, I possess the Beyander characteristic of a king of angels after all. With my deliberate concealment, coupled with the cover of the City of Calamity, and Zeratul being limited by the parasitic body, he naturally cannot detect my presence." The phantom of Amon appeared on the surface of the gem ring on Avon's left hand, deliberately flattering him. Facing Amon's flattery, Avon was quite pleased, not because Avon liked to hear compliments, but because it was Amon who was flattering him. However, Avon did not indulge in Amon's flattery, but habitually summarized tonight's operation. In fact, tonight's operation seemed to go smoothly, but it was actually walking a tightrope. It wasn't that Avon himself was worried about not being able to defeat Jax, but that a quick victory would be very difficult. Once a quick victory was impossible and the two sides entered a stalemate, with the speed of the three great churches and the royal family, both he and Jax could be surrounded. At the very least, neither would gain any advantage, and they would only be able to separate. If this situation occurred, Jax would naturally profit, as he was the one who fell into the trap. But for Avon, tonight's operation would be a pure loss, with no gains whatsoever. Because Avon had long regarded the Rose School of Thought, hated by both the righteous churches and evil god organizations, as an experience package. He had long planned to use Miss Sharon and Marich as bait to at least lure out a Rose School of Thought demigod. And before his plan had even started, the two sides had coincidentally begun to scheme against each other, creating a situation where Avon could perfectly play the role of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This was an unmissable opportunity. Only traps that developed inadvertently and naturally were the most difficult to detect. As long as Avon concealed his killing intent well, preventing Jax, who was closely connected to the spirit world, from detecting it in advance, his falling into the trap was 100% certainty. If he didn't seize this opportunity to gain enough benefits and kill a demigod, it wouldn't be so easy to fish next time. But there was a problem here, which was that the prisoner pathway was a rare pathway with no major shortcomings, especially at the demigod stage, where life force was exceptionally vigorous and it was very difficult to kill. And Avon, after all, was not a true demigod. The power he could perfectly control only reached that of an iron-blooded knight, plus an Aemon clone. His opponent, Jax, however, was a genuine Sequence 3 Disciple of Silence. So, when Jax appeared and controlled Klein and the others, in an extremely critical situation, Avon decided to risk pretending to be a Marauder Pathway demigod. And he gave up on stealing Jax's Source of Curses and Shapeshifting Curse abilities, instead stealing his ability to transform into a wraith and emit a wraith scream. Pretending to be a Marauder demigod was to make Jax misjudge that he was facing a squishy demigod. Giving up on stealing the Source of Curses and Shapeshifting Curse abilities was to guide him to use these two strongest abilities against Avon. Guiding him to self-mutilate, guiding him to cut open his own chest, destroy his defenses, and expose the weakness of his physical body to the hunter. Stealing the ability to transform into a wraith was to maximize the hunter's fatal strike. After all, wraiths are immune to most physical attacks, and Avon didn't have as many means against spirits as the Demoness of Despair. And stealing the wraith scream was even more to further limit Jax's choices during combat. After all this was done, things indeed developed as Avon expected. His performance successfully led Jax to misjudge and act according to the path Avon had set. When Jax thought that although he was severely wounded, he had finally drawn out Avon and could use a curse to turn the tide, Avon then took the opportunity to steal his shapeshifting curse, and, in turn, returned the curse to Jax. As for why Avon was not affected by the Source of Curses and was also severely wounded, it was because Avon had timely returned the Control of Lifeless Objects ability, which established their mystical connection, to Jax. By this point, Avon's plan had fully succeeded. That's right. Avon's ultimate goal had always been Jax's strongest ability, the shapeshifting curse. Even if Avon seized the opportunity of Jax's self-mutilation, found his fatal weakness, and struck with a single blow, he still didn't have the ability to directly kill Jax. After all, he was a Sequence 4 iron-blooded knight facing a Sequence 3 Disciple of Silence. And a Disciple of Silence known for their vigorous and tenacious life force. If it were elsewhere, after severely wounding Jax, Avon would have had plenty of time to slowly deal with Jax, but this was the outskirts of Backland, and time was the most precious thing. So, the fastest way for Avon to kill Jax was to turn Jax into a fat sheep, completely sealing all his abilities. At this moment, the benefit of Avon capturing an Aemon was evident. Aemon had lived for so many years and stolen things for so many years, knowing the abilities of various pathways very well. From Aemon, Avon had long known that the shapeshifting curse was essentially a charge-up ability, an ability that transformed the pain suffered by the prisoner into a curse. If this ability had been stolen at the beginning, when Avon used it, he himself would have no pain as nourishment, and the effect would not be too good, giving Jax a chance to escape. After all, a Disciple of Silence who excels at curses must also excel at resisting curses. Only when Jax had charged it for him, brewing the strongest curse, and Avon stole it and used it, could it have a decisive effect. After savoring the battle he had just fought, Avon was generally satisfied. If he had the Demoness of Despair's abilities, it actually wouldn't be so troublesome. Coincidentally, Klein was already preparing to overturn the Augustus family's table, and I could also prepare for my advancement to Demoness of Despair. At the same time, there was a hint of doubt and regret in Avon's heart. Originally, Avon had planned to directly use the power of the City of Calamity when killing Jax, choosing a prisoner he had already selected to control Jax, this Sequence 3 demigod. However, at the moment Jax died, Avon perceived a malicious contamination that wanted to take the opportunity to corrupt him. And more importantly, the Beander characteristic of this contamination was very high, so high that Avon, who bore the City of Calamity, felt it was extremely tricky. Finally, Avon made a decisive decision, giving up on capturing Jax, and resolutely chose Plan B, directly finishing off Jax and taking his Beander characteristic. From the Lord of the Mysteries novel, I already knew the Mother Tree of Desire was not simple, but I didn't expect it to be so not simple. No wonder she could be feared by the true creator. Avon recalled the content of the original work, combined with his feelings just now, and no longer underestimated the Rose school of thought, instead greatly increasing his pay attention to of them. Avon recalled the original content and the records related to the Rose school of thought he had seen within Military Intelligence Section 9, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that the Mother Tree of Desire was not simple. In the past, I truly underestimated this evil god, and underestimated the Rose school of thought, which had already degenerated. To be able to survive and even thrive, gaining a considerable number of followers, despite the joint resistance of the Orthodox churches and evil god organizations, is truly not to be underestimated. As Avon re-examined the Mother Tree of Desire and the Rose school of thought, he suddenly thought of a problem he had previously overlooked. That was the decline of the criminal pathway, which is adjacent to the prisoner pathway. Although the decline of the criminal pathway could be seen as a result of the seven gods signing the sacred contract, initiating the fifth epoch, and the world becoming largely stable with the establishment of order, thereby squeezing the space for evil to operate. But it is also possible that the entire criminal pathway has encountered some kind of problem. This ties in with what Rosal mentioned in his diary: the current living environment of the abyss is so harsh that even devils cannot endure it. Could it be that the cosmic dark side itself has a problem? So, the entire criminal pathway is affected. As one of the limited high-ranking officials in Military Intelligence Section 9 and a favored one of the Evernight Goddess, Avon naturally knew many secret messages that others did not, which, of course, included the possibility that the cosmic dark side was an incarnation of a top-tier devil. As for who this top-tier devil was, this was a top secret that only angels could decipher within the Night Church. It wasn't that they wanted to keep it from Avon, but rather that merely knowing some secrets could lead to corruption. However, even with just this vague information, Avon was able to confirm that the Sequence 0 position of criminal had already been occupied. To affect an entire pathway, one must open a breach starting from the strongest being who occupies that pathway, which means the abyss has been corrupted. Avon was startled by this conjecture. The thought of a Sequence 0 true god being corrupted was terrifying, not to mention that this evil god was the legendary cosmic dark side, the most defiled, most evil, and most polluting entity. Avon felt that he might have touched upon one of the greatest secrets of this world. If even the cosmic dark side could be corrupted, then who could corrupt him? This question hardly required deep thought. A conclusion was already on the tip of Avon's tongue. It must be a higher-level existence closely related to the criminal pathway. Most people only know that true gods are the strongest, so even if they knew that the cosmic dark side was corrupted, they would only suspect other sequence true gods. Avon was different. He had known for a long time that there was a rank above Sequence 0, represented by things like the City of Calamity on him and the gray fog related to Klein. This is also why true gods of adjacent pathways have irreconcilable conflicts and are eager to eliminate each other. This involves the Beander characteristic convergence law. Just as the ultimate symbol of the Hunter pathway and the Demoness pathway is the City of Calamity on me, the ultimate symbol of the Seer pathway, the Apprentice pathway, and the Marauder pathway is the gray fog on Klein. The most convenient entity to corrupt the abyss must be that top-tier item, similar to the City of Calamity, which represents the prisoner in criminal pathways, and the one who possesses this item is the Mother Tree of Desire, this evil god. Could the Mother Tree of Desire be an existence above Sequence, even further advanced than other true gods? The more Avon analyzed, the more solemn his expression became. The more he analyzed, the more he felt a sense of dread. No, it must not be that simple. If the Mother Tree of Desire had completely mastered both the prisoner and criminal pathways, then the Rose School of Thought would not be in its current state. He would have long ago emulated the ancient sun god and launched attacks on other deities. Furthermore, from the fact that the Rose school of thought still invokes the honorific name of the bound god, it seems that although the bound god has been deeply corrupted, he has not completely given up resistance, and the mother tree of desire has not yet fully succeeded. Since even the bound god, merely a king of angels, has not been completely corrupted, then the sequence 0 cosmic dark side, who is most adept at corrupting others, has no reason to surrender so early. The greatest possibility is that the mother tree of desire is still in a tug of war with these two deities. The closer one gets to the top of the sequence, the greater the gap between sequences. The gap between sequence 0 and sequence 1 might even be greater than the gap between sequence and sequence 9. Avon believed that if the mother tree of desire truly mastered both the prisoner and criminal pathways, as well as the things above them, becoming a true existence above sequence, then all the true gods in this world, even if they allied, might not be able to defeat him. This also made Avon somewhat understand why all the 7 orthodox gods, as well as the true creator and primordial demoness, were so hostile towards the mother tree of desire. No deity wants an existence above them that can determine their fate. However, since the mother tree of desire poses such a great threat, why don't the 7 gods and the evil gods unite to eliminate him first? Is it due to issues of mutual trust, or are they constrained by something, or perhaps they are not confident in defeating the mother tree of desire? Avon recalled a question he had always had. Why were the 7 gods, who were sworn enemies, able to sign the sacred contract at the end of the 4th epoch, and why have true gods not descended upon the world since the beginning of the 5th epoch? Something major must have happened at the end of the 4th epoch, something that caused the 7 gods to no longer descend upon the world, and allowed the mother tree of desire to corrupt the abyss and the bound god. From a temporal perspective, the mother tree of desire should have been born after that major event. According to the records of Military Intelligence Section 9, the bound god was still normal in the early 5th epoch. Avon used to feel that he understood this world very well, but only today did he realize that his understanding was shallow and incomplete. These secrets might be the later content of Lord of the Mysteries. Oh, by the way, Grisha, a clone of the true creator, once said that he would go to the southern continent. Could it be that he was targeting the Rose school of thought? Avon suddenly remembered what Grisha said after he eliminated Medici. At that time, Avon was only relieved to have escaped punishment from the true creator and wished him to be as far away from him as possible, without deeply considering the meaning of Grisha's words. Now, looking back, Grisha very likely wasn't just targeting the so-called Rose sect, but more likely targeting the bound god, who had been corrupted by the mother tree of desire behind the Rose sect. King of angels against king of angels, it truly is a battle of equals, a match of wits. But I wonder if Grisha wants to eliminate the bound god, or rescue him. Also, why did he tell me his destination then? Did he want me to assist him in the future? Now, Avon no longer dared to take words at face value as he used to. Every word from a deity is never wasted, it is full of profound meaning and worth deep consideration. Also, regarding Grisha's trip to the southern continent, did Adam participate in it? Although on the surface Adam and the true creator are mortal enemies, analyzing the development of the Tingan incident, their relationship is very complex, not as simple as outsiders imagine. Avon was terrified that he might have peered into Adam's script again, and even suspected that his ability to recall Grisha's words and deduce so many secrets was a result of Adam's guidance. If that's the case, facing the great threat of the mother tree of desire, it seems that only the true creator and Adam have taken concrete action. The 7 orthodox gods only let their church forces suppress the Rose school of thought and prevent its further development, and they can't even completely eradicate it. This makes the true creator and Adam appear more like contrarians in this world, not forgetting to target the most dangerous evil god even when facing suppression from true gods. It's a bit like our party, which didn't forget to resist Japan even when being encircled, while the 7 gods are more like the transport captain who believed in pacifying the interior before resisting external aggression. To discard his thoughts on Adam's schemes, Avon jokingly mocked the 7 gods in his mind to divert his attention. If one mother tree of desire is so troublesome, what about the primordial moon, who is equally famous? In the past, Avon didn't pay much attention to the Mother Tree of Desire, but now that he realized the Mother Tree of Desire might be an evil god above sequence, the primordial moon, who is equally famous, also rose in status in Avon's mind. If the Mother Tree of Desire has mastered something similar to the City of Calamity, and therefore might have a higher status than a true god, then what about the primordial moon? Thinking of the current state of the sanguine, the plantar pathway adjacent to the moon pathway, and the unusual internal favored one system of the Church of the Earth Mother, Avon's just smooth brows furrowed again. He suddenly felt that the Church of the Earth Mother and the Phaenopotter Kingdom, which had the Church of the Earth Mother as its state religion, were somewhat peculiar. Just one point. Why could the Church of the Earth Mother tolerate the chaos within the Castile family, the royal family of the Phaenopotter Kingdom? On the surface, the royal family being divided into two factions seems to be more conducive for the Church of the Earth Mother to exert greater influence over the kingdom. But it also inevitably causes internal friction within the Phaenopotter Kingdom. This is evident from the fact that Phaenopotter, despite being a kingdom, has an industrialization speed that is still slower than smaller countries like Lumburg and Seeger, clearly lagging behind in the wave of industrialization. Or perhaps there's a split within the Church of the Earth Mother itself, with factions supporting the two royal parties in their power struggle. Could something have happened to the Earth Mother as well? This shouldn't be the case, should it? However, the Earth Mother is one of the orthodox gods, and if any situation arises, it cannot be hidden from the other orthodox gods. Avon was startled by his own speculation again, but quickly dismissed his own conjecture. Compared to the situations of the cosmic dark side and the bound god, the Earth Mother must also be in trouble, but it appears to be relatively minor. This is not because the primordial moon is incapable. It is more likely that he adopted a different strategy from the Mother Tree of Desire. The Mother Tree of Desire clearly wants to grasp both, to be strong on both fronts, so that no matter whether it's the criminal or prisoner pathway, there is corruption, but currently, neither has succeeded. The primordial moon is more likely to specialize in the moon pathway, temporarily letting go of the Earth Mother. From the results, it seems that the primordial moon's strategy is more successful, but that's not necessarily true. However, judging from the Church of the Earth Mother's unique favored one system and the internal strife of the Phaenopotter royal family, the pressure on the Earth Mother has also become increasingly great. Soon, Avon cleared his mind of these distracting thoughts, because these matters were still a bit far from him and not something he should be concerned about at this stage. To truly participate in those top-tier games, being an angel is merely a threshold. What Avon is most concerned about now is what impact the secrets he deduced will have on his and Robert's plans. My and Robert's schemes, in essence, are closer to worldly struggles, and actually have less Beander color. Setting aside the distinctions of good and evil, orthodox gods and evil gods, and classifying by factions, the deepest impact on our plan is the primordial moon's corruption of the Earth Mother. From the actions of the Evernight Goddess, and the movements of Adam and the true Creator, both sides are pushing for the intensification of the world's situation. The Evernight Goddess's pursuit of Death's legacy will inevitably provoke the God of Combat, and Adam's push for George III to become the Black Emperor will inevitably affect the various royal families and disrupt the balance among the seven gods. And the Earth Mother's troubles will also lead to an imbalance of power between the alliance of the God of Combat and the Earth Mother and other divine alliances. If I were the God of Combat, facing my greatest rival in an adjacent pathway making the first move, breaking the tacit understanding, and with my ally the Earth Mother in trouble, I would definitely launch a divine war as soon as possible to try and settle everything in one decisive battle, because time is not on the God of Combat's side right now. And the Earth Mother should have the same idea, because seizing the honorific name of the Crimson Lord from the Evernight Goddess is very likely beneficial for her resistance against the invasion of the primordial moon. Avon had long speculated about the Crimson Lord in the Evernight Goddess's honorific name, and now with things coming together, it all seems to fit. This means that the window of opportunity for me and Robert to develop is already very short. This can also be seen from George III's plan for the Backland clearance operation. If it wasn't already close to his advancement, he wouldn't adopt such drastic measures for concealment. This is entirely for emergencies. Within the next year or two, George III will inevitably ascend to godhood, and a world war will inevitably break out. There is no time to lose. Avon's sense of urgency grew stronger, and he even felt a little fortunate that Klein was preparing to act early. While Klein acts and ignites the Backland incident, after hunting Panatia, I will go to sea as soon as possible to find every opportunity for acting and advancement. Having made up his mind, Avon no longer hesitated and flew directly away to the Braveheart's bar. At Braveheart's bar, in a secluded private room, Klein and Marich were chatting idly, but in reality, they were both anxiously awaiting Avon's news. The outcome of tonight's operation was completely beyond their previous expectations. They had never anticipated that the Rose School of Thought would have a second demigod in Backland, almost causing them to fall into their own trap. This was entirely our mistake, putting you in such danger. We will definitely compensate you for it, Marich said to Klein, somewhat embarrassed, as they were the masterminds of this plan, and they were largely to blame for any problems that arose. Klein waved his hand dismissively and said reassuringly, "It's not entirely your fault. After all, no one could have known that the Rose School of Thought had two demigods in Backland. And judging by Avon's words just now, that demigod named Jax didn't come specifically for you. Do you have any clues as to why the Rose School of Thought sent another demigod to Backland?" Whether it was a misconception or not, Klein always felt that the demigod named Jax, who came to Backland, had something to do with him. "No, we're also a bit at a loss right now." Ms. Sharon, with blonde hair and blue eyes, dressed in a black Gothic court gown, appeared in the private room. "I wonder how Avon is doing now. Did he manage to escape successfully?" Seeing that he couldn't get much information from Ms. Sharon and Marich, Klein didn't dwell on it and instead began to worry about Avon's situation. After all, the commotion of a battle between Sequence 5 Beyonders and a battle between demigods was not comparable. Correspondingly, the official Foss's reactions would also be vastly different. Therefore, Klein had no idea whether Avon could erase his traces under the noses of many official forces, or whether he could escape unharmed. After all, this was Backland, a city capable of resisting an angel war, and the strength of the official organizations was absolutely not to be underestimated. "You don't have to worry about that. Since I stayed behind to clean up, I have full confidence. I wouldn't do anything I wasn't confident about." Before Klein's words had even finished, a familiar voice suddenly came from within the private room, making Klein and the others' spines tingle as they stood up alertly. Nothing was more startling than a fourth voice suddenly appearing when three people were talking, even if the voice was very familiar to them. Under the gazes of Klein and the other two, a somewhat charming figure appeared on the private room's French window. Before they could react, the figure jumped down and sat on the sofa. Ms. Sharon and Marich didn't think much of it, probably just assuming Avon had used the power of a sealed artifact. Only Klein guessed that Avon was actually using his own power. It seems Avon has not only made great progress on the Hunter pathway but has also not neglected the Demoness pathway. What terrifying acting talent! Klein was probably the only person in this world who knew that Avon could advance on two pathways. Even the Demoness sect and Theosophy order had always mistakenly believed that Avon was an assassin single pathway Beander. I waited until the three great churches and military intelligence Section 9 had left the scene. I apologize for making you wait. That's all right, but Avon, your words were vague before. Can you explain it more clearly to us now? Marich was the first to ask, and Ms. Sharon and Klein both cast inquisitive glances. It wasn't that they doubted Avon, but rather that they all wanted to find out the reason for Jack's appearance in Backland. Klein wanted to know where he had contact with the Rose School of Thought, besides Sharon and Marich. Marich and Sharon simply wanted to see if they could seize the opportunity to disrupt the Rose School of Thought's plans, as sending a demigod specifically to Backland was clearly no small matter. Avon naturally understood everyone's thoughts, so he recounted, from beginning to end and in meticulous detail, how he had unexpectedly discovered the Rose School of Thought's plot against them. In short, Jack's appearance in Backland was not specifically aimed at Sharon and Marich. He seemed to be looking for something, but it just so happened that Zaquin wanted to turn the tables, so he participated in the operation to capture you and became Zaquin's scapegoat. Towards the end, Avon's lips curved into a wild smile, clearly very satisfied with his successful hunt of a demigod. Klein and Sharon, on the other hand, looked at Avon with a hint of envy, wondering when they would be capable of hunting a demigod. Oh, right, take out all the Beander characteristics you've acquired this time. The Beander characteristics in your hands are contaminated by the Mother Tree of Desire and cannot be used directly. I'll help you purify them, and then they'll be fine. Avon suddenly remembered the Mother Tree of Desire's contamination of Beander characteristics and quickly spoke. Sharon and the others' decision to risk setting a trap this time was clearly for the Crimson Moon Crown, that could solve the side effects of their own pathway, as well as the Beander characteristic of Wraith, Steve. In the original novel, it wasn't explicitly stated how Marich used this Beander characteristic to advance, perhaps they had a way to deal with the contamination. But Avon was unwilling to gamble, as in his eyes, Marich was already his person, and he couldn't afford to stumble on such matters. More importantly, he didn't want to implicate himself in the future, as he had already witnessed the power of the Mother Tree of Desire's contamination when he killed Jax. If it weren't for the City of Calamity's protection, he would have been affected then. Sharon and Marich showed no surprise at Avon's words, as if they had long known about the contamination in the Beander characteristics. They both revealed the Beander characteristics in their hands. Under the gazes of Klein and the others, Avon, pretending, crossed his hands, and the familiar red light reappeared around him, as if he was once again using the sealed artifact that was very compatible with him. Klein and the others beside him all felt a chill in their hearts. They were all very close to Avon this time, so much so that they were all affected to some extent, feeling a hint of a metallic taste in their mouths. The red light around Avon enveloped the Beander characteristics laid on the ground, which were strangely shaped, bizarre, and exceptionally ugly. Those Beander characteristics immediately reacted, shaking violently, and then a burst of black mist rose from them, finally dissipating into the air. All right, there are no problems now. Marich, you can use this Beander characteristic for your advancement whenever you want. Avon lowered his crossed arms, dispelled the red light around him, and said with a smile. Thank you for your help. How can I repay you? Guang. Although both sides were deeply bound allies, Avon's help could not be taken for granted. Regardless of whether Avon cared or not, at least he should express his gratitude to Avon. Marich was very clear about this. As expected, Avon just waved his hand lightly and said indifferently. No need to be so formal. We are allies who have cooperated for such a long time, after all. It was just a small favor. Marich nodded, also saying nothing more. Since Avon had said so, saying more would be too formal, so he could only keep this matter in mind. Ms. Sharon can continue to prepare the auxiliary materials and the advancement ritual. Once you have everything ready, I can give you the puppet Beander characteristic. Seeing that Marich didn't pretend to be modest about accepting his favor, Avon smiled and said to Ms. Sharon, who had been hesitant to speak. After introducing Collins to Ms. Amanda's gathering and facilitating his meeting and trade with Bernadette, Collins also kept his promise and gave her the puppet magic potion formula. Sharon's expression was moved. She stared intently at Avon, who had a constant smile on his face and looked at her openly. Finally, she lifted her skirt, curtsied, and whispered, "Thank you for your generosity. If you have any instructions in the future, I will obey without question." The value of a demigod's Beander characteristic was simply too great. Ms. Sharon also knew that she couldn't repay this favor, but she didn't want to give up, so she could only once again deeply bind herself to Avon, essentially admitting that the relationship between her and Avon had changed from allies to a subordinate relationship. Upon hearing this, Avon's smile grew even brighter. There's no need to talk about what should or shouldn't be. We all have our own goals and endeavors. Let's work together and support each other in the future. Can you and Marich excuse us for a moment? Klein and I have some things to discuss. Sharon and Marich had no objections to Avon's request. They both nodded to Klein and then left the private room one after another. Congratulations on successfully bringing Ms. Sharon under your command. How much further do you have to go for the ritual requirements? Klein had witnessed Avon and Ms. Sharon's transaction the entire time, so he naturally knew what had just happened. At the same time, he also knew why Avon had always attached such importance to forming an army and recruiting talents. After all, the blasphemy slate of the Hunter pathway had been in his hands for a day. Avon's successful recruitment of Ms. Sharon and Marich clearly marked a step forward on his path to advancing to an iron-blooded knight. After all, the advancement ritual requirement for an iron-blooded knight was to form a team of at least 30 people. Although the blasphemy slate says that advancing to an iron-blooded knight requires forming a team of at least 30 people, according to my feeling, if the members of the team are of a high sequence, the corresponding requirements can be lowered, so my advancement ritual is almost ready. Avon had no intention of hiding anything from Klein, as there was nothing to hide anyway, and Klein would know sooner or later. At the same time, he wasn't lying. The requirements for the iron-blooded knight advancement ritual were described based on the most extreme case where all team members were ordinary people or sequence 9. If the team members were of a higher sequence, then the corresponding ritual requirements could be lowered. This was also why Avon had always valued Ms. Sharon so much. She was the strongest person Avon knew who could be brought under his command in a short period. Her weight alone could replace at least 7 or 8 people. Klein was startled. He was not yet the bizarro sorcerer of the future who could successfully advance with the help of a single spectator, and he had not yet realized the weight of Beyonders, so he was naturally greatly surprised to hear such a thing for the first time. How is your magic potion digestion now? Do you have confidence in advancing in the near future? Klein cautiously inquired about Avon's magic potion digestion speed, while Avon spoke vaguely. Soon. Oh, right, I kept you here not to discuss my issues. I wanted to ask if you have any ideas about Jack's objective in Backland. In fact, Avon had already made some guesses on his way back, but he couldn't show it in front of Klein, because it involved information he shouldn't know yet. I don't know, but I feel like he might be after me. You seem to have noticed the two at the scene. Do you have any clues? Avon shook his head, then looked Klein up and down and laughed. What's so special about you? You're saying Jax is specifically looking for you. The only special thing about you is probably your luck, lucky enough to meet Mr. Fool, escaping from certain death situations again and again. And living well until now. Klein didn't mind Avon's teasing, instead, a flash of inspiration struck him. Right, if there's anything special about me, it's my transmigration and the gray fog. And my transmigration is clearly deeply connected to the gray fog. Is he after the gray fog on me? Klein felt a chill run down his spine, because this was the third time his uniqueness had been discovered. The first time was in Tingen, when the true creator saw through him and greeted him. The true creator's clone's parting words, "Long time no see," Klein had always guessed were directed at the gray fog on him or the gray fog's previous owner, not at him. This was also the first time he confirmed that the gray fog on him could be detected by people in reality. And now, Jack's matter was the third time. While shocked, Klein couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why? The true creator, after all, stood at the pinnacle of the Beyonder world, and his ability to perceive the existence of the gray fog didn't surprise Klein, especially since they were face to face at the time. Klein had always been very confident in the gray fog, believing that unless they were face to face, even a true god might not detect it. But Jax, a demigod, how could he? How could he perceive the existence of the gray fog? If it wasn't him perceiving the gray fog, but some evil god behind him, then what was the medium? Klein carefully thought about the events he had experienced recently, completely baffled. Although the mother tree of desire behind the Rose school of thought is terrifying, Mr. Fool is not simple either. He should have anticipated Jack's appearance. Do you think this might be Mr. Fool using something as bait? You'd best ask clearly, so you don't mess up Mr. Fool's important plans and lose your own life. Avon suggested with a look of concern and worry. Avon's words once again opened up Klein's thoughts. He remembered that he had recently acquired a high-level item in his gray fog. And this item happened to be related to the evil god behind the Rose School of Thought. It was the Abyss, Blasphemy Slate, the spoils of his victory over Jason Buria. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Chapter 330, Empty-Handed White Wolf. As a high-ranking intelligence officer in Military Intelligence Section 9, Klein utilized the backdoor Avon provided him to access many archives he previously didn't have permission to see when he was a Nighthawk in Tingen. After getting to know Ms. Sharon and Marich, he specifically looked up records related to the Rose School of Thought. Recalling the descriptions in the archives about the Indulgence faction of the Rose School of Thought's indulgence in desire, Klein increasingly felt it strongly resembled the descriptions of their neighboring, criminal, pathway, but he hadn't paid attention before, so he hadn't thought deeply about it. According to Ms. Sharon and their accounts, the Mother Tree of Desire corrupted the deity the Rose School of Thought previously worshipped, the god of confinement, leading to internal schism and redirection. And according to the law of Beyander characteristic convergence, once a Beyander becomes a sequence 0 of a certain pathway, standing at the pinnacle of the sequence, they are bound to pursue a neighboring pathway. If this inference is followed, then could it be concluded that the so-called god of confinement was corrupted by a great devil from a neighboring pathway, or perhaps by the legendary, cosmic dark side? And the so-called Mother Tree of Desire is actually an avatar of the cosmic dark side. The reason he could discover the existence of the gray fog was purely because the cosmic dark side, from the devil pathway, could vaguely sense certain things through the blasphemy slate connected to him. And because the assassination of Duke Nigan had just occurred in Backland, it was inconvenient to dispatch a devil at this time, so the power of the Rose School of Thought was used instead. Klein's mind raced, feeling the entire logic was sound. So he didn't pretend to consult Mr. Fool, but instead told Avon his deduction. As a dependence, it was perfectly reasonable for him to know what Mr. Fool's other blasphemy slate was. After hearing Klein's deduction, Avon was dumbfounded, not expecting him to mistake the Mother Tree of Desire for a clone of the cosmic dark side, unaware that the truth was quite the opposite. The Mother Tree of Desire could sense the gray fog through the blasphemy slate because she was an existence above sequence, not a lower-level true god. But then, on second thought, it seemed quite reasonable. After all, Klein's understanding of information wasn't as extensive as his, so a little misunderstanding was natural. Moreover, this slight misunderstanding was harmless and actually beneficial for him to persuade Klein and achieve his goal. So Avon had no intention of correcting him, instead, he mused. That makes sense. It seems Mr. Fool intends to fish for something using this opportunity. I wonder if our actions are within his expectations. Saying this, Avon looked at Klein with some worry, hesitating for a moment before saying, Mr. Fool's actions are certainly beneficial for striking against the Rose School of Thought, but they also put you in a dangerous situation. Klein saw that Avon dared to question Mr. Fool's actions in front of him, a dependence of Mr. Fool, and was very touched. He didn't want his friend to worry about him, so he comforted him. If Mr. Fool truly intended to fish using this opportunity, then it has clearly succeeded. After the Rose School of Thought lost a demigod, they should be vigilant and won't easily send people to Backland again. I shouldn't be in too much danger. Although Klein hadn't detected the potential hidden dangers of the Abyss card beforehand, since Avon had already assumed that the omnipotent Mr. Fool could see the problem, Klein couldn't diminish Mr. Fool's prestige and could only follow Avon's conjecture. Avon gently shook his head and said seriously, according to your deduction, a true god at the pinnacle of a sequence can sense the corresponding blasphemy slate. This is not a connection Mr. Fool can cut off. As long as the Mother Tree of Desire remains persistent, the Rose School of Thought will sooner or later come knocking. At that time, Mr. Fool may not be able to protect you, and you are too weak right now. Klein was speechless, feeling that his promotion speed was quite fast, but then he thought of Avon's performance in instantly killing a demigod just now, and he felt that Avon was absolutely right. At the same time, he also felt that Avon's words made a lot of sense. After all, the so-called Mr. Fool was just a Sequence 6 Beander, not even a demigod, while the Rose School of Thought was an evil god organization with more than one angel. Thinking of being targeted by such a powerful evil god organization, Klein felt a prickling sensation on his back, unable to sleep soundly. However, such a precious blasphemy slate was not so easy to deal with, one couldn't simply discard it. After all, it recorded the magic potion formula for the most anti-human, devil, pathway. Merely spreading the magic potion formula for Sequence 9 feet criminal could constitute a crime against national security, let alone spreading the magic potion formulas for the entire pathway. Then what do you suggest? Klein couldn't think of a way to handle the Abyss card and could only ask Avon for his opinion. This was exactly what Avon wanted. He had said all this for the sake of this blasphemy slate. After such a long detour, they finally got to the point. It's actually very simple. Sell this blasphemy slate, if Mr. Fool no longer needs this card. Sell it. You should know who would want to buy this blasphemy slate. How can you suggest Mr. Fool sell it? Klein was very surprised by Avon's suggestion and couldn't help but exclaim. Avon smiled without speaking, pointed to himself, and then said, "You can sell it to me." At this, Klein became even more confused and even felt a bit like he had been led on by Avon just now, so he couldn't help but say suspiciously, "What do you want this card for? Were you trying to manipulate me with your words just now? Hey, what are you thinking? Is that really how you see me? What about trust between people? What about friendship between friends? I just learned from you that the other blasphemy slate in Mr. Fool's hand is the blasphemy slate of the devil pathway, and you're actually suspecting me of using verbal tricks to manipulate you and set a trap." Avon's face flushed, his eyes wide, and he clutched his chest, angrily and loudly retorting Klein's suspicion, looking utterly exasperated as if wronged by a friend. Klein saw Avon's strong reaction, and then, upon reflection, realized that indeed, whether in the tarot club or in reality, he had never revealed the Abyss card to a second person. Knowing he had wronged Avon, a deep sense of guilt welled up in his heart, and he quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, I misunderstood. The main reason is that the devil pathway is too anti-human and anti-social, so my reaction was a bit strong. I apologize to you." Klein spoke for a while before Avon finally forgave his misunderstanding, and then said, "The current situation is that Mr. Fool will find it difficult to use this card to fish for the Rose School of Thought later, and you will be implicated because you are Mr. Fool's dependents. Therefore, persuading Mr. Fool to dispose of that blasphemy slate as soon as possible is the best strategy. And I recently obtained Jason Buria's spirit from Mr. Fool. After questioning, I learned that the three great devil families will have a gathering next year, though the time and place are still unknown. If we follow your earlier guess, Mr. Fool is targeting the Mother Tree of Desire behind the Rose School of Thought, and the Mother Tree of Desire is an avatar of the cosmic dark side, then the cosmic dark side is also Mr. Fool's enemy. And my brother happens to have ideas for dealing with that group of devils, needing to use that blasphemy slate to make a move. With these two things combined, isn't it perfect? Mr. Fool strikes a blow against the cosmic dark side without any effort, my brother achieves his goal, and you can also get rid of the targeting threat from the Rose School of Thought. After all, they directly found Backlund this time. Klein thought about it and realized it was indeed the case. From every angle, it was an opportunity for him to be free. He could even say he lost nothing, because the most valuable part of the blasphemy slate was the magic potion formula recorded on it, not the blasphemy slate itself. Furthermore, because he had no intention of trading away the devil pathway magic potion formula, this card was essentially useless to him. And Avon's proposal gave this card new value again. This reminded Klein of a saying he heard in his previous life: all things have value, it's just that there's a lack of eyes to discover the value within them. After much consideration, Klein finally made a decision and said to Avon, "I'll go ask Mr. Fool for his instructions, but whether Mr. Fool intends to use that blasphemy slate for other purposes is beyond my knowledge, so I might not be able to persuade him successfully." Because he was too familiar with Avon, Klein didn't miss any opportunity to distance himself from Mr. Fool in front of Avon. Avon chuckled inwardly at this but didn't show it. At the same time, he already understood that Klein had made his decision. "You can also tell Mr. Fool that I am willing to use the contribution I accumulated from sacrificing Emperor Rosel's diary earlier to facilitate this transaction." Klein was secretly delighted when he heard this. Last time, Avon exchanged the Hunter Pathway Blasphemy Slate for the Black Emperor Pathway Blasphemy Slate, which only consumed a small portion of Avon's contribution. He still owed Avon a large debt. Thinking that this time he could use the Abyss Blasphemy Slate to resolve his accumulated debt, Klein felt that this transaction was truly worth it. Entering the private restroom in the compartment, Klein walked 4 steps counterclockwise, arriving above the gray fog. He first divined that Jax had indeed found Backlund by following the gray fog, and simultaneously once again saw the gray fog aura emanating from his body that he had seen when he was promoted to Faceless. As my promotion progresses, the gray fog is manifesting in the real world. Will it be that when I am promoted to a demigod, any existence of a certain sequence will be able to perceive the presence of the gray fog on me? Thinking that his secret might be exposed to the world in the near future, Klein felt a chill run down his spine, filled with worry. Without time to think too much, knowing he couldn't delay long, Klein sent the Abyss card to reality through a ritual of sacrifice, then left the gray fog. After Klein returned to the washroom, he tidied himself up, then took the blasphemy slate back to the private room and said with some difficulty, "Mr. Fool also knows about that devil family's gathering and also has plans to act, but under my persuasion, he decided to let your brother do it. However, Mr. Fool also put forward an additional requirement, which is that your brother must at least find a way to kill an angel-level devil, otherwise, you will have to pay Rosel's diary, worth another blasphemy slate." Klein wanted to maintain Mr. Fool's prestige, showing that everything was under control, and also to convey that Mr. Fool agreed to hand over the blasphemy slate not because he wanted to outsource the matter of dealing with devils, but because it was a reluctant decision made at Klein and Avon's request. Then there was no better way than to set a KPI for Avon's brother. At the same time, Klein also wanted to use this opportunity to test the Horn family's influence, or more accurately, Robert Horn's influence. Anyway, Klein believed that Avon's rapid promotion, besides his talent in role-playing, Hunter, and Demoness, must have largely benefited from his brother helping him quickly gather magic potion ingredients. Coupled with Avon's explanation of his ability to exert demigod-level combat power, Klein became even more interested in Erlahova behind Avon. That level of sealed artifact was not so easy to obtain. Perhaps he will become a great help for my future revenge against Ince Zangwill, who possesses 008. Avon was also stunned by Klein's, or rather Mr. Fool's, request, but once he'd put himself in Mr. Fool's shoes, he understood the meaning behind it. Avon thought for a moment and felt that using this opportunity to let Klein realize the Horn family's influence and Robert's importance was not a bad thing. After all, Klein was destined to become a player in this world in the future, so this could be considered an early vote-gathering effort for Robert. After all, George III still needed to constantly test the attitudes of the 7 deities if he wanted to be promoted to Black Emperor. Moreover, the target Klein set wasn't too high and wouldn't be too difficult to achieve, so Avon readily agreed. "No problem, then Mr. Fool can look forward to my brother's performance." Although Robert was only a Sequence 3 demigod, still a dimension away from an angel, Avon had great confidence in him. After all, when he was just a Sequence 4 demigod, he dared to confront Bernadette, an angel. Now that he had advanced further, killing an angel was not so hard to imagine. And even if Robert's strength falls short, it doesn't matter. This isn't a solo fight, there's also the mysterious Ms. Amanda, Mr. Isaac who is essentially an angel, Mr. Collins who might be promoted to an angel at any time, and Bernadette, an angel who possesses several, 0, or 1, grade sealed artifacts. With such a group of people working together, it's enough to take down an angel. Avon's prompt agreement left Klein stunned on the spot. He had originally just proposed a very high demand, expecting Avon to bargain, but he didn't expect Avon to agree so readily. He didn't think Avon would boast, it could only be that Avon believed his brother could truly kill an angel. This forced him to re-examine the Horn family from Tingen. Chapter 331, Klein's Plan and the Little Snake Connection. Klein handed the blasphemy slate he had just prepared to Avon. Avon took it without a closer look, flipped it with his hand, and had Eamon put it away. We haven't met in a while. Do you know who I saw previously? It was still necessary to inform Klein about Dunsmith's matter, but it wasn't urgent, so Avon hadn't specifically sought out Klein. Now was the chance to tell him everything at once. Who? Klein's first reaction was Benson or Melissa, but then he thought that the civil service exam hadn't started yet, and the first round of exams was localized, meaning one would take the exam where they registered. Benson registered in Tingen, so he shouldn't be in Backland at this time. Dunsmith. Avon had no habit of keeping people in suspense and directly stated the answer. Captain. Is the captain in Backland now? Klein asked, surprised. If it had been before, Klein would have been worried about having another familiar person in Backland upon hearing that the captain had arrived. But he had now become a faceless who could change his appearance and physique, so he no longer worried about being exposed. Naturally, he was more delighted by the captain's arrival. Not only him, but also your colleague Leonard. They have both joined the Red Gloves and become a core force of the Church of the Night Goddess. And you almost ran into each other before, didn't you know? Klein frowned upon hearing this, quickly recalling his experiences during this period. He confirmed that he shouldn't have met the captain and shook his head, indicating that he didn't know where he might have crossed paths with the captain. Avon wasn't present at the time, and he found it quite surprising that Klein hadn't noticed anything. It was at the scene where you eliminated Jason Buria. At that time, Dunsmith led his team in pursuit, and he saw your retreating back. Klein suddenly understood. At that time, he sensed someone approaching and was eager to escape, so he didn't observe much. He hadn't expected to brush past the captain. How did you know about this? Did the captain tell you? Klein didn't understand why the captain would tell Avon about this. Were they that close? I met him at Duke Nigan's memorial service. I attended the service, and he was in charge of security. We chatted for a couple of sentences. He told me this to probe, or perhaps a glimmer of hope had ignited in his heart. He felt that the figure he saw was very similar to you, so he couldn't help but probe me, a blessed of the Evernight Goddess and your good friend when you were alive, to find out if you were truly dead or not. When you accommodated the Black Emperor blasphemy slate and appeared at the scene, you probably didn't use your faceless abilities to change your physique, did you? Klein hadn't expected the captain to recognize him just from a back view, and for a moment, his emotions were complex and difficult to describe. No, I didn't think that much at the time. I felt that with the disguise of the blasphemy slate, there shouldn't be any problems. I was still careless. By the way, what did you tell the captain? You didn't directly admit that I was still alive, did you? Do you think I'm that foolish? Don't forget that Ince Zangwill and 008 are in Backland right now. Dunsmith, as a survivor of the Tingen incident, might have been under high scrutiny as soon as he arrived in Backland. If I were to admit in front of him that you were still alive, you would be exposed to Ince Zangwill. Although 008 will selectively conceal some information that might kill its master, this is not something to gamble on. Avon rolled his eyes, denying that he had exposed the news of Klein being alive, and at the same time reminded Klein not to focus solely on Cappen's matter and forget that he still had a troublesome enemy. Klein was speechless. If it weren't for Avon's reminder, he really would have almost forgotten that Ince Zangwill was also in Backland. At the same time, he admired Avon's high vigilance. It seemed that no matter when he considered problems, he was always so thorough and meticulous, leaving no room for error. Even for matters not concerning himself, he considered them so thoughtfully. "Then what did you tell the captain?" "What else could I say? I brushed it off, saying he had problems digesting his potion, which led to hallucinations, and even suggested he see a psychiatrist." Avon felt a wave of amusement recalling how Dunn Smith had been left speechless by his concern, yet unable to refute it. Klein simulated the situation in his mind. Dunn Smith, full of doubt, cautiously probed Avon, only to be suspected by Avon of possibly losing control of his potion and developing a mental illness. He was then seriously advised to see a psychiatrist soon, but he couldn't explain himself and must have felt extremely speechless. Thinking of this, Klein's mood also improved significantly. "How do you plan to handle this matter? Will you find an opportunity to tell him? Or continue to conceal it? This matter is, to some extent, your private business, so I won't give you any advice." Avon's words pulled Klein back, making him consider whether to establish contact with his former colleague. "You say you won't offer advice, but you've already said everything that needed to be said. However, you're right. With Ince Zangwill and 008 still in Backland, contacting the captain and the others now carries the risk of exposure, which is too dangerous. Furthermore, the fact that I'm still alive is a good card for future revenge against Ince Zangwill. Ince Zangwill would never expect a dead spirit to meticulously seek revenge on him." When Ince Zangwill was mentioned, Klein's eyes were filled with hatred, not only for the hatred of his separation from his family and friends but also for the hatred of Migos and the citizens of Tingen who were passively drawn into his plan and lost their lives. Moreover, there was another important reason for his decision not to contact the captain and his team. That was the Evernight Goddess's current ambiguous attitude. Klein, who had always suspected that his existence was under the Evernight Goddess's gaze, found an opportunity a few days ago to pray at a church. But strangely, he clearly felt that he was indeed being watched by the Evernight Goddess, yet he received no response or revelation, as if his prayer was just a routine prayer from an ordinary believer to their deity. The Evernight Goddess treated his prayer as if it were an ordinary believer's prayer. However, it was precisely because the entire prayer process was too normal that the Evernight Goddess's constant watch over him throughout the prayer process seemed so abnormal. It also made Klein realize that his previous extensive analysis was not wrong. It was just that for unknown reasons, the Evernight Goddess had adopted a cold shoulder attitude towards him. Therefore, Klein, who did not understand the inside story, decided to follow his previous course of action and no longer think about taking any shortcuts. This also meant that he could not act as a blessed of the Evernight Goddess like Avon, gaining the blessings and conveniences of that identity. Avon naturally did not know about the interaction between Klein and the Evernight Goddess, so after learning of Klein's decision, he merely nodded in respect. Avon thought for a moment, then finally asked, "When are you planning to detonate the Cap'n matter, and do you need my help?" Avon had already anticipated this day when he assigned Klein the task of monitoring political dissidents and told him about Cap'n. If Klein could always endure it, then he wouldn't be Klein. Moreover, his fundamental stance was against George III, so he naturally didn't want him to proceed too smoothly. At the same time, Avon himself was on George III's side, the mastermind behind manipulating urban riots. He didn't want George III and his people to detect anything amiss when things went wrong, so he had to prepare in advance to extricate himself after the incident. This was like walking a tightrope, but it was a tightrope Avon couldn't help but walk. Because he wanted to gain too much from this matter. "No need, I will seek an opportunity to act this week. After all, I have thoroughly investigated Cap'n's family situation, inside and out. The arrow is on the string, and it must be shot. Is this causing you trouble?" Klein said with some apology. When he first arrived in Backland, Klein knew that Avon and his brother, due to their status and position, were inherently in George III's camp, and might even be part of George III's conspiracy behind the scenes. Therefore, Avon could only hint at the conspiracy through some subtle means. Now that he had decided not to endure any longer, he would definitely disrupt George III's rhythm and might even implicate Avon. You don't need to worry about whether it will involve me. If I were afraid of being involved, I wouldn't have told you back then that Backland had become the eye of the storm for the entire world, hinting to you that George III and the demonist sect had a conspiracy. As long as your identity as Sherlock Moriarty is not exposed, I will have a way to deal with it. After all, this identity was personally arranged by me, and the connection to me is too deep. Once this identity is exposed, I will be unable to defend myself. Sherlock Moriarty also held the identity of a senior intelligence officer for Military Intelligence Section 9. Everything was handled by Avon, so it absolutely could not be exposed to the Augustus family. This was the only evidence that could accurately reveal Avon's seemingly diligent work for George III while actually undermining him behind the scenes. It absolutely could not be exposed. Don't worry, I will do the preparatory work well and absolutely will not expose Sherlock Moriarty's identity. Klein was very touched to see that Avon didn't blame him for acting on his own initiative. After all, his actions would disrupt George III's rhythm, and consequently, Avon's rhythm, yet Avon had no complaints whatsoever. At the same time, Klein also felt a trace of unspeakable guilt in his heart. He had concealed from Avon his greatest killer move for exposing George III's conspiracy. That was the abnormality of the political dissidents he was monitoring, as entrusted by Avon. He had long discovered that these political dissidents were very abnormal, unusually radical, with infectious rhetoric that stirred people up, and a fanatical obsession with armed rebellion. These people were not qualified revolutionaries in his mind at all, but rather lunatics who advocated chaos and were keen on destruction. After Klein discovered that these people were not right, he directly performed a divination on the gray fog and finally found that these people were all contaminated, and it was a very subtle and hard to detect contamination. Klein did not reveal this matter to Avon because he had planned to expose it a long time ago. If the Augustus royal family were to investigate at that time, Avon, not knowing about it himself, would not be suspected. Klein planned to leave a report about the contamination of these political dissidents at the scene where Capon was eliminated, exposing George III's conspiracy to the three great churches. This would directly bankrupt the royal family's backland clearing plan and make the three great churches suspicious of the royal family. Klein believed that a conspiracy is a conspiracy precisely because it cannot be exposed to the light. A conspiracy exposed to the light will be powerless. Moreover, this plan had one advantage: it could maintain the fool's mystique in front of Bernadette. Klein had already informed Bernadette of this action in advance, and Bernadette would certainly pay close attention to the development of related events. At that time, she would know how severe the contamination on those contaminated individuals was. And how could the fool, who could see through such subtle contamination, have a low status? This would be very beneficial for Klein to take the initiative in his subsequent interactions with Bernadette, and not be seen through. That's good. I'll be waiting for news of your action these next few days. Oh, and remember to take the safe from Capon's villa after the operation. I estimate there should be a lot of valuables inside, which will be of great help to your future development. Avon smiled, reminding Klein not to make the same oversight as in the original story. Klein was stunned and nodded solemnly. If it weren't for Avon's reminder, he would have indeed overlooked this point. Avon pulled out his pocket watch from his chest and checked the time. He found that it was already very late, well past the time he had agreed upon with Furs. He knew that today was the day Furs would meet with members of the Abraham family, which was also a big event, and he urgently needed to know the details. So Avon no longer delayed and immediately called Miss Sharon and Marich back in, instructing them in front of Klein to prepare to take over Capon's underground forces in the coming days. Miss Sharon and Marich felt a little strange, but they didn't ask further, indicating that they would be prepared. Afterward, Avon and Klein successively left the Bravehearts bar. Avon naturally rushed to the apartment where Furs and Zio lived, and Klein also returned to his rented house in Sherwood Borough. After returning home, Klein hesitated repeatedly, then still took out a very neatly folded paper crane from the desk drawer. After a long period of mental preparation, Klein still took a deep breath, unfolded the paper crane, took out a pencil, and gently wrote. I plan to expose George III's conspiracy. I wonder if you can provide some assistance. After writing this sentence, Klein refolded the paper crane and put it into his chest pocket. He lay on the bed and entered a dream state through meditation. Chapter 332, Cooperation, Accidental Intrusion. Not long after Klein fell asleep, he suddenly became clear-headed in a daze. He knew that a power had begun to invade his dream. I can even detect the invasion of the snake of fate. No, it should be the gray fog that's truly powerful. Klein looked around in his dream and found himself back on the barren plain he had seen last time. Not far away was a black spurred tower, but this time, he didn't see the mysterious, gigantic, and majestic silver great snake. Following his previous experience, Klein entered the black spurred tower. It was still ancient and decayed, with a chaotic layout. The stairs sometimes spiraled upwards, sometimes slanted downwards, and the doors of the various rooms were sometimes normal, sometimes inverted, and sometimes embedded in places they shouldn't be. Through one door after another, and through one wall after another, Klein once again arrived at the depths of the spurred tower. Scattered here were tarot cards, surrounding a slightly raised area in the center. There was a sentence formed by silver-white characters. As you wish, this is also what I anticipate. Klein was secretly delighted. After waiting for a while and seeing no further revelation, he left the dream. Waking up from his bed, Klein opened his eyes, a hint of a smile on his face. Life Counselor was indeed taking this matter seriously, which was not surprising, considering the Augustus family had recently tried to kill him. I still have to thank Avon for generously sharing the secrets of Backland at the Tarot Club. Otherwise, I wouldn't have thought of cooperating with Life Counselor. Since transmigrating to this world, Klein had been directly approached 3 times because of the gray fog. The first time was in Tingen, when he was discovered by a true creator's avatar. The third time was tonight, when he was discovered by the evil god behind the Rose School of Thought, the Mother Tree of Desire, through the blasphemy slate. And the second time was last weekend, when he was discovered by Life Counselor, who was hiding in Backland. It was by chance that Klein discovered that Life Counselor, who was rumored to be severely injured, had been reborn into a doctor's family. And he could directly sense the existence of the gray fog and actively give hints, wanting to establish contact with him. At the time, Klein was immersed in the disappointment of the Evernight goddess ignoring him, and when he discovered that an unknown angel could directly sense the gray fog, he was extremely horrified. But after a few days, finding nothing unusual, Klein recovered from his state of being a startled bird and guessed that Life Counselor's actions were actually benevolent. And today, after deciding to embark on the path of confronting the Augustus family, Klein naturally had to consider the cards he could play. He naturally thought of Life Counselor, who had narrowly escaped death at the hands of the Augustus family some time ago. So, with a try-it-and-see attitude, he used the paper crane that had established contact to propose cooperating to deal with the Augustus family. As expected, Life Counselor was very interested in this, even openly encouraging him to do so. I wonder what kind of help Life Counselor will provide. Based on my understanding of the fate pathway, it's probably either giving me good luck or inflicting bad luck on the Augustus family. With Life Counselor's involvement, my actions against Capon should go very smoothly, and I won't have to worry about unexpected factors, especially the interference of Ins Zangwill and 008. When formulating the plan to target Capon and expose the royal family's conspiracy, Klein's biggest concern was not anything else. His biggest concern was that Ins Zangwill, who had already cooperated with the Augustus family, would intervene using 008. This was the most uncontrollable uncertain factor for Klein. No matter how desperate Life Counselor was some time ago, he was still a Sequence 1 great angel. With his intervention, Ins Zangwill and 008 should not be able to cause any trouble this time. As Klein was immersed in the excitement of getting Life Counselor to join his operation, Avon also arrived at Furz's rented apartment in Sherwood Borough. Avon didn't want anyone to see him entering or leaving here, so he directly entered the apartment through the glass of the apartment window. However, he didn't expect to suddenly run into Furs, who was lying on the sofa, with nothing but a bath towel wrapped around her chest. Ah! Furs also suddenly discovered Avon, who had appeared in the apartment, and instinctively let out a scream, throwing the coffee cup in her hand at Avon. Avon also hadn't anticipated this scene and was momentarily stunned. It wasn't until the coffee cup in midair was about to hit his face that he reacted, his body erupting in flames, and he disappeared from the spot. The coffee cup missed Avon and instead hit the glass window behind Avon, making a crisp sound. Avon emerged from the gas lamp on the wall, glanced at the broken glass window, and was about to explain. Suddenly, his spirituality stirred, he pushed off the ground, sprang up, and flashed to the other side of the room. And just as Avon's figure had left the spot, with a bang, a door behind where he had just been shattered. A figure, also wrapped in a bath towel but with a lot of white foam in his hair, raised his fist and charged at Avon like a blur. "Shou, stop, it's me," Avon quickly shouted upon seeing this, simultaneously putting his hands up in a blocking motion. He didn't dare to be careless. Without using the power of Bonaparte's fortitude, he was essentially still a Beander with high offense and low defense, without the sturdy physique of an iron-blooded knight. If Shou's punch had truly landed, Avon would have broken at least 2 ribs. At this moment, Shou finally saw who the man in the apartment was. At this moment, Furs finally calmed down and angrily shouted at Avon. "Why didn't you use the main door to come in?" Shou also pressed down on her slightly loose bath towel with her hand, looking at Avon with sharp eyes. Avon awkwardly rubbed his nose, not bothering to argue, but instead turned around directly and apologized. "I'm sorry, it's my fault. But right now, the most important thing isn't to dwell on my mistake. You two should change your clothes first and deal with the neighbors or police who might arrive soon." Looking at the broken glass window and thinking of the high-pitched scream just now, Furs and Shou both glared at Avon's back, then ran into their respective rooms to change clothes. Less than 2 minutes later, there was indeed a knock on the door. Furs, with her flexible hands brought by her trickmaster pathway, was the first to get dressed and opened the door before the person outside could become suspicious. "Miss Furs, what happened?" Opening the apartment door, she found that it was indeed 2 security guards from the apartment, carrying sticks, coming to check on the situation. "Nothing, I just suddenly found a big rat, which gave me a huge fright. In my panic, I grabbed a cup and threw it, but I didn't expect to break the window." Furs made up an excuse, and incidentally, complained about Avon. The apartment security guard was somewhat dazed by Furs's freshly bathed, fair and rosy skin. He quietly swallowed, his eyes darting around as he said, "So, was the rat caught? Do you need our help?" "No need, we can catch that rat ourselves, so we won't bother you. But please help us fix the window and door tomorrow." At this moment, Shou also walked out of the room and interjected with authority. The arbiter's authority made the security guard's heart tense. He nodded in agreement without daring to disobey, even forgetting to ask why the bathroom door was shattered like that. After the 2 security guards left, Avon emerged from a shadow again. "I thought you were still waiting for me, so I didn't think too much and just came in directly. I didn't expect you both to be preparing to wash up and go to bed." Furs rolled her eyes, pointed at the grandfather clock in the corner of the living room, and replied testily. "You don't even look at the time. We agreed to meet at 8 o'clock, and now it's almost midnight. Of course, we thought you were held up by something and wouldn't be able to come tonight. So, we weren't going to sleep, and were we supposed to keep waiting for you until dawn? And if you had used the main door, what just happened wouldn't have occurred." Avon gave an awkward laugh. This time it was indeed his fault for breaking the appointment and not arriving at the agreed time. It was also because he liked to travel using Beander powers and forgot that the other party was 2 girls. "This time it's my fault. There was a demigod-level battle outside Backland today, and I went there, so I'm late." Avon wanted to end this awkward situation as quickly as possible, so he could only find a topic to divert their attention. Sure enough, The words, demigod, were very attractive to Furs and Shou. They were immediately drawn in by Avon's words. What happened? Did you get any clues? Many major events had occurred in Backland in recent months, which also made the missions and rewards of Military Intelligence Section 9 very high. Shou was the most direct beneficiary, so when she heard about something that might earn her merits, her eyes lit up. This matter doesn't have much value. Through various means, many clues point to a very powerful angel, which is beyond the capabilities of the Backland Church and Military Intelligence Section 9. Next, either the three great churches will send people from their headquarters, or the royal family will directly intervene. In short, it has nothing to do with us. Avon naturally couldn't say that he was the one who took action, nor was there any need to tell them, so he simply repeated the conclusions reached by the three great churches. Backland is really too uninhabitable. There have been more than one angel battle in recent months, and even Duke Nigan was assassinated. According to the cockroach theory, when you find one cockroach, there will be many more unseen cockroaches in unseen places. There have been enough demigods and angels appearing in Backland during this period, and who knows how many are hidden in the dark. They wouldn't gather in Backland without a reason, would they? And who knows what's brewing behind Backland? Furs sighed and couldn't help but complain, yet she didn't realize that she had actually stumbled upon the essence of the problem. This made Avon look at Furs with new eyes. He hadn't expected this seemingly lazy woman to be one step ahead of the most perceptive Shou in sensing the anomaly. Is this the intuition of a literary creator, or the specialty of an astrologer? Is there something on my face? Why are you looking at me like that? Furs noticed Avon looking at her with surprise, somewhat puzzled, and even wiped her face with her hand. Perhaps you are a born astrologer. Many people are still confused, but you've already discovered the essence of the problem. Alright, let's not talk about anything else. How did your meeting with the Abraham family go today? Explain clearly. Avon was eager to know the details of Furs's actions today. Furs and Shou exchanged glances, both feeling that Avon was hiding something, but they both wisely refrained from asking further questions. The person who met me today was an old gentleman named Lawrence Nord. According to his self-introduction, he is one of the members of the Abraham Family Elder Council, and also the older brother of the husband of Ms. Annalise, who led me onto the Beander pathway. In short, he expressed willingness to cooperate with the Horn family, but he wants to meet with you in person. Overall, everything is within our previous expectations. Avon was also very satisfied with this contact after hearing Furs's narration. At the same time, by comparing it with the original novel's content, he basically confirmed that the old man was the Abraham elder who entrusted Furs with his last wishes and eventually died in Backland. There were many descriptions of him in the original novel, suggesting that he came to Backland with a determined resolve to die, to assess Furs. But now is not the time to meet him. Klein could act at any moment, and Backland could enter a new round of turmoil at any time. Meeting at such a critical moment, being caught in unknown turmoil, could easily ruin everything and waste the hard-won opportunity to establish contact. Avon hesitated for a moment, then said to Furs, "You should meet Lawrence tomorrow and tell him to leave Backland immediately, or find a place to stay in Empress Borough or near a few churches. Next week, I will inform him of the time and place of our meeting." Why? Furs and Shou were full of doubts. Avon valued the Abraham family very much, and now that contact had been established and everything was proceeding smoothly according to plan, why was he now so hesitant about the meeting? Avon gave a wry smile, shaking his head, and said solemnly, "Backland now seems to have returned to its usual calm, but in reality, undercurrents are surging, especially with the demonist sect seemingly brewing some major move. You also know that I have some contact with Mr. Fool's dependents, and I heard that they are also going to take action. So, it's not suitable for me to meet Lawrence now, and I even need to prevent anything from happening to him in Backland." Lawrence came at a very inconvenient time, and according to the original novel's description, his life was already at its end. But Avon wanted the demonist to get moving, and if things went wrong, this old man would become one of the straws. If he died in Backland, all of Avon's previous preparations would be in vain, and it would be difficult to regain the trust of the Abraham family. Furs and Shou exchanged glances, both seeing the worry in each other's eyes, but they could only obey Avon's instructions. Chapter 333, Operation. In a cheap hotel in Backland Bridge District, Klein, whose appearance had changed, pulled out his gold pocket watch and checked the time. It was almost time for Cap'n to eat dinner. Without the slightest hesitation, Klein took out the pre-prepared powder and sprinkled it throughout the room, creating a wall of spirituality to seal off the entire room. After doing all this, he quickly set up a ritual and began to pray. I summon in my name the fool who does not belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who controls good luck. When the ritual was completed, Klein immediately walked 4 steps counterclockwise in the room, entering the gray fog, preparing to respond to himself. Sitting in the towering and solemn palace, Klein looked at the summoning door formed by ripples. He did not rush to respond to the summons, but instead took some talismans and items into his body. Finally, he picked up the Black Emperor card and assimilated it into his body. Originally, according to Klein's plan, he was going to assimilate the Abyss card. Because after his tests, when he assimilated the Abyss card, he seemed to be able to feel an unknown malice more strongly and could extend the duration of his spirit body's existence. But Avon's reminder 2 days ago made him very wary of the legendary, cosmic dark side. In the end, when choosing which blasphemy slate to assimilate, he still chose the Black Emperor card. After successfully assimilating the blasphemy slate, Klein's spirit body suddenly became very solid, as if it was no longer an illusory spirit body, but had become a spirit body that could be touched. And around him, illusory dark fog began to permeate, gradually forming a majestic armor. An irregular, jet black crown also appeared on his head, and a cape of the same color was on his back. There was no wind above the gray fog, but the cape flapped fiercely. After reviewing his plan, Klein took a deep breath and stepped into the crack of the illusory door, entering the real world. Klein did not waste time. Under the cover of night, he followed the pre-scouted route and arrived outside Cap'n's villa. He ignored the guards holding long spears and patrolling back and forth, walking straight towards the villa, and the guards all turned a blind eye to his appearance. Klein, using the special nature of his spirit body, swaggered into Cap'n's villa and, following his previous reconnaissance, took the shortest path, passing through walls to Cap'n's bedroom, where he found the safe hidden in the wall. As he passed into the safe, Klein was almost blinded by the contents inside. It was full of priceless jewels, and next to the jewels was a neatly arranged stack of cash. The brand new banknotes exuded a unique ink scent, and the portrait of Augustus I on the banknotes was particularly striking, making them feel less serious. Based on his knowledge, Klein roughly estimated that all the items here were worth about £20,000. This was a huge sum of money that Klein had never seen in both his lives, so much so that he felt a bit dazed at the moment. But Klein quickly shook off his obsession with money, remembered his main purpose today, and quickly swept up everything in the safe. Having assimilated so many banknotes and jewels, Klein felt his spirit body become even more solid and powerful. After another inspection, Klein confirmed that he had not missed any safes, then took out a silver-white small box from within his body and placed it in a corner near the dining room, waiting for the sleeping potion to take effect. In Tingen, Klein had once obtained a sleeping potion from Avon, which was used to knock out the entire Nighthawks squad, and it was very effective. Before this operation, Klein had obtained the same sleeping potion from Avon again. The colorless and odorless sleeping potion spread rapidly. The sound of porcelain breaking quickly emerged from the dining room, but no one made a sound. After all, it was from an experienced apothecary. Even though the Beander sequences guarding Cap'n's villa were not low, they had no resistance against the demigod-made sleeping potion. 30 seconds later, Klein recovered the silver-white small box, then walked into the dining room and found that there were no standing creatures, all lying there haphazardly. Klein suppressed the urge to kill all three Beyonders. He only approached a leading person named Harris, and took out an iron black glove from his embrace, assimilating it into his body. Klein's raid on Capin's villa was not merely to rescue the young girls in the underground dungeon of the villa. His most important goal was to drag the Augustus family into the mud, to tell the three great churches that the Augustus family was secretly plotting behind the scenes. Then, human witnesses would be crucial, so even if Klein could easily kill Capin and these three Beyonders now, he couldn't do it. After confirming one by one that the people inside the villa would not wake up midway, Klein took out a deck of tarot cards from his body, scattered them on the ground, and arranged them into a complex symbol representing the Fool that he had once shown Bernadette, with the central card being an Emperor. After doing all this, Klein painfully took out a golden yellow thin slice covered with mysterious patterns and shouted in Hermes' light. The golden yellow talisman quickly heated up, then turned into a scorching fireball, illuminating the villa, which was only lit by gas lamps and candles, as if it were daytime. Klein held it with his hand, and the huge fireball flew into the sky, directly breaking through the villa, piercing the roof, and reaching midair. Then it exploded violently, illuminating half of Backland. At this time, the sun had completely set, and the sky suddenly brightened, attracting the attention of residents and workers who had already left work nearby. This might be the most expensive fireworks in history. Klein looked at the gradually dissipating fireball through the broken villa roof, feeling extreme heartache. In order to deal with Migos' divine child and the hidden Ints Zangwill in 008, Klein had taken every opportunity to exploit the eternal blazing sun. Using the emblem formed by the eternal blazing sun's blood, he created some high-level sun domain talismans. Aside from the two sold to Avon, most of those talismans were used in the Great Battle in Tingen. Klein only had two sun flame talismans left, which were currently his biggest trump cards. After stunning everyone in Capin's villa, the key was how to attract the people from the three great churches, and also to attract the high-ranking officials of the three great churches, not just ordinary Beyonder squads. A gas explosion was one method, but it was difficult to guarantee that no innocent people would be harmed. In Klein's eyes, many of the maids in the villa were unfortunate people who had been coerced. So after careful consideration, Klein finally decided to use a high-level talisman as a lure to attract the three great churches. The Storm Church was exceptionally hostile to the Church of Knowledge and Wisdom and the Eternal Blazing Sun Church. This stemmed from the attitude of the true gods behind them. He believed that the appearance of a sun flame talisman in Backland should be able to stir the sensitive nerves of the Storm Church. Just then, an illusory door suddenly tore open in the sky above the villa, covered with mysterious symbols. The door opened silently, and an handsome man in a sharp suit walked out, in his 40s, mature and elegant, a typical aristocratic demeanor. At the same time, a gust of wind blew, and a figure flew in at high speed. It was an old man wearing a priestly robe embroidered with storm symbols, with an exceptionally serious expression. He was Simon Ferguson, the newly appointed Archbishop of Backland for the Storm Church. Archbishop Simon was about to say something to the nobleman when he suddenly sensed something and looked towards a corner of the villa roof. He saw a majestic figure on the rooftop, covered in black armor and wearing a jet-black crown. The figure looked at the noble demigod who had arrived first with a mocking gaze, but then nodded to the Storm Archbishop, pointed at the villa below his feet, and then disappeared without a trace right under the noses of the two high-sequence powerhouses. Crackling. A tree-shaped silver-white lightning flashed in the early winter night sky. The lightning did not strike down, but it illuminated the sky above the villa, revealing every detail. Archbishop Simon said to himself with a gloomy expression, "Rose School of Thought. Wraith." Before he finished speaking, Archbishop Simon shook his head, dismissing his own guess, and instead turned to the noble demigod who had arrived before him, asking, "This is Cherwood Borough, which falls under the jurisdiction of the Storm Church. What are you doing here?" The middle-aged demigod heard the implied question in Archbishop Simon's words, his heart tightened, and he offered the excuse he had prepared long ago. "I live nearby." Archbishop Simon nodded and, looking at his subordinates flying from a distance with talismans, casually said, "There's nothing major here, and it's also within our Storm Church's jurisdiction, so I'll handle it." The middle-aged nobleman hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded, reopened a teleportation door, and left Cappen's villa. Archbishop Simon entered the villa dining room through the large hole in Cappen's villa roof, looking at the people lying on the ground and the symbol arranged with tarot cards, his brows furrowed deeply. Secret Order. Archbishop Simon had never seen the symbol before his eyes, he had only seen similar ones in the archives concerning the Secret Order. Connecting this with the sun flame talisman that had just appeared, Archbishop Simon suspected that the strange spirit body he had just seen came from the Secret Order of Intis, or rather, the Eighth Bureau. But why would he waste a high-level talisman without killing anyone? And why did he display different attitudes when facing the two of them just now? It was precisely because of the suspicious attitude displayed by that strange spirit body just now that Archbishop Simon grew suspicious of Augustus, who had arrived before him, and found an excuse to send him away. "Archbishop, this is the villa of the wealthy Cappen. These three individuals are beyonders of the Arbiter pathway, sequence 6, 7, and 8 respectively. There is a sizable dungeon underground, holding many young girls." As Archbishop Simon began to ponder the suspicious aspects of the Augustus demigod who had just left, a blue-haired but gold-rimmed glasses-wearing Punisher squad captain reported the initial findings of the investigation to him. Arbiter pathway. Archbishop Simon immediately seized the keyword and asked sharply in return. The Punisher squad captain also nodded with a serious expression, adding, "Cappen is a controversial wealthy man rumored to be involved in multiple cases of missing young girls. Many suspect him of engaging in slave trade, and there are even many rumors that he monopolizes the underground human trafficking in Backland. But no matter how powerful his underground influence is, it's still incredible that he could receive protection from so many powerful beyonders." Although the Punisher captain didn't explicitly say it, his words implied that this Cappen was not simple. It might even involve the Augustus family behind him. After all, the Arbiter pathway and the Lawyer pathway were too tightly controlled by the royal family, the implications were too clear. Archbishop Simon thought of the fate of his predecessor, Archbishop Snake, and the instructions from His Holiness the Pope before he came to Backland, feeling the difficulty of the current situation. "You all handle the aftermath here. I'll take these people back to the cathedral first." Archbishop Simon had not finished speaking when he suddenly turned his head, looking at the three Arbiter pathway beyonders who were still unconscious. Because in his spiritual perception, the spirits of these three people instantly dissipated and disappeared, they were dead beyond dead. Not only did Simon perceive the sudden deaths of these three, but all the Punisher squad members present also discovered this fact. They all stood rooted to the spot, looking at each other in dismay, then all looked towards His Grace the Archbishop. At this moment, Archbishop Simon's face could not even be described as ashen, he was on the verge of exploding. Other Punisher members might only think these three beyonders were killed, but he could feel that they were executed by a set rule. And this power, capable of killing people right under his nose, was at least at the angel level. Archbishop Simon took a deep breath, suppressed his almost exploding emotions, and flew away, leaving only one sentence: handle the aftermath as quickly as possible. He wasn't going to confront the Augustus family. Without evidence, showing up would be useless. He needed to rush back to the cathedral immediately to contact His Holiness the Pope directly through a ritual and report tonight's events. And just as Archbishop Simon had arrived at St. Wind Cathedral, he suddenly felt a spiritual stir and looked towards a corner of the square in front of the cathedral, finding that the strange spirit body he had just seen at the villa had appeared again. Archbishop Simon floated in the air, his gaze fixed, not saying a word. And Klein smiled at Archbishop Simon again, took out an envelope from his body, placed it on a bench in the square, then bowed with his left hand on his chest, and then silently left again. This time, Archbishop Simon did not try to stop him. He only flew forward, picked up the envelope, and immediately tore it open to read. West District, Baron Ram's mansion. Avon stood with his arms crossed by the floor-to-ceiling window of the study on the second floor, looking at the little sun that suddenly appeared in the dark night sky, his expression solemn. Sun Flame Talisman, has Klein made his move? Chapter 334, Crisis. Using a Sun Flame charm as a catalyst, Klein truly went all out this time. The Storm Church should be the first to not sit still. Watching the sky gradually turn dark again, Avon inwardly praised Klein for his extravagance this time. Avon stood by the French window, waiting for Prince Grovel to appear. He believed that if the plan was in danger of being exposed and failing, Prince Grovel would definitely come to him, the mastermind, for a discussion. Sure enough, after only a few minutes, Avon sensed Prince Grovel's summons. He sat on the bedroom sofa, put his feet on the coffee table, crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and entered a meditative state. Once Avon himself entered meditation, he could project his consciousness onto the sealed artifact, Bonaparte's fortitude, through his connection with it, looking at the person in front of him and speaking in a cynical and impatient tone. What is it now? Didn't we say we should reduce contact during this period? Prince Grovel ignored the armored figure's tone and asked with a serious expression. Did you see the fireball over Backland just now? I saw it. It looked like someone used a sun flame charm from the sun pathway. I'm very familiar with that. What's wrong? Did something happen? Avon's current persona was that of a living Beander, characteristic of this sealed artifact from Rosel's era, having lived for over 100 years, mostly in Intis, the land of the sun. Therefore, it was logical for him to recognize the sun flame charm. Maintaining an accurate persona at all times in front of various people was Avon's secret to navigating between major powers, gaining many benefits, and still not being exposed. Indeed, Prince Grovel showed no surprise at Avon's performance and further explained. Someone attacked Capin's villa. That high-level charm attracted Archbishop Simon of the Storm Church. This was intentional. After speaking, Prince Grovel stared intently at Avon's reaction, seemingly trying to understand something from Avon's attitude. Capin, what does he do? What does he have to do with me, or rather, with our plan, that it's worth you specifically coming to me? Avon feigned ignorance and retorted. In fact, these words had been rehearsed many times in Avon's mind. Although Klein hadn't told him the detailed plan, with Avon's sensitivity to conspiracies, he could naturally deduce how Klein would act. No matter what Klein did regarding Capin, his ultimate goal was certainly to expose the royal family's secret dealings to the light. And correspondingly, the Augustus family would immediately deduce from his actions that this was not a righteous hero punishing the villain Capin, but a conspiracy against the royal family. They would then immediately suspect that their cooperation with the demonist sect, and even the subsequent write-off plan, had been leaked. As the person in charge of the Backland write-off plan, Avon would also immediately face scrutiny from the Augustus family. Therefore, Avon deliberately did not inquire about Klein's plan precisely to deal with this current probing. He is our black glove for cooperating with the demonist sect. The demonist sect is responsible for transporting people from overseas, and he covers it up with the slave trade business. Prince Grovel further explained to Avon. Oh, it seems someone is deliberately targeting you. Attacking Capin's villa, and then using a sun flame charm, which the Storm Church is extremely sensitive to attract their attention. As long as the Storm Church becomes suspicious of you, they will eventually uncover the problem. Tisk, 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 this step-by-step way of doing things, why does it feel so familiar? Could it be that Intis has sent high-sequence hunters to infiltrate Backland again? Avon, based on the bit of information Prince Grovel provided, feigned analysis and subtly diverted his attention. Prince Grovel had been using his Chaos Hunters sensitivity to lies to scrutinize Avon's words, finding no flaws in them. Feeling that Avon was likely not the source of the leak, his inner vigilance slightly relaxed. At the same time, he was also attracted by Avon's analysis, as in his eyes, Avon was a seasoned hunter pathway demigod and a seasoned conspirer. His opinion was worth taking seriously. The news I heard was that a strange spirit with the aura of the lawyer pathway and dressed as a black emperor appeared at the scene. No matter how you look at it, it shouldn't be a hunter. Having dropped his suspicion of Avon, Prince Grovel naturally provided more detailed information, also wanting to leverage the mind of a seasoned conspirer. It really was Klein who acted personally. Avon once again confirmed that Klein was behind tonight's events, and at the same time, he made up his mind to implement the plan he had formulated earlier. The person who acts is not necessarily the person who comes up with the idea. You can't even figure that out. Seeing that he had successfully passed Prince Grovel's test, Avon became even more uninhibited and mocked Prince Grovel. Just like how you want to conduct a population write-off but still need the demonist sect to take the blame for you, and need me to implement it. I just said that this plan has a hunter's flavor, but I didn't say that the one who acted was also a hunter. Avon was not wrong about this, as he always felt that Klein's way of thinking was sometimes very similar to his, often making him wonder if Klein had taken the wrong pathway. On the contrary, he, who disliked acting directly, preferred to secretly make small moves and play the game of using a small force to move a large one, as if he was also very suitable to be a seer. Prince Grovel ignored Avon's sarcasm. He had long known that hunters were foul-mouthed individuals. He simply followed up with a question. Then where do you think we might have leaked information, and which party is targeting us? 1. This question is very important. For the Augustus family, the most important thing now is to understand who the enemy is so they can decide what to do next. How should I know? Avon rolled his eyes. Some time ago, we just opened up a channel with the Aurora Order and got them to agree to help fan the flames during the riot. So it shouldn't be the Iron and Blood Cross Order, who also believes in the true creator. Since the decline of the Sauron family in Intis, the power of hunters has also declined. If there were any movements, it should not have escaped the demonist sect, which has strong influence in Trier. So, with incomplete information, if I have to guess, I can only guess that the Faesac Empire is targeting you. Avon did not miss any opportunity to sow discord between the Loan Kingdom and the Faesac Empire, and to put a bad spin on the Faesac Empire. But I remember that some time ago, didn't the founding emperor of the Faesac Empire just force his way into Backland once? You should be wary of the Faesac Empire. Would they still dare to send people over under such circumstances? Avon then slyly raised doubts about his own previous guess, seemingly arguing with himself from both sides, primarily taking no responsibility for his own conjecture. However, this triggered Prince Grovel's thoughts, and he said with a deep gaze. Not necessarily. After all, the Faesac Empire has been claiming that we killed Bach Einhorn during this period, so it's possible they would continue to send people to Backland. During this time, the private war of words between the Augustus family and the Einhorn family had not stopped. The Einhorn family didn't actually want to pursue Bach Einhorn's death, as he was killed within the Loan Kingdom, and Dante Einhorn had just ruined Augustus I's good deed. Note: Dante Einhorn is not in the glossary. I will use the pinyin if no official translation is provided. However, Bach Einhorn's Beander characteristic was too precious, and many people in the Einhorn family were waiting for it. So they had been secretly contacting the Augustus family, hoping to exchange for this Beander characteristic. But for the Augustus family, they truly hadn't killed Bach Einhorn. They had tried everything but couldn't find out who had killed Bach Einhorn. However, the existence of an organization or individual within the Loan Kingdom capable of killing a Sequence 3 had always been a thorn in the side of the Augustus family. Prince Grovel had been letting Avon handle Backland's affairs during this time precisely because he was also investigating this matter. Although the Augustus family had privately explained to the Einhorn family that Bach Einhorn's Beander characteristic was not in their hands. The Einhorn family refused to believe it, which led to ongoing conflicts between the two sides on the border and at sea. Combined with Avon's judgment about hunter activity in the Kappan incident, it successfully led Prince Grovel's thinking astray. making him genuinely begin to consider whether this matter could be the work of the Einhorn family. But Avon couldn't give him a chance to think deeply. Instead, he took the initiative to speak. You still have the mood to probe me. Have you already resolved the hidden dangers brought by the Cap'n line? Prince Grovel ignored the displeasure in Avon's words, shook his head, and said somewhat helplessly. I did resolve the hidden dangers of Cap'n's exposure according to the previously prepared measures. But it can only be considered as destroying the evidence. Archbishop Simon must have become suspicious of the royal family, this is unavoidable. The situation was urgent just now, and I had no other choice. Fortunately, he has no evidence now, so there is still room for maneuver. HMPH. Naive. Avon sneered. I already said, there is a master behind this matter, a seasoned conspirer. A conspirer has a characteristic. They do not base their plans on the opponent's mistakes, and once they launch, it will be step by step, not stopping until the goal is achieved. Since someone has discovered your cooperation with the demonist sect and wants to expose it, how can you be sure that they only have this one method? Since he decided to act against you, given his intelligence, how could he not anticipate that you would have preset measures? If I were him, I would leave my unique mark at the scene, then directly write a report letter to the Storm Church, attaching that unique mark to increase credibility, and then tell everything I wanted to expose in detail. Prince Grovel felt a chill run through his body, and even cold sweat began to bead on his forehead, which was unimaginable for a demigod. It shouldn't be like that, right? Prince Grovel instinctively did not want to accept this possibility and stammered. Because if it really was as Avon guessed, then it would have been better to let Archbishop Simon take away those 3 arbiters. Because even if the words of the 3 arbiters were shocking, they wouldn't implicate high-ranking members of the Augustus family in the short term. After all, their weight was too small. At that time, pushing out a scapegoat would suffice. Now, because he made a move and killed the 3 arbiters, it would inversely prove the facts that the mysterious ghost wanted to expose, completely drawing suspicion onto the high-ranking members of the Augustus family. What made Prince Grovel even more terrified was that if certain things were truly exposed, he was the most likely to be pushed out as a scapegoat. Because those 3 arbiters were naval officers from the Sonia military region, not intelligence officers from Military Intelligence Section 9. And he was precisely the Prince of Sonia of the Loan Kingdom. The demonist sect and Avon were his cover for his actions, but wasn't he also George III's final cover? He believed that once things reached a point where they could no longer be explained, his increasingly inhuman brother would push him out without hesitation. For a moment, Prince Grovel was drenched in sweat. Avon sneered again at Prince Grovel's somewhat self-deceiving words. We cannot gamble on how much the person who planned all this knows about the write-off matter. We can only assume the worst-case scenario. From the explosion of that fireball until now, a considerable amount of time has passed. If it's truly as I predicted, then Archbishop Simon should have already received the report letter and be about to act. Once all the evidence is confirmed, you won't escape, and neither will I. I believe your Augustus family won't let me, who knows too many inside details, off the hook at that time. Avon's words brought Prince Grovel back to his senses. He suddenly realized that Avon and he were actually in the same boat, ants on the same rope. So he eagerly said, "You are also a seasoned conspirer, you must have a way, right?" Seeing Prince Grovel, a dignified Sequence 3 demigod, so incompetent in the face of crisis, Avon felt disdain. However, thinking about it, facing a life and death crisis, how many people could face it calmly under the threat of death? The most urgent thing now is to delay Archbishop Simon's steps. As long as he can be delayed for 2 hours without revealing any flaws, then everything is controllable. Do you have any way to delay him? Klein wanted to drag the Storm Church in, while Avon wanted to drag the Church of the Night Goddess in as well to put pressure on George III. And the best way to drag the Church of the Night Goddess in was, of course, the whereabouts of the traitor Ince Zangwill. Now that Triss's existence could not be exposed like in the original story, Avon naturally had to find another opportunity to expose him. Indeed, Prince Grovel, facing a life-and-death crisis, did not care about secrecy and directly told Avon. We recently cooperated with Ince Zangwill, the renegade archbishop of the Night Church. He has sealed Artifact 008, which can delay Archbishop Simon. Avon, hearing this, feigned surprise and asked, "Is that Ince Zangwill, who caused such a stir in Tingen City a few months ago?" "It's him. His operation in Tingen City didn't seem to go very smoothly. He suffered some injuries and approached us, proposing cooperation. We were wary of how much he knew through the sealed artifacts he possessed, and since he did have value, we agreed to cooperate with him. Since things had reached this point, there was nothing left to hide, so Prince Grovel simply came clean. The sealed artifact 008 he holds, stolen from the Night Church, is a quill-shaped sealed artifact that can make written stories play out in reality. I'm not very clear on the details. What a terrifying ability. Didn't you ever think of acquiring this powerful sealed artifact?" Avon deliberately asked a question he had wanted to ask for a long time. 008 was definitely Adam's target, and George III's biggest supporter in becoming the Black Emperor was also Adam. So, did George III himself realize the importance of 008 to Adam? His Majesty said that sealed artifact 008 is too conspicuous and best not to touch. Controlling Ince Zangwill is also a way to use 008 for our own purposes. Prince Grovel was clearly a bit confused by his brother's decision. Avon understood, confirming that George III absolutely knew the importance of 008 to Adam. Perhaps Adam's arrangement for 008 to come to Backland was a means for him and George III to gain each other's trust. Anyway, Avon didn't believe that someone determined to become the Black Emperor could unconditionally trust another person. Even a secular emperor couldn't do that. With such a powerful ally, everything will be easier. You can directly have Ince Zangwill arrange for Simon Ferguson and the demoness sect's Katarina Pell to meet. It shouldn't be difficult for a sequence 3 feet demoness of Undying to stall a sequence 4 feet cataclysmic enterer, right? Avon presented his long thought-out plan. However, Prince Grovel was clearly not satisfied with Avon's plan, and his tone was already a bit impatient, even somewhat exasperated as he roared. "Is that all? Is this the only idea you have for me? If it were that easy to solve, would I need you to give me ideas? You must know that this is Backland. The Storm Church has placed many powerful sealed artifacts here, not to mention that once a demigod-level battle occurs, the Night Church and the Steam and Machinery Church will not stand idly by. Katarina Pell alone cannot stall for too long. And even if she stalls for a bit, it's meaningless. Even with that time, if I kill those corrupted political prisoners, he will still eventually find out about the population decrease in the East Borough." Facing Prince Grovel's lack of composure, Avon remained exceptionally calm. "This is just the first step. Besides defending against Archbishop Simon of the Storm Church, we also need to make some arrangements for the Night Church and the Steam and Machinery Church. Although I don't know the principle behind 008's ability to turn stories into reality, I think it should be able to locate demigods below the angel level in Backland. Next, His Royal Highness can use the information provided by 008 to inform Archbishop Anthony of the Church of the Evernight Goddess about the location of the Theosophy Order's demoness Christina through official military intelligence Section 9 channels, requesting his assistance in the arrest. Avon didn't want Archbishop Anthony to activate sealed artifact 0-17 as he did in the original novel if he felt something was wrong, so he decided to find something to occupy him. Moreover, Helen's mother Christina is also a sequence 3 feet demoness of Undying. Archbishop Anthony, currently only a sequence 4 feet Nightwatcher, would definitely bring powerful sealed artifacts if he wanted to act against her, which would further weaken the Night Church's potential interference in the upcoming events. As for the Archbishop of the Steam and Machinery Church, Ince Zangwill should deal with him personally. I believe 008's ability is so abnormal that its side effects must also be significant. We won't force him to use it, but he has already become a demigod, so it shouldn't be difficult for him to lure away a demigod for us, right? Avon said, seemingly considering Ince Zangwill. However, Prince Grovel didn't believe Avon would be so kind. He just thought for a moment and then understood, bursting into laughter. He understood that Avon was doing this to make Ince Zangwill appear in public, to facilitate dealing with the three great churches' post-event reviews. At that time, Ince Zangwill would be the perfect scapegoat. Anyway, he had already become a renegade archbishop of the Church of the Evernight Goddess, having already severed ties with the 7 Orthodox churches. With so many debts, he wouldn't worry, and taking on a bit more wouldn't matter. Is this what an experienced conspirer is like? To plan a conspiracy on the fly, yet be so thorough, so complete, even considering the aftermath. Prince Grovel once again felt the gap between himself and a professional conspirer. If Avon hadn't brought it up, he would have truly overlooked the possibility of that strange spirit simultaneously reporting to the Church of the Evernight Goddess and the Steam and Machinery Church. At the same time, he also sighed in his heart at Avon's exquisite use of the forces at hand and the reasonable allocation of resources. Avon, with only a little information about 008, delved into it, keenly realizing that 008 could be used to find targets. He turned the Theosophy Order's Demoness, originally on their opposing side, into a chess piece in their hands, to divert the power of the Church of the Evernight Goddess. Moreover, sending Ince Zangwill to lure away Archbishop Horamik could both make him appear publicly to take the blame and prevent Archbishop Anthony from immediately activating a 0-feet level sealed artifact upon seeing the traitor if things went south. Although all three great churches claimed they hadn't placed 0-feet level sealed artifacts in Backland, Prince Grovel didn't believe it at all. After hearing Avon's chess-like arrangement, Prince Grovel's confidence in Avon grew even stronger, and he then asked, "Your arrangement is indeed very clever, but it only serves to buy time. What do you plan to do next?" "What to do? Of course, we'll advance the Backland Great Riot, and not only the Backland Great Riot, but the Backland Smog will also be initiated simultaneously. Assuming the worst-case scenario, Archbishop Simon of the Storm Church already knows about the population deficit in Backland and that those political prisoners have been corrupted and are planning a great riot. Then, to obtain evidence against the Augustus family, he will personally go to arrest those corrupted individuals. We cannot leave a single piece of evidence for the Storm Church. This includes both the corrupted political prisoners and the messy population accounts of the East Borough. We need to destroy both sets of evidence simultaneously, and there's only one way. While Archbishop Simon is being stalled, we'll prematurely unleash the Backland Great Riot. To be safe, the planned Backland Smog must also be initiated at the same time. As long as we act quickly, as you said, even if the three great churches are suspicious, they won't be able to bring it to the surface, and they won't be able to do anything to us." Prince Grovel was swayed by Avon's plan, and the more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Prince Grovel was, after all, a royal elite. When it was time to make a decisive decision, he wouldn't hesitate in the slightest. "Good, we'll do as you say. I'll report to His Majesty immediately." With that, Prince Grovel was about to turn and leave, preparing to initiate the action. Just then, Avon suddenly spoke up, calling out to Prince Grovel as he was about to leave, saying, "Wait a moment. This matter was originally supposed to be initiated at the end of the year, but now an unexpected situation has arisen, forcing us to act early. In this situation, my previous arrangements are not sufficiently prepared, and unforeseen accidents are very likely to occur, so we need mobile forces that can be deployed at any time." Prince Grovel nodded in agreement upon hearing this, but then frowned and said, "The royal family in Backland can indeed mobilize many forces, but they are all overt individuals. Once they act, they will be exposed, and now there's no time to transfer people from outside." Mid-sentence, Prince Grovel's voice grew softer and softer. He understood Avon's meaning. He wanted to retrieve his main body early. But this was the Augustus family's best means of restricting Avon. Returning the main body to Avon now, would something unexpected happen? Especially at this critical juncture. And Avon, seeing Prince Grovel's slight hesitation, didn't indulge him, directly opening his mouth to mock. I have been diligently offering you advice, and now you don't trust me at all. If that's the case, you shouldn't adopt my strategy either." Prince Grovel remained silent, internally conflicted, a battle raging within him. On one side was the imminent situation, and on the other, his inherent suspicion of a non-human sealed artifact. Seeing this, Avon struck while the iron was hot, delivering his pre-prepared speech. "I told you long ago that my goal is to become a true human, and in the future, I plan to further advance, to become a war bishop, to become an angel. All of this is inseparable from a powerful country and army behind me. As long as I harbor these ambitions, then to some extent, I am bound to the LotM kingdom and the Augustus family. At the same time, don't forget that you and I also have an angel-level contract, so you don't need to worry about me betraying you in this matter. Moreover, think about it, according to our previous agreement, after the Backland Great Riot, you were supposed to return my main body to me. I could have waited until after the matter was over to ask for my main body, and it wouldn't have aroused your suspicion. But now, I am still asking you for my main body in advance. Despite the suspicion, isn't it still for the smooth progression of tonight's events? My regaining full strength is beneficial to me, to you, and to tonight's events." As Avon finished this long speech, Prince Grovel thought about it more and more, finding it reasonable. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "All right, I'll bring your main body to the Military Intelligence Section 9 headquarters. You wait for me there." After speaking, Prince Grovel left the sealed land beneath Sadrak Palace and went directly to meet George III, who was still unaware of the developments. George III was only displeased by the appearance of the solar flare charm in Backland and did not know about the Capin Villa, as Capin was too far from him. "This plan is quite detailed. Let's proceed," as he said. After hearing Prince Grovel's report, George III closed his eyes and, relying on his king status, sensed that Archbishop Simon had already met the strange spirit outside St. Wyn Cathedral. At the same time, he felt the genuine, Black Emperor, aura on that strange spirit, which greatly astonished him. Go directly to Archbishop Anthony, and strongly invite him to arrest Christina of the Theosophy Order. If you can kill her, even better. George III was closing his eyes, using his control over Backland to search for the suddenly vanished spirit, but that didn't prevent him from adding to Avon's plan. "Yes, I'll go prepare." Prince Grovel was stunned for a moment, secretly glanced at George III, and then quickly affirmed and left. Archbishop Simon tightly clutched the accusation letter, his knuckles white from the force, his hand trembling slightly, the letter paper feeling as heavy as 1,000 pounds in his grip. His eyes were fixed on the contents of the letter, burning with raging anger, his face terribly grim, like the sky before a storm, overcast with dark clouds. Veins bulged on his forehead, throbbing, and his teeth ground together with a clicking sound. After reading the contents of the envelope, Archbishop Simon crumpled the accusation letter into a ball, his eyes bloodshot, his chest heaving violently, and he growled in a low, gritted voice. "Augustus, George III, what exactly are you trying to do?" Archbishop Simon took a deep breath, barely managing to stabilize his emotions. He knew that an anonymous accusation letter alone could not convince the Pope to act against George III. The key now was to obtain evidence. After the Augustus family learned about the Capin Villa, they would surely know that the matter would eventually be exposed and would now try to silence everyone as quickly as possible. Time is running out, I must race against the clock. Thinking this, Archbishop Simon no longer hesitated. He unleashed a strong wind, flying up, intending to rush to the address given in the accusation letter at the fastest speed to protect the evidence. Archbishop Simon received a strangely sourced accusation letter and understood what the Augustus family and the demonist sect were secretly doing. Filled with indignation, he eagerly wanted to immediately secure the evidence, so he disregarded everything and directly flew to the bar in the East Borough, following the address given in the accusation letter, intending to personally apprehend the corrupted individuals. However, it was quite unfortunate that before he even reached the East Borough, he ran into Katerina Pell, who had just seduced a handsome young man and was preparing to cast aside her inner weariness and re-experience love. Archbishop Simon's lack of thoroughness in his actions caused problems here. Aside from the sealed artifacts he carried with him, he had not brought any powerful sealed artifacts stored in the cathedral. This left him without a good way to deal with Katerina Pell's mirror maze, and he was trapped in place for a time. Of course, Katerina Pell couldn't do anything further, but for her, trapping Archbishop Simon was a victory. Chapter 336 Archbishop Anthony's response. Prince Grovel had just left Sadrak Palace and, on his way to Military Intelligence Section 9, naturally learned the location of the Theosophy Order's Demoness Christina, 128 Earls Avenue, North Borough. Is this the effect of that pen? I'm already a Sequence 3 Chaos Hunter, yet it could implant thoughts into my mind without me even realizing it. It's truly terrifying. In the past, Prince Grovel had only heard Ince Zangwill's descriptions and didn't have a direct experience of how terrifying 008 was. Now, he finally experienced it firsthand. Such unpredictable abilities, impossible to guard against, can truly kill people invisibly. Prince Grovel was shocked but also somewhat excited. On one hand, with 008 on their side, they were practically invincible, and he wouldn't have to be a scapegoat afterward. On the other hand, he had even more confidence in George III's plan to ascend to godhood. Thinking of an Augustus family deity appearing, the Augustus family becoming the first family to rule the entire world, and he himself rising through the ranks to become an angel and even a great angel in the future, Prince Grovel's steps became much lighter. Soon, Prince Grovel used Military Intelligence Section 9's sealed artifacts, which covered all of Backland, to teleport to Military Intelligence Section 9. He reorganized his team while sending a telegram to the Night Church, inviting Archbishop Anthony to join him in hunting down the Theosophy Order's Sequence 3 Demoness, Christina. Just then, Avon also arrived at Military Intelligence Section 9. The two exchanged glances, then tacitly separated, and later met in Avon's office. "I've brought your main body. I also hope that once you recover your strength, you will actively promote the Great Riot, complete the population culling, and ultimately destroy the evidence." With that, Prince Grovel actually pulled out a wallet from his person and opened it in front of Avon, and a suit of armor appeared in Avon's office. Avon's eyes were immediately drawn to the armor floating in midair, so much so that he forgot to say any pleasantries. This was a suit of iron black armor, exuding a cold and mysterious aura. Its material seemed to be forged from the strongest steel, and the deep iron black color shimmered with a cold light under the illumination, like cold stars in the night. The armor plates were tightly connected, each meticulously crafted with unique shapes and textures, covered in mysterious symbols. It gave off a powerful sense of strength and majesty. Anyone facing it would feel that it was not merely a suit of armor, but a symbol of courage and power, carrying the belief and determination of a warrior. This was the Grade 1 sealed artifact, Bonaparte's Fortitude, which left a formidable reputation in history and was crafted by Rosal the Great, the greatest craftsman of the Fifth Epoch. The Beander characteristic used to create this sealed artifact came from Bonaparte Witter, the last loyal minister of the Intis kingdom. When Rosal launched a coup, overthrowing the Sauron family from the throne, most political forces and the army, under the threat of allied forces from various countries, with the strong support of the Steam and Machinery Church, and the Eternal Blazing Sun Church remaining silent, declared loyalty to the republic established by Rosal. Only General Bonaparte Witter, stationed in Nung, Intis's second-largest city, refused to pledge allegiance. Instead, while Rosal was preoccupied, he launched attacks everywhere and supported a collateral descendant of the Sauron family to ascend the throne. Just when everyone thought Intis would perish under internal and external threats, Rosal, in just 1 month, managed to disintegrate the Allied forces through diplomatic means and actively attacked, repelling the most determined Fasak Empire. With the external threats eliminated, Rosal's prestige reached its peak, and Witter Bonaparte's restoration efforts naturally failed. When Rosal led his army into Nung, with the help of an insider, Witter Bonaparte launched a desperate charge against him, becoming the first demigod to die by Rosal's hand. Rosal greatly admired Witter Bonaparte's unwavering spirit. After becoming an angel, he He used his Beander characteristic and his spirit after death as practice, shaping him into his servant, and then casually gave him to the Silver Demoness. To be honest, every time Avon read about Witter Bonaparte's deeds in history and thought of the living characteristic that had now become the core of an Amon's avatar, he felt extremely out of place. Because in his eyes, the living characteristic of Bonaparte's fortitude was a shameless, utterly unprincipled sycophant. This was definitely not the result of the City of Calamity's conditioning, it was like this before. Connecting this to the name, Bonaparte's fortitude, Avon felt Rosel's strong malicious humor and underlying hatred. Rosel created Bonaparte's fortitude in such a way, turning its living characteristic into this appearance, entirely for revenge. It seems that the iron-blooded knight named Witter Bonaparte truly caused Rosel a lot of trouble back then. Otherwise, Rosel wouldn't hate him so much, not even letting him go after he died, and even giving him such a name. Avon stepped forward and caressed the armor in front of him, silently criticizing Rosel, who he wondered if he could still push open his coffin and return to life. And as Avon caressed the armor in front of him, both his body and the armor glowed with a crimson light, echoing each other. The full suit of armor seemed to be imbued with life, experiencing a subtle tremor, like a steel behemoth just awakening. Suddenly, a faint whirring sound echoed, and various parts of the armor, as if receiving some mysterious command, began to move slowly. The breastplate was the first to detach from its original position, gracefully arcing through the air, then precisely fitting onto Avon's chest, changing with Avon's figure, fitting perfectly as if it belonged there all along. Immediately after, the backplate followed suit, covering the crucial parts of the back with the same precision. The shoulder and upper arm plates flew into place sequentially, precisely embedding themselves and seamlessly connecting with the breastplate, without hindering the arm's range of motion in the slightest. The waist and abdominal sections also refused to be outdone. They quickly moved and secured themselves around the waist, firmly protecting the body's core while ensuring no restriction on movement. Finally, the helmet, like a king's crown, slowly descended and settled firmly on Avon's head. The entire armor fit perfectly, as if custom-made for Avon, and exuded a cold and majestic aura, as if it had merged with Avon, ready to face the impending battles and challenges at any moment. At the same time, Avon's entire body erupted in scorching flames, making Prince Grovel, who stood nearby, unable to bear it and instinctively retreat several steps. Seeing Avon and this sealed artifact so compatible, Prince Grovel was not surprised. Because in his mind, this armor and the current Avon were originally one, so no matter what unusual things happened, it would be perfectly normal. However, Prince Grovel still felt a pang of heartache looking at the armor on Avon's body, because he had once worn this armor in battle, and thanks to Avon's previous cooperation, there were no side effects at all, allowing him to rampage on the battlefield, invincible, which was very exhilarating, but it was a pity that he would no longer have such an opportunity. This is all for His Majesty's grand plan. Prince Grovel reluctantly withdrew his gaze, comforting himself. Time is short. I must go to St. Samuel Cathedral now to stall Archbishop Anthony. You adapt to your current power, then go to the East Borough to instigate the great riot. Aim to have the riot erupt within an hour. At the same time, the demoness sects, Despair Nightingale, Panatia will release the plague on time to support your actions. Avon stretched his body, then smiled and said, I understand. You don't need to worry, we will definitely succeed tonight. Prince Grovel, finding it inconvenient to stay longer, left Avon's office. Just as he arrived before the already assembled Beander team, an officer ran up with Archbishop Anthony's reply telegram, stating his willingness to assist His Royal Highness in tracking down the Theosophy Order's demoness, Christina. Prince Grovel, overjoyed by this reply telegram, didn't even bother with a speech. He immediately led his squad and the activated sealed artifacts towards St. Selena Cathedral. And Avon also concealed his armor and rushed to the East Borough. Klein arrived in the North Borough using a pre-prepared carriage. Although he personally delivered the report letter to Archbishop Simon of the Storm Church, Klein still dared not be careless. Because he understood that the enemy he faced was the Loan royal family, the Augustus family. An angel family whose power in Backland might now exceed the combined strength of the three great churches. He would not forget that Augustus I, the founding emperor of the Loan kingdom, might still be in Backland. Therefore, to prevent Archbishop Simon from being ambushed, and to make the Augustus family even more hesitant, he still had to send the report letter to the Church of the Night Goddess. The North Borough was a large residential area in Backland with few inns, mostly hotels, and their management was very strict. To avoid potential trouble or to prevent causing trouble for others afterward, Klein could not go there. However, this did not stump Klein. He had scouted out a house much earlier. The owner of this house had moved with his family to the southern continent, and the house had been listed for sale under his delegation, currently vacant. After climbing over the wall, Klein followed the previous procedure. He summoned himself, accommodated the Black Emperor card, and headed towards St. Samuel Cathedral. Although he didn't understand what the Evernight goddess truly meant, Klein knew he was a genuine goddess's favored one. Although this favored status could not be openly displayed due to the goddess's attitude, he believed the goddess would not watch her favored one and her subordinates clash. So, Klein didn't need to go through as much trouble reporting to the Church of the Night Goddess as he did to the Storm Church. He could just go directly to them. To be honest, without the Capon Villa incident as a prelude, Klein would have been truly afraid that he would be struck dead by a bolt of lightning the moment he appeared before Archbishop Simon. Arriving at St. Samuel Cathedral, he found it bustling with worshippers coming and going. Klein was not surprised. He directly relied on his memories from his previous visits to the church for prayer, as well as his understanding of the Nighthawk's station, to find an angle and phase through the wall from the side, intending to go directly to the Nighthawk's lounge. But as soon as he entered the Nighthawk's lounge, he found it packed with people, all fully armed, as if preparing for some operation. He also saw three very familiar people in the crowd: Dunn Smith, Leonard Mitchell, and Daly Simone. The Red Gloves members gathered together were also startled by the sudden appearance of the Black Emperor ghost. They didn't even have time to ponder why the church's defensive array hadn't worked and instinctively prepared to attack Klein. Only Dunn Smith quickly spread his hands, stopping his team members. "Stop." A voice that calmed the soul came, quickly soothing the emotions of the Red Gloves members, stopping their attack, and scattering backward, leaving a space in front. Although these well-trained Red Gloves obeyed the command to cease attacking, they all watched the mysterious spirit with vigilant eyes, tightly gripping the pistols in their holsters, ready to unleash a volley if anything seemed amiss. Only Dunn Smith and Leonard Mitchell frowned in concentration, watching Klein from a distance. Klein felt the surrounding light suddenly vanish, and the gas-lit room was abruptly swallowed by darkness, but everything suddenly returned to normal. In front of the Red Gloves members stood a man in a priestly robe, with a pale, beardless face and deep eyes. It was Archbishop Anthony, the highest-ranking official of the Church of the Night Goddess in Backland. "Uninvited guest, may I ask what brings you here?" Archbishop Anthony's tone was gentle, showing no anger at Klein's trespass into St. Samuel Cathedral. Klein was not surprised by this. He simply placed his left hand over his chest and bowed to the Archbishop, then again produced the prepared report letter from within his body. The Archbishop took the letter without any guard, tearing it open and reading it on the spot. Unlike before, Klein didn't just leave after delivering the report letter. Instead, he waited in place to see how Archbishop Anthony would react. Archbishop Anthony's smile abruptly vanished. Everyone present felt an unprecedented chill in their spirit, and a fear they had never experienced before emanating from within. Just then, a priest walked in and said to Archbishop Anthony, "Prince Grovel has arrived." Archbishop Anthony looked up at Klein and asked seriously, "Was that commotion just now caused by you? Did you notify the Storm Church?" Klein quickly nodded, feeling a sense of unease. "Captain Dunn Smith, go activate sealed artifact 1-63, and take all team members to leave through the secret passage, heading to the East Borough. Also, send a telegram to Archbishop Horamic of the Steam and Machinery Church, telling him that something big is happening in the East Borough tonight and asking him to be sure to go. After Dunsmith accepted the order, he swept a scrutinizing glance at Klein, then led the room full of Nighthawks away from him. Archbishop Anthony then said to Klein, "The royal family suspected you would report to me. Prince Grovell came to tie my hands, but I couldn't escape because I had no evidence. I couldn't openly break ties with him. You go to the East Borough now. As much as possible, point out targets for Dunsmith and report the detailed situation to Archbishop Horamek, who may arrive later. I hope it's not too late." Klein's heart sank. He understood that Archbishop Anthony had done everything he could, but this was far from his previous expectations. However, he could only give a solemn salute, then left the cathedral, ended the summoning, and returned to the grey fog. Back in the grey fog, Klein placed the blasphemy slate face down on the bronze table in front of him again, but he did not leave immediately. Instead, he fell into thought. The royal family's reaction speed was too fast and too timely, so fast it was as if everything had been pre-arranged. Could it be that I was exposed? So I became the royal family's puppet. Although Archbishop Anthony did not elaborate, Klein, who was familiar with the internal rules of the Nighthawks, witnessed the large gathering of Nighthawks tonight and naturally understood that their operation tonight definitely involved a demigod. Coupled with the rapid arrival of Prince Grovell and the fact that Archbishop Anthony was trapped, Klein basically determined how the royal family managed to hold back Archbishop Anthony. But it was this point that aroused Klein's suspicion. From his action until now, less than half an hour had passed. Could the royal family have the ability to set up a situation that Archbishop Anthony would not question afterwards? Moreover, it also involved a demigod. This situation was too big and could not have been set up temporarily. Unless his actions were controlled by someone from beginning to end, it could only be achieved by some incredible power. And one of those who could do it was familiar to Klein, and that was the object of his determined revenge, Ince Zangwill. Only the sealed artifact 008 in his hand could so perfectly provide remedial measures for the royal family, and he happened to be in Backland. After ruling out the possibility that he might be controlled, Klein immediately focused his suspicion on Ince Zangwill. The reason Klein was sure he wasn't controlled by the royal family, besides his confidence in the grey fog, was his confidence in Bernadette. Not much time had passed since he met Bernadette. He believed that if his actions were truly controlled by someone, it would definitely not escape the notice of an angel who was a mystery prior. Ince Zangwill and the royal family have joined forces and used 008 to take countermeasures, so the telegram Archbishop Anthony sent to the Steam and Machinery Church might have problems, and Archbishop Horamek might not be able to reach the East Borough. Klein had personally experienced the horror of 008, so now he no longer had such great confidence in his previous plan. I need to be prepared for the possibility that there won't be more support in the East Borough. Klein returned to the empty room, took out the copper whistle Mr. Azek had given him from his neck, and felt the coolness from his palm. The anxiety in his heart calmed down a little. The captain should have already taken out the Grade 1 sealed artifact and was heading to the East Borough. I can't be slow either. Klein retucked the copper whistle into his collar, directly flipped out of the empty house, and continued to personally drive the prepared carriage towards the East Borough. Just as Prince Grovell had just arrived at St. Selena Cathedral, and Archbishop Anthony had ordered someone to send a telegram to the Steam and Machinery Church, Archbishop Horamek Haydn of the Steam and Machinery Church was tinkering with his gears in his room, completely unaware of what was happening outside. Not only was he unaware, but everyone in the entire Steam and Machinery Church was unaware of what was happening outside. They couldn't be blamed for this. The Sun Flame charm exploded over Cherwood Borough, while the Steam and Machinery Church's St. Hiran Cathedral in Backland was in St. George's District, too far away. St. George's District is located in the southeast of Backland, across the river from the East Borough and south of the bridge, adjacent to the Docklands, far from the core area of Backland, and even less close to Backland's core area than the East Borough. So when the Storm Church, the Church of the Night Goddess, and the Augustus family were all involved in the Capon Villa incident, the Steam and Machinery Church had no idea anything had happened. How to put it? It actually aligns quite well with the status of the Steam and Machinery Church in the Loan Kingdom. To be honest, if it weren't for Emperor Rosal's sudden emergence, which showed the world the power brought by steam and machinery, forcing all parties in the Loan Kingdom to accept the Steam and Machinery Church as the orthodox state religion, the Steam and Machinery Church would still not be able to openly spread its faith. Archbishop Horamek assembled the last gear, looked at his work, nodded with satisfaction, and then let out a long yawn. He had been working frantically for 3 days and 4 nights, even a demigod couldn't resist this physical exhaustion. Whenever I feel tired from work, I always think of those Nighthawks from the Church of the Night Goddess, especially Anthony. He can even go half a month without sleeping, and if he absolutely has to sleep, he only needs an hour. Archbishop Horamek always thought of his colleagues from the Church of the Night Goddess whenever he felt tired from work. Just then, a violent explosion sounded from afar, causing the entire ground to shake and the tools on the table to fall to the floor. Archbishop Horamek frowned and looked outside. The next second, he vanished from his spot, appeared in the cathedral's outer plaza, and with the help of mechanical contraptions spewing large amounts of steam from his back, he floated in the air and looked towards the distant explosion site. St. George's district is the industrial core of Backland, with many factories. Archbishop Horamek often went to various factories to give guidance, so he was very familiar with them. He had already recognized that the explosion occurred at Backland's largest chemical plant. They didn't let the workers off on time again. This was the first thought that flashed through Archbishop Horamek's mind, and at the same time, he felt extremely irritated. When Archbishop Horamek was giving guidance to the chemical plant, he had always emphasized giving workers ample rest time, raising the wages of frontline workers, and cultivating their sense of responsibility, as this would minimize the occurrence of accidents. But those big factory owners and capitalists never took these suggestions to heart. They would agree nicely to their face, but afterwards, they would do whatever they wanted. No chemical plant explosion is a minor accident. If it happens, it will inevitably be a major disaster. What's more, this explosion was too big. He truly didn't know how many people would die. Archbishop Horamek gave instructions to his subordinates, who had also run out, and then took the lead, flying directly to the factory to see if he could save more people. Meanwhile, the telegram from St. Selena Cathedral also reached the duty officer of the Steam Church. When the duty officer brought out the telegram, he found that the archbishop had already flown to the explosion site alone, and no one else could catch up. The strange spiritual entity that had ruined the Augustus family's plans appeared again. He brazenly entered St. Selena Cathedral but was not attacked, which made Ince Zangwill very curious. Archbishop Anthony was shocked by the strange spiritual entity's report, but he was held back by Prince Grovel. He could only let Dunn Smith activate a Grade 1 sealed artifact and tried to contact Archbishop Horamek of the Steam and Machinery Church via telegram to go to the East Borough and try his best to salvage the situation. Liwen Chemical Plant is Backland's largest chemical plant and one of the most exploitative factories for workers. The factory always timed the delivery of raw materials to the factory at the exact time workers were getting off work, forcing the off-duty workers to unload and transport raw materials for free to save costs. This exploitation made the workers angry but dare not speak, and they were helpless. High-intensity labor left the workers, who had already worked at least 16 hours, exhausted. Mistakes during work were inevitable, and there were especially many today, which finally led to a major error, resulting in a huge explosion. Archbishop Horamek recognized the location of the explosion and, recalling his previous admonitions, was in a very bad mood. After giving the order for his subordinates to go and help, he took the lead and flew over. A middle-aged man with dark golden short hair sat atop a large factory, with people like ants rushing to rescue below, and the sound of fire trucks could be heard in the distance. The middle-aged man wore a black suit. His facial features were chiseled, without wrinkles but with one eye blind and one left leg missing. Beside him was a cane that could be used as a walking stick. At this moment, he was writing something in a diary spread on his good leg with a seemingly ordinary quill pen. This was none other than Ince Zangwill, who had successfully advanced to a demigod. Just then, he looked up and saw Archbishop Horamik flying over, and the Archbishop also saw Ince Zangwill. Archbishop Horamik squinted at the quill pen in Ince Zangwill's hand, feeling very wary in his heart. "You caused a large explosion at the chemical plant to draw me out. What exactly do you want to do?" Archbishop Horamik hovered in midair. While looking for an escape route, he tentatively probed for information. The Archbishop was not a hothead. In a situation where the enemy was clearly targeting him, fighting rashly carried a very high risk. Ince Zangwill was a traitor to the Church of the Night Goddess, not a traitor to the Steam and Machinery Church. He had no obligation to fight to the death for the Church of the Night Goddess. Informing Archbishop Anthony afterwards would be considered fulfilling his duty. "Naturally, I am interested in your Beander characteristic." Ince Zangwill stood up, leaning on his cane, holding the quill pen that made Archbishop Horamik extremely wary in his other hand, and said very arrogantly. In fact, Ince Zangwill was entrusted by the Augustus family to hold back Archbishop Horamik, preventing him from participating in tonight's chaos. But he couldn't say that, and he also had to clear the Augustus family's name, so he could only say that he wanted to hunt Archbishop Horamik. Moreover, Ince Zangwill secretly harbored the ambition of eliminating Archbishop Horamik. After all, the Archbishop had many good things on him, and tonight was also a good time for a hunt. A sharp glint flashed in Archbishop Horamik's eyes, and he no longer wasted words. He pulled out a pistol with a barrel the size of a human head from somewhere and pulled the trigger at Ince Zangwill, while he activated his personal flying device, preparing to fly away quickly. But strangely, the scorching white light ball fired from the pistol did not hit Ince Zangwill, who was standing still, but grazed his body and hit the factory chimney in the distance. "In my dream, how could you possibly hit me?" Ince Zangwill flew up without any assistance, smiling as he spoke to Archbishop Horamik. Logically speaking, a dream would not tell its enemy that he was currently in a dream. Especially with an opponent of the same level, because this would greatly reduce one's advantage. The reason Ince Zangwill was so confident was because before he saw Archbishop Horamik, he had written a sentence with 008. Archbishop Horamik is extremely exhausted mentally due to high-intensity work, so after entering Dreamland, it will be difficult for him to wake up easily. The dream is the absolute domain of the Nightwatcher. No matter how many Beander weapons you have, you won't escape my grasp. A large door covered with mysterious patterns appeared in front of Ince Zangwill. The door cracked open, revealing a pair of skinless arms, either pale, cold, transparent, or covered in teeth, reaching out to the fully armed Archbishop Horamik. Before advancing to a demigod, Ince Zangwill was a gatekeeper of the death pathway. Cross-pathway advancement always brings various unique and unpredictable abilities. Avon arrived at the safe house in the East Borough. This safe house had the first, City of Calamity, passage Avon had opened in Backland in its basement. After arriving at the vast underground hall, Avon found a place to sit casually, closed his eyes, and entered the City of Calamity, standing at its highest point. Standing in this mysterious city where reality and illusion coexist, standing at the highest peak of the entire city, countless desire creatures knelt towards him. They prostrated themselves before Avon, who stood at the city's highest peak, muttering or pleading bitterly, begging the great Lord of Calamity to end their pain. And the storms, volcanoes outside the city, and meteorites in the sky above the city seemed even more vivid. "Tonight, I will give you a chance to escape pain. Go out through this passage. Go and vent your pain to the real world." A passage, between reality and illusion, appeared in the City of Calamity. In the distance was the real world, which the prisoners yearned for immensely. Tonight, there will not only be the Backland Great Riot and the Backland Smog, but also a Night of 100 Demons. Avon murmured, watching the prisoners scramble to leave the City of Calamity. Chapter 338, Gunshots Ring Out. When Klein arrived in the East Borough, he immediately noticed the difference in the area. Normally, the East Borough would be bustling with noise at this hour, full of men drowning their sorrows or prostitutes soliciting clients, exceptionally lively. But today, the East Borough was somewhat like Tingen a few months ago when a major disturbance occurred. There wasn't a single person on the streets, and even the usual gang members who maintained order were nowhere to be seen. "Excuse me, where are the people of the East Borough?" Klein finally found a woman peeking at him through a small door and asked urgently. Klein's neat attire and polite demeanor gave the woman, who looked at least 40 years old, some courage. She tremblingly spoke in an unexpectedly soft voice. "They've all gone to the factory to demand a raise, led by Mr. Ewan and those gentlemen." Klein felt a sudden darkness before his eyes, almost unable to stand steady. He rode at full speed, taking only half an hour to get from the North Borough to the East Borough, but he was still too late. George III and his people moved too quickly. "Sir, are you a companion of Mr. Ewan? Will we really get the factory bosses to raise our wages by 2 pence a week?" The woman behind the door secretly glanced at the gentleman, whose expression was very grim. After a moment of hesitation, she looked at Klein with hopeful eyes and asked, "Sir, do you think they can succeed? Mr. Ewan said that as long as the workers unite, they can change everything." This was the future that those corrupted agitators promised the workers of the East Borough, guaranteeing its realization. Because he had calculated for the workers, if Backland had 1 million workers, even if each worker received a 2 pence weekly raise, it would only increase the factory owner's costs by less than 10,000 gold pounds per week. And the daily turnover of a large factory was more than that figure. Distributed among hundreds of factories, large and small, in Backland, this small raise was nothing at all. Klein gave a bitter smile, unsure how to answer the woman's words. 2 pence, 2 pence, the price of half a fish, less than the price of one rusty black bread. An infinite sadness arose in Klein's heart, all for such a small weekly raise, to be used to fill the capitalists' gun barrels. He, of course, knew that the accounts weren't calculated this way. After all, in a situation where factories worldwide were lowering costs by exploiting workers, fighting tooth and nail, any fluctuation in costs would be infinitely magnified. In such circumstances, either the factory owners or the workers were bound to suffer a loss of interest. With the completely unequal situation between labor and management, it was obvious who would suffer. Klein also agreed that a 2 pence weekly raise was nothing to the wealthy factory owners and capitalists. It was merely the cost of a few banquets for extravagant nobles. But to the capitalists, "Why should I give my money for free to you commoners who rely on me for your livelihood? I'm already doing you a favor by not making you pay to work, now you want a raise. If you don't want to work, plenty of others do." The complete inability of two different classes to empathize would cause conflicts to escalate sharply, and what would happen next was predictable. And this was what Klein feared most. Ever since he received Avon's task to monitor Ewan's group, he often followed these people and had heard their speeches. Their speeches were passionate, very infectious, very inflammatory, and also very logical, often captivating Klein himself and reminding him of the Beander revolutionaries in his previous life's textbooks. But later, Klein still noticed something was off about these people because they often incited workers' dissatisfaction with reality and encouraged their outrageous behavior, causing the number of violent incidents in the East Borough to double during this period. This was definitely not something a true Beander revolutionary would do. Following that was his discovery, through the gray fog, of the fact that these people were corrupted. At first, Klein tried various methods to dismantle their instigation and credibility, but he quickly found it impossible. Because the ideas they instilled in the workers were all true, only the truth cannot be exposed. So for this month, Klein could only watch helplessly as the workers became followers of these corrupted individuals, yet he had no solution. In the end, he could only think of secretly dealing with these people through the church. Becoming the de facto enforcer for capitalists and factory owners. Klein didn't want to do this at all, but he even less wanted innocent workers to fill the capitalists' gun barrels, allowing George III's conspiracy of population reduction to succeed. "No, I am not a companion of Ewan and those people, and they will not succeed. Klein put on his hat and walked towards Dunn Smith, who was hurrying over. The hopeful gaze of the young woman behind the door instantly dimmed. She believed that this well-dressed gentleman had no reason to deceive her. But this fact also made her despair about her future life, because it not only meant that the price for her laundry work could not increase, but also that the prices for her clients could not be raised, and her future life would still be endless darkness. Thinking of this, the girl couldn't help but lean against the door, crying uncontrollably in pain. She had once lived in the countryside. Although her whole family farmed for the lords, barely having enough to eat or wear, they could catch field mice and secretly hide some wheat ears, always managing to survive, and the family could always be together. But for some unknown reason last year, the grain in the fields suddenly became worthless, and the lords no longer needed so many people to farm. Many were driven away, forced to seek survival in the legendary royal capital, Backland, hoping to receive the protection of His Majesty, the benevolent king. But she had once thought of giving up, leaving this world of pain, but she remembered her parents who starved to death on the way to Backland last year, and so she could only endure and live on, because it was her parents who gave her their last rations, allowing her to come to Backland and survive. This life was not hers alone. How could she easily throw it away? Perhaps that gentleman doesn't know the details, and he doesn't know the greatness of Mr. Ewan and his people, so his words cannot be believed. She wiped the tears from her face, as if she had thought of something, and hope suddenly reappeared in her eyes. Right. Perhaps that person just now was a lackey of the factory owners, as Mr. Ewan said, secretly hiding among us, saying things to slander him. Yes, it must be like this, otherwise, how would such a neatly dressed gentleman answer my question? Thinking of this, she quietly opened a crack in the door again, secretly watching a group of brightly dressed people gathered together, talking about something unknown. Klein, whose appearance and physique had long been altered, walked up to Dunn Smith and said with an extremely grim expression, "Captain Dunn Smith, we are too late. The workers, instigated by those corrupted individuals, have already rushed to the factory to demand a raise." Upon hearing this, Dunn Smith knew that the person in front of him was the spirit body who had just managed to enter St. Selena Cathedral. At the same time, looking at the empty streets around them, he also recalled Tingen a few months ago, and his expression became as grim as Klein's. Having just read Klein's report, he, of course, understood what had happened. Dunn Smith, with his richer life experience, didn't need Klein to explain further and realized the severity of the situation. Originally, according to Archbishop Anthony's arrangement, Dunn Smith was supposed to secretly apprehend the corrupted individuals under Klein's guidance before the riot broke out, subtly eliminating the source of the unrest. Sealed Artifact 1-80 was for this purpose. But now, before they could even arrive, the targets had already successfully instigated the workers. A storm was brewing at an unprecedented speed, and it was unstoppable. If we rush there now, perhaps we can still make it. Before Dunn Smith could finish his sentence, he heard the sound of chaotic gunfire coming from the direction of the factory, as well as screams that even the gunshots could not mask. Damn it! Dunn Smith completely lost his usual composure, cursing aloud, then turned and rushed in the direction of the gunfire. Klein's mood was also at its worst, following silently behind Dunn Smith. Half an hour earlier, workers demanding a raise, holding torches and led by their leaders, faced the muzzles of guns held by gang members working for the factory owners, refusing to back down in the slightest. The bosses and managers standing at the entrance of the factory district, however, looked relaxed and unconcerned. Because worker movements had erupted more than once in the past 100 years, they were very experienced in dealing with workers, so they felt no pressure from the current situation. Instead, they stood on the sandbags piled up behind them, chatting and laughing, pointing fingers. They didn't even bother to negotiate with the leaders or listen to their demands. And just then, a sharp whistle sounded, followed by a rush of footsteps. The workers, not knowing why, retreated, only to find that it was a squad of several hundred police officers, carrying gleaming steam rifles, who had pushed through their ranks, blocking the factory entrance in front of the sandbags, kneeling on one knee facing them, shielding the gun-wielding gang members and the factory behind them. Only the police station in the East Borough of Albakland had equipment comparable to the regular army. This was all thanks to the never-delayed appropriations from Parliament and the generous donations from capitalists. Although the workers had made an emergency retreat just now, many were still trampled by the rushing police, suffering severe injuries and lying on the ground wailing in pain. The workers glared angrily at the police pointing guns at them, but the police were completely unmoved. Instead, a police chief, weighing over 300 pounds, who struggled to climb the less than half-meter-high sandbags, shouted through a megaphone. "You rioters, retreat immediately, or I will arrest all of you troublemakers according to the Anti-Riot Act, and execute the ringleaders on the spot." The police chief's shouting caused the workers present to lose emotional control, and they all began to curse at the police chief. The police chief hadn't expected these rioters to dare to defy him today. His fat face instantly turned red, and he couldn't even stand steady. His deputy chiefs, quick to react, helped the unusually heavy chief down. "These rioters, they've eaten leopard's guts today, daring to insult me. Just wait, I'll catch them all in a bit." The police chief, feeling very humiliated, uttered a harsh threat. His subordinates, very understanding, spoke out condemning the savagery of the troublemakers, also completely disregarding the agitated workers outside. Ever since the invention of the steam rifle, unarmed workers could no longer successfully storm factories with sheer numbers, because steam rifles could fire continuously. This was also an important reason why worker movements, despite surging for so many years, had always failed. And at this moment, the factory owners, who had been squatting in the back, watching the scenery from the Yellow Crane Tower, also rushed over, showering the police chief with extremely sycophantic praise. In their eyes, when the police chief led the police to arrive, this unexpected disturbance had reached its conclusion. Although the money given to the chief afterwards would far exceed the workers' demands, giving it to the fat pig in front of them was still better than giving it to those filthy commoners. HMPH, if they dare to demand a raise today, tomorrow they'll dare to demand holidays and overtime pay. These are no longer ordinary troublemakers, a heavy hand is needed. The police chief enjoyed the flattery from the usually well-dressed, arrogant factory owners and the compliments from his subordinates, feeling very pleased. As for the troublemakers outside, he completely disregarded them, even seeing this riot as a golden opportunity. Not only would resolving this riot bring him money from factory owners and capitalists, according to old customs, which he might not earn in 10 years of hard work, but also because previous district police chiefs who successfully suppressed worker riots would become strong contenders for the chief of police position. In the future, at the very least, they could get a baronetcy, and perhaps even become powerful members of parliament. So, in the police chief's eyes, the rioters outside were not trouble at all, but living merits, tools for him to express his loyalty to the noble lords behind the factory owners and capitalists. The more fiercely they rioted, the greater the police chief's merit, and the more favor he would receive from high-ranking government officials. In fact, if it weren't for the Anti-Riot Act, stipulating that police could only order to open fire if rioters did not disperse half an hour after a warning was issued, he would have ordered to open fire and disperse these people long ago, instead of wasting so much breath talking to them. While the factory owners and high-ranking police officials were chatting and laughing, they did not notice that whether it was the gang members and police protecting them, or the agitated workers shouting outside, their eyes had all become somewhat off. Seeing that the police openly ignored their demands, not even looking at them, the workers, whose eyes were already bloodshot, could no longer accept it. Without even needing others to incite them, some people found beer bottles and threw them at the police nearby, causing the police, who were already hiding behind sandbags and fighting alongside gang bodyguards, to be in a state of great panic for a moment, yet unable to fully hide. Because the commander had not yet given the order to open fire, the anger in the hearts of the police, who held sharp weapons, grew stronger and stronger, and the workers' actions also became more aggressive. At this critical and extremely tense moment, a gunshot rang out, followed by more gunshots. Chapter 339, Mr. A makes his move. As soon as the gunshots rang out, everything became uncontrollable. There was no longer any reason for either side to hold back, and the police, possessing absolute force, would have no reservations. The blood mist spewing from the bullet holes in the workers opposite seemed like a stimulant, instantly awakening the bloodthirsty genes suppressed in everyone's hearts. For a moment, steam billowed behind the sandbags, and steam-powered machine guns continuously fired powerful bullets, tearing apart the bodies of the charging workers, leaving them bloody and mangled. They fell in waves, like corn blown down by a strong wind in a field. It was a one-sided slaughter. What felt strange, however, was that at such a moment, the psychological defenses of the slaughtered side would usually have long collapsed, and the instinct for survival would take over, causing them to scatter and flee, seeking cover. But the workers today seemed very strange. Their eyes were bloodshot, their faces filled with savage, bloodthirsty expressions. They even looked like they were pursuing death, fearlessly charging forward, one after another, using their bodies to block bullets and pave the way for those behind them. In just a few minutes, the road between the East Borough residential area and the factory district was covered with fallen bodies. Blood even gathered into pools along the uneven road. And those who came later trampled on the bodies of the fallen, turning their flesh into piles of mud, making the scene look like a living hell. At this point, even the police officials and factory owners hiding in the back were terrified. They had never seen such fearless workers. Nor had they witnessed such a bloody suppression. They all stood there stunned, not even noticing their cigars dropping to the ground. On the workers' side, they charged forward recklessly, while the police and gangster thugs mercilessly pulled their triggers. Unlike the workers' fearless fanaticism, the faces of the police and bodyguards were filled with excitement, as if they were not shooting living people, but ordinary prey. The more prey died, the more excited they became. The rapid-fire steam machine guns were very convenient and efficient at harvesting lives. In just a few minutes, at least 300 workers' lives were slaughtered. But this was not a shooting game like Avon played in his previous life, where bullets were unlimited. Gradually, the firing frequency of the rifles in the hands of the police and bodyguards decreased, and their range became shorter and shorter, while more and more workers rushed across the road. "They're out of bullets, brothers. Charge with me, kill them." Suddenly, Mr. Ewan, the worker pioneer, shouted from among the workers, shaking everyone's hearts, followed by excited shouts, and then they charged towards the opposite side at an even faster speed. Soon, they breached the sandbag barricades and engaged in close combat with the police and bodyguards, rolling and tearing at each other. It was a true tearing at each other, biting each other's flesh until it was bloody and mangled, biting off ears and noses, disfiguring each other, and then swallowing everything they bit off into their own bellies. Soon, hundreds of police and bodyguards were torn to shreds in front of tens of thousands of workers. Many workers had blood on their bodies and faces, and fragments of meat stuck to their teeth, yet they licked their lips, still unsatisfied, and then turned their gaze towards the police officials and factory owners who were fleeing at the first sign of trouble, and then, with laughter, they charged towards them. "No, don't come over here. I'm the chief of police. Do you commoners dare to lay a hand on me? Are you tired of living?" The over 300-pound chief of police, abandoned by his subordinates, was the first to be caught. After being pulled down by the workers and falling to the ground, he still didn't forget to reprimand the mob, in his eyes, using his identity as the chief of police. But he was quickly submerged in the crowd, letting out agonizing screams. "Spare me. I agree to a raise. I'll add 2 pence to your weekly wage, no, 4 pence, 6 pence. Don't kill me, you say how much to add and I'll add it. Please, I still have parents, I still have children." How could the pampered police officials and factory owners outrun the workers? They hadn't run a few dozen meters before they were successively caught and knocked to the ground. Some clever ones immediately knelt on the ground, weeping profusely, soiling themselves, begging for mercy, willing to agree to any condition, disregarding all dignity, completely devoid of their previous arrogant demeanor. But the bloodthirsty workers were not listening. They killed them directly with the most brutal methods. Just then, Dunn Smith's Nighthawks team also arrived at the scene and were stunned by the sight before them. They had imagined things might get very serious, but they hadn't expected them to get this serious. They had thought they would see a scene of workers being suppressed and blood flowing like rivers, but they hadn't expected to see workers collectively devouring people like bloodthirsty demons. The positions of the factory owners and workers seemed to have been reversed. The workers had become the bloodthirsty demons people spoke of, and the police and factory owners had become lambs to the slaughter. Is this what you meant by contamination? Dunn Smith, leading the Nighthawks team members, stood on a high vantage point, looking at the scene below, and asked Klein beside him, his voice trembling. Klein pursed his lips, silent, also very confused. He had repeatedly verified it many times before. It was clearly only the political prisoners released by the Augustus family who were contaminated. But what was the situation with the workers below now? Were all these workers contaminated today? Did the Augustus family have the guts to do such a thing? If they really dared to do that, what was the point of being so secretive before? They could have just done it. Why bother with elaborate plans? And look for the red gloves. I don't know what happened either. I can only say that before today, they showed no signs of contamination. Now, no matter what happened, I asked Captain Dunn Smith to control the situation first. If I remember correctly, there's a weapons factory in the direction they're heading, which exclusively supplies firearms to the army. Klein looked at the workers below, who were clearly reorganized, and pointed to their target, speaking with an unusually serious tone. Dunn Smith looked in the direction Klein pointed, and all the hairs on his body stood on end. If a group of irrational lunatics got their hands on weapons, at least the East Borough would be destroyed. So, he stopped wasting words and immediately said to Leonard beside him. Use sealed artifact 1-63. Yes, Captain. Leonard, who had been somewhat silent today, responded without hesitation. He then unfastened the silver-white bracelet wrapped around his wrist, took a deep breath, and pressed his hand on the connected silver-white box. As his hand pressed the box, illusory ripples appeared and cracked open on the box, absorbing all the surrounding light. Then, an ancient-looking silver-plated mirror popped out, reflecting images layer upon layer, constantly overlapping, without end, and emitting an eerie light. And as the mirror shot into midair, Dunn Smith suddenly reached out and caught it, suppressing the light emitted by the mirror. Then, he held the mirror and illuminated everything below. Only then did Klein see that the captain actually had a ring made of pure black gem on his hand, like a bottomless black hole, absorbing all the light emitted by the silver-plated mirror. The feeling the captain and that ring give me, why is it so similar to Senior Deacon Sesama and that holy item, bone sword? Is this why the captain was able to take over an entire Red Gloves team after only a month of training? Does he have a high compatibility with that ring? Is he more talented in future promotions? Seeing the captain activate the sealed artifact, Klein's mind was filled with thoughts. And just as sealed artifact 1-64 shown below, all the workers below changed their appearance. Each worker seemed to become transparent, revealing their inner, spirit body, all without exception occupied by evil and ugly demons. And all the Nighthawks who saw this scene gasped in cold air, not because they were scared by these demons, but because there were too many demons, densely packed, so many that they didn't know how to deal with them. And the demons that revealed themselves also simultaneously discovered Dunn Smith and his team standing on the high ground, and like discovering delicious food, they charged towards them recklessly. Dunn Smith's expression was grave. He said to his team members, "This area is a mirror world. Killing these monsters will not harm ordinary workers. On the contrary, it will save them, so don't be timid. Of course, you must also protect yourselves carefully and not get injured easily. We still have a lot to do tonight." "Yes, Captain." All the Nighthawks responded in unison, then tacitly covered each other, alternately firing at the charging monsters and throwing out talismans. Klein also joined in, secretly thinking, that was close. I almost called him Captain too. As the battle began, everyone realized that these monsters were not as powerful as they had imagined, which was why ordinary people could kill them with guns before. Realizing this, the Nighthawks' morale grew even stronger. But just at this moment, Dunn Smith, who had been holding the silver-plated mirror, spat out a mouthful of blood, and the mirror in his hand was knocked to the ground. This sudden change shocked everyone. Only Klein and Leonard reacted first. One ran to pick up the mirror, which was again emitting an eerie light, while the other pulled out a long-prepared purification talisman from his pocket and threw it towards all the monsters below, shouting in Hermes, "Purify!" The golden-yellow talisman quickly turned to ash in midair, then transformed into a scorching fireball, illuminating the dark night as if it were day. This was the last high-level talisman Klein had left from when he had wool from the eternal blazing sun in Tingen. Under the pure and holy light of the sun, most of the monsters visible to the naked eye were purified, disappearing from the world without even being able to scream. After Leonard got the mirror, he listened intently, then pointed the mirror in one direction. And in that direction he shone, which was empty, two figures suddenly appeared. One was a man with golden hair, fair skin, and a handsome face like a woman's. The other was a man dressed in a mysterious black robe, with slightly curly brown hair and deep eyes, as if hiding countless things. Mr. A. Secret Saint Buddhist. Almost everyone present recognized who the two suddenly appearing people were. They were both on the blacklist provided by the instructor during the Red Gloves training. Especially Mr. A, because of his involvement in the first assassination attempt on Duke Nigan and his planning of the True Creator's descent in Backland a few months ago. His wanted poster had long been circulated among various official Beander organizations. However, his hair color had changed, becoming the golden yellow characteristic of the eternal blazing sun church clergy. Were you the ones plotting all of this behind the scenes? Dunn Smith, after catching his breath, stood up with Daly's help, took sealed artifact 1-63 from Leonard's hand, and said in a deep voice. The sudden appearance of the secret saint and Mr. A disrupted all of Dunn Smith's plans. Holding the holy item, he knew that Mr. A had become a demigod. If he only faced one demigod, Dunn Smith would still have some confidence, relying on the sealed artifact in his hand, to use his own life to cover his teammates' retreat. But now, facing two demigods at once, and one of them being the legendary most difficult secret saint, Dunn Smith's heart plummeted to rock bottom, as if he was back to the day he faced Migos in Tingen. Mr. A smiled and shook his head, drawing an inverted cross on his chest devoutly, and said, "How could such a good opportunity be ruined by you dogs of the night? Of course, if you are willing to sincerely repent and convert to our Lord, we can consider letting you go." Dunn Smith sneered, not bothering to reply, but directly activated the sealed artifact in his hand, enveloping the two demigods opposite, trapping them, and simultaneously shouted, "You guys go quickly, I can't hold on for long." All Red Gloves had undergone relevant training. In such a situation, they would not stubbornly show off, and also not to let down the opportunity the captain created by risking his life, so they all scattered and fled without looking back. Only Klein, Leonard, and Daly remained. Klein also didn't respond to Dunn Smith's strange gaze. He pulled out the copper whistle tied around his neck, summoned the giant bone messenger, and sent out the pre-prepared life-saving note. And just then, a starlit door appeared in midair, and the secret saint and Mr. A emerged from it one after another. Mr. A looked at the few people in front of him with cold eyes, no longer wasting words. He directly crossed his arms, and streams of pure, clear light emanated from his body, illuminating every corner of the surroundings, intending to burn to death the dogs of the night before him. Just as Dunn Smith, whose face was already unusually pale and whose steps were already unsteady, was about to step forward again, a tall figure appeared in front of them, blocking all the destructive light. "Mr. Azek!" Dunn Smith exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 340, The Death of the Despairing Nightingale. You all leave first. Tonight, not only here, but many other places have experienced major riots. This mirror can be of great use. Mr. Azek looked at Klein, whom he had never seen before, with a hint of surprise, but then immediately realized something and said no more. Instead, he briefly explained the situation in Backland to them. But this short sentence caused everyone present to feel their spirits plummet. The state of the factory below had already explained everything about what contaminated workers looked like. Yet, disturbances of this magnitude were now visible everywhere in Backland. Without time to thank Mr. Azek for his assistance, Dunsmith and the others hastily bowed and then unhesitatingly turned to leave. Since Mr. Azek had told them to leave, it meant he was confident he could handle these two extremely troublesome Aurora Order demigods simultaneously. They wouldn't stay and get in the way. Moreover, Mr. Azek was right. Sealed Artifact 1-63 in their hands was a sharp tool for clearing this strange contamination. It shouldn't be held up here, it should go to other riot scenes to play a greater role. Seeing the Knight's lackeys about to leave, Mr. A and the Saint of Secrets, Buddhis, who had been observing coldly, could no longer hold back. Buddhis took a step forward in midair, instantly appearing before Klein and the others, who were preparing to leave. Flash, followed by flash, flash, link to flash, and more than a dozen figures of Buddhis appeared around them, surrounding them completely. And these dozen Buddhist figures were either holding lightning spears, raising black fallen greatswords, or setting rules that prohibited movement. Mr. A, with his hands clasped in a praying gesture, emitted rings of dazzling light from his body, like a great sun, sending purifying power continuously towards Mr. Azek. Unshadowed, purification. It could purify powers in the domains of corruption, defilement, erosion, darkness, evil, and disease, causing them to rapidly dissipate until no trace remained, making it exceptionally effective against undead, corrupted, and defiled beings. This was also why, among the two Aurora Order demigods, Buddhis acted to clear the Red Gloves attempting to escape, while Mr. A confronted the suddenly appearing Azek. Because the power of the Sun Pathway was more suitable for dealing with Beyonders of the Death Pathway. Mr. Azek's deep eyes suddenly turned completely white, and pale, cold flames rose around his body. The chill brought by the pale flames forced back all the light emanating from Mr. A, even rolling back towards Mr. A, forcing him to maintain his unique, unshadowed domain within only half a meter around himself. At the same time, pale flames also abruptly appeared on Buddhis, who was in pursuit of the Red Gloves. In just an instant, the dozen Buddhist figures in midair turned to ashes, leaving only one black shadow continuously burning in the chilling flames. Black Knight, Shadow Doppelganger. Buddhis, pale-faced and shadowless, suddenly appeared near Mr. A, placed a hand on Mr. A's shoulder, and led him away from their original spot. Then they reappeared on a building slightly further away, looking at Mr. Azek across the distance, but made no further moves. Mr. Azek did not pursue either, also standing still in his original position, watching the other party from afar. Klein and the others understood that neither side had the confidence to eliminate or shake off the other, so they could only tacitly agree to a standoff here. Moreover, they could now leave here with peace of mind. Neither Mr. A nor the Saint of Secrets would take the opportunity to attack them again. This was the result of Mr. Azek having a slight upper hand in the earlier confrontation. This was also an unspoken understanding between the two sides. Klein and the others understood the urgency of the situation and wasted no more time, bowing to Mr. Azek again before hastily departing. After running 2 streets, they reunited with the Nighthawks members who had fled earlier. Then, guided by the sound of gunshots, they rushed to the next riot location. Now, only Sealed Artifact 1-63 could help them eliminate this troublesome and strange contamination without harming the workers, so they would be very busy tonight. A lady in a pure white robe walked down the empty streets of East Borough. Although many people peeked their heads out from behind doors and windows, they seemed not to notice this lady, who was so out of place in East Borough, showing no surprise at her appearance. Although the plan was advanced by 2 months, the effect seems to be better than expected. Listening to the gunshots in the distance and looking at the hidden textile workers and prostitutes, the seductive lips revealed beneath the robe's hood curved into a beautiful arc. She slowly walked through East Borough, leaving invisible viruses in her wake, which, carried by the early winter breeze and the gradually appearing evening fog, quickly entered every house through door cracks and window sills. The beautiful lady felt that whoever orchestrated tonight's major riot was an absolute genius. On one hand, they created opposition, ignited the wrath of class conflict, and lured men to the factories, using them as tools for murder. On the other hand, they made the women, who felt danger and only wanted to bury their heads like ostriches, stay quietly at home, motionless, like silent lambs awaiting slaughter. And she only needed to come to East Borough to release the plague, which was efficient, simple, and convenient. In just a few seconds, the beautiful lady heard coughing from inside the houses, very severe coughing. Then came the sound of patients collapsing. The inflammation in their throats was so severe that their throats swelled, making them unable to breathe. They could only struggle on the ground, clutching their increasingly thick necks with both hands, even tearing their necks open, just to get a breath of oxygen. And more often, after a violent cough, there was no more movement, no more breathing. The grayish-white fog grew thicker and thicker, obscuring all distant sights, so much so that even Backland's landmark, the Clock of Order, was reduced to a blurred outline. The beautiful lady listened to the sounds of people collapsing in the surrounding houses, feeling the flames of life extinguish one by one, her expression calm and gentle. But gradually, the beautiful lady felt a hint of something amiss. Firstly, the digestion rate of her potion was not completely as expected. At the same time, she felt that the fog this evening seemed a bit strange. In this season, such a dense fog should not appear in the evening. And more importantly, she did not feel any alarm at the sudden appearance of the dense fog. She merely saw it and felt a surge of pleasant surprise, surprised by the convenience this dense fog provided for spreading her plague. This was not normal, this was very not normal. The alarm bells rang loudly in Panatia, the despairing nightingales, hard at this moment, yet her spirituality gave no warnings whatsoever. How could a war bishop appear in Backland? Is it the Einhorns? Did they dare send people to Backland now? Could it be that the various churches have reacted and activated a sealed artifact? But that shouldn't be. The war fog of a war bishop would expand the spread of the plague. No, shouldn't I be thinking about how to escape from here first? Where is the time to think about other things? Panatia was a demigod of the demonist sect and was very familiar with the neighboring, hunter, pathway. She quickly realized that her spiritual warnings, spiritual intuition, and mental thoughts were all being interfered with, making it impossible for her to make correct judgments. She simply gave up thinking and focused solely on preparing to leave her spot. But no matter how she tried, she couldn't communicate with the ubiquitous mirror world through the mirror on her, nor could she locate any mirror around her. Just then, a terrifying humanoid flame appeared from a distance, instantly transforming into a giant flaming spear and shooting towards her. Panatia's heart rejoiced. She directly condensed a sharp, crystalline ice spear in front of her, then threw it, hoping to momentarily hinder her opponent. What she feared most was the enemy never appearing, as her mind would become increasingly dull, eventually turning her into a fool incapable of making any correct decisions, at which point she would truly be at the mercy of others. However, Panatia didn't even consider why her opponent would abandon the plan of slowly wearing her down. Of course, it wasn't her fault, as she had already lost her mind, affected by the war fog, and was unable to think clearly. Just as the crystalline ice spear collided with the giant flaming spear, the ice spear instantly vanished. Although Panatia was shocked and didn't know what had happened, she didn't panic internally, as she hadn't placed too much hope on the ice spear's effect to begin with. As she released the ice spear from her hand, using the force to retreat, she had already let out a sharp cry, and an ice-blue halo instantly appeared around her, spreading outwards. Everything within the halo's reach was frozen by frost. Panatia believed that even if her opponent was a war bishop of a higher sequence than her, they would be frozen within layers of crystal. And she would be able to use this opportunity to escape the influence of the war fog and flee to safety. Although she didn't understand who her opponent was, Panatia believed that Backland was the territory of the Augustus family, which would ensure she wouldn't be chased to the very end. But to Panatia's shock, the flaming spear, which was about to be touched by the ice-blue halo, also instantly vanished. Before she could understand what had happened, her spiritual warning actually broke free from the influence of the war fog and frantically warned her. But it was all too late. Panatia couldn't react in time and felt a sharp pain in her chest. Looking down, she found that 2 long spears had appeared in her chest. One flaming spear, and one, surprisingly, was the ice spear she had released earlier. Reaper, fatal blow. Ah! Feeling her life coming to an end, Panatia let out a desperate, mournful cry, intending to use the demoness's endless life-saving methods to save herself. But only then did Panatia realize that she couldn't feel the staff she carried, couldn't feel the mirror she carried, and couldn't even use the most basic ability to freeze herself. Theft. Panatia's lips parted slightly, but she didn't utter her last words before losing her life. Avon emerged from the ice crystal behind Panatia, supported her body, and then released terrifying flames, burning her flesh completely, smiling triumphantly. I'm also a demoness, how could I not know how difficult demonesses are to kill? And what life-saving abilities do you have that I don't know about? From the beginning, Avon had never intended to confront Panatia directly. Since he could use a sneak attack to easily eliminate his opponent, there was no need to create unnecessary complications. However, the ease with which he eliminated Panatia also exceeded Avon's previous estimations. I still underestimated the effect of the war fog. From this perspective, how much advantage I gained by relying on the City of Calamity to be immune to Bach Einhorn's war fog before. Recalling Bach Einhorn, who had fallen at his hands not long ago, Avon let out a false sigh. Just as Avon was shedding crocodile tears, as Panatia's flesh was burned away, a crystalline body resembling a purple gem appeared in her place, with pink or green light dots swirling within it. It was Panatia's, demoness of despair, Beander characteristic. Avon waved his hand, and Aemon, who was on his hand, collected the Beander characteristic. There was no need to worry about the inherent influence of the Beander characteristic. This was also how Avon used his share of the War Bishop Beander characteristic. Although the Aemon on his hand was a weak sequence 4 clone, as long as its inherent authority was present, there was no need to worry about the so-called side effects of Beander characteristics and sealed artifacts. The more Avon thought about it, the more he felt that his decision to subdue this Aemon clone was a wise one. Not only could it serve as a portable spatial backpack, but it could also use various sealed artifacts without side effects. More importantly, Avon found that his abilities and Amon's complemented each other very well. Whether it was eliminating Jax of the Rose School of Thought last time, or eliminating Panatia this time, Amon's theft played a huge role. Otherwise, with how difficult Puppet and Demoness were to kill, they wouldn't have been so easily dealt a fatal blow by Avon. After securing the despairing Nightingale's Beander characteristic, Avon also signaled Aemon to control the War Bishop Beander characteristic, to no longer release War Fog, and assist Panatia's plague. If I could have eliminated Panatia faster, I wonder how many fewer people would have died. Avon felt the chilling silence of at least dozens of streets around him, couldn't help but shake his head, and shed crocodile tears. After speaking, he took a step, and using the newly acquired Beander characteristic, left East Borough. After several long-distance mirror traversals, he arrived at Hilton District, at the apartment of Helen, the Theosophy Order Demoness. At the same time, the aura of the City of Calamity that enveloped East Borough gradually dissipated, and George III was once again able to clearly see what was happening in East Borough. Without the concealment provided by the City of Calamity, Avon would not have dared to eliminate an ally of the Augustus family in Backland. This was also why Avon chose to open the City of Calamity's passage to the real world tonight. Chapter 341, Robert vs. Katarina Pell. In the area between Sherwood Borough and East Borough, a harsh, ethereal sound of shattering glass suddenly appeared. Following this enormous shattering sound, a colossal, sky-obscuring, tree-shaped lightning bolt suddenly appeared in the sky, illuminating the entire backland. In that instant, it was as if a strange button had been pressed on the entire world. The glass of half the city, whether it was the huge floor-to-ceiling windows of high-rise office buildings, the display windows of small shops on the street, or the balcony windows in residential buildings, all emitted a terrifying cracking sound at the same time. The sound started as a faint click, followed by a dense crackle, like heavy rain. The massive sound waves spread wildly in all directions, making people's eardrums ache and giving them a terrifying psychological pressure. Cracks like spiderwebs instantly covered countless pieces of glass, and these cracks spread and intertwined at an extremely fast pace. Soon, the glass in half of Backland could no longer withstand the pressure, which came from an unknown source, and completely shattered. Countless glass shards poured down like heavy rain, sparkling with dazzling light under the moonlight, like a glass meteor shower falling from the sky. The streets immediately plunged into chaos. People screamed and shouted in panic, fleeing in all directions to avoid this sudden glass storm. Being hit by small pieces of glass, bleeding a lot, and getting some minor injuries were still fortunate. The most tragic were those who were directly hit by large pieces of glass from high-rise buildings, lying in pools of blood, without any movement. At least a dozen surrounding blocks were plunged into chaos, with people's cries and calls for help everywhere. Katerina Pell, the demoness of undying, dressed in a white robe like a young girl, and Archbishop Simon, dressed in the Storm Church's vestments, faced each other across the distance. Archbishop Simon's face was very pale, a trace of blood remained at the corner of his mouth, and he coughed from time to time, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Katerina Pell looked better than Archbishop Simon, but upon closer inspection, it would be noticed that her hair was somewhat singed, her robes were slightly torn, and even bore traces of blood. But it was clear that in the recent confrontation, Archbishop Simon was at a disadvantage. This was not difficult to understand. Archbishop Simon was, after all, only a Sequence 4 cataclysmic Enterer, not a Sequence 3C king. Without any powerful sealed artifacts and facing a strange, hard-to-kill demoness skilled in self-preservation and black magic, he was ultimately outmatched. Through her closeness to plagues and her keen perception of death, Katerina Pell felt the virus still active in the East Borough and the dead silence of at least dozens of streets, and an irrepressible joy surged in her heart. It seems Panatia has completed her actions, and the effect is quite good. She should have finished digesting the despair potion and be ready for promotion to the next sequence. Katerina Pell had been unable to contact Panatia through the mirror, but she wasn't surprised, believing that Panatia had left Backland after releasing the plague, as they had planned long ago. Now she also needed to prepare her escape. Although it was a great pity not to have eliminated an archbishop of the Storm Church on this occasion, Katerina Pell knew when to stop. Since Archbishop Simon had broken her mirror maze and exposed her ambush, it was no longer possible to continue fighting. Because the Augustus family could no longer pretend not to see, and they might have already sent people with sealed artifacts to rescue him. Under these circumstances, she could not linger any longer, otherwise, things would become very troublesome. Thinking of this, Katerina Pell chuckled, emitting a charming smile, and said coquettishly to Archbishop Simon, "As expected of the next generation leader vigorously cultivated by the Storm Church, you were actually able to forcefully break my mirror maze. I truly wish to perform an epic romance with you, but the timing is not right. We can only meet again next time." With that, Katerina Pell looked at Archbishop Simon with her pure, fawn-like eyes, filled with admiration and reluctance, then prepared to leave through the mirror world. Archbishop Simon, however, was powerless to stop her. After all, in the recent confrontation, facing the demoness's torrential attacks, he had almost exhausted his spirituality, and didn't even have time to recite the storm god's honorific name. He was only able to control the wind to stay airborne by sheer willpower. If he showed any weakness at this moment, that demoness who had lived from the 4th epoch until now might actually risk trying to kill him. But what puzzled Archbishop Simon was that Katerina Pell, despite being ready to leave, made no move and remained in place. Archbishop Simon looked closely and noticed the solemn expression on Katerina Pell's face. Then, following her gaze, he discovered that at some unknown point, a young man in his 30s, dressed in an army uniform and looking heroic and refreshed, was standing on the top floor of an office building. As the newly appointed Archbishop of the Storm Church in Backland, Archbishop Simon naturally met many political figures whose interests were tied to the Storm Church during his handover with his predecessor, including the currently prominent Earl Robert. Archbishop Simon's impression of Robert Horn was very deep, not because of his late conversion to the Storm God, nor because of his prominent political status, but because such a highly secular politician was actually a demigod, and he himself was only in his 30s. This could not help but make Archbishop Simon, who was also young and outstanding, pay more attention to him. Upon discovering Earl Robert's appearance, Archbishop Simon was first delighted, but then immediately harbored deep doubts. After all, he had just received a report from that mysterious spirit about the Augustus family, and now naturally held great distrust towards everyone associated with the Augustus family. And clearly, Earl Robert was someone deeply trusted by King George III. Could it be that the Augustus family wants to use this opportunity to silence me? Don't they worry about Anthony and Horace finding out? At this time, Archbishop Simon did not know that his two colleagues were already trapped and could not perceive his predicament. But soon, Katerina Pell and Robert's actions dispelled his doubts. Katerina Pell made the first move, turning to look at him and letting out a shriek. Invisible sound waves spread rapidly. Her snow-white hair also floated up without wind, becoming unusually thick, with each strand distinct, and stained with a grayish-white, dull color. The ground, buildings, clouds, and even the flying birds in the sky around Katerina Pell turned grayish-white, and this range continued to expand. Archbishop Simon was greatly alarmed and was about to summon a strong wind to quickly move away, but found that everything that had just turned into stone sculptures had returned to their original state. Even the clouds and flying birds that had just turned to stone and fallen from the sky had returned to the sky. Archbishop Simon suddenly turned his head and saw that Robert's eyes had turned grayish-white, while Katerina Pell's body was gradually turning into stone. Deprivation. Sequence 3 Chaos Hunter. Archbishop Simon recognized what Robert was doing at a glance and couldn't help but exclaim. The Arbiter Pathways Sequence 4 Imperative Mage could already temporarily deprive an opponent of their Beander abilities, greatly limiting their performance, but only by becoming a Sequence 3 Chaos Hunter could the true terror of this ability be unleashed. Because at the Imperative Mage stage, this ability was more about stripping. While at the Chaos Hunter stage, it was more about taking. Your ability is my ability, and the longer the battle, the more you lose, and the more I gain. Now Robert had directly stripped Katerina Pell's petrification ability and used it, which indicated that he had become a Sequence 3 Chaos Hunter, and was not even borrowing a sealed artifact. Archbishop Simon still had this much discernment, and this also caused him, who had always been a favored son of God, to feel a great sense of defeat, so much so that he was momentarily distracted at this critical moment. And just as Archbishop Simon was somewhat dazed, Katerina Pell disappeared from her original spot, leaving only a stone staff. Demoness, Staff Substitution Technique. Katerina Pell reappeared not far away, her face extremely grim. She had always been the one to petrify others, and never expected that one day she would be forced into such a sorry state by someone else's petrification, having to use a substitution technique to save her life. This was not Katerina Pell's fault. After all, Robert had clearly been ambushing here for a long time, and immediately imposed a series of restrictions on her, such as prohibiting entry into the mirror world and prohibiting the use of black magic. Coupled with the fact that she and Archbishop Simon had just gone through a major battle, she had injuries and her condition had deteriorated, so it was not difficult to understand why she was at a disadvantage. But even though she was at a disadvantage now, Katerina Pell's heart was not tense, because as long as her clone stored in the mirror world was safe, she could not die, at most she would suffer severe injuries. Now that escape was impossible, she might as well take someone down with her. Thinking of this, Katerina Pell turned her gaze to Archbishop Simon, whose spirituality was about to be exhausted. No sooner said than done, Katerina Pell spread a plague that could affect demigods without hesitation, simultaneously becoming invisible in midair. Then, she commanded numerous invisible spider silks to attack Archbishop Simon. And since Robert had already made his move, he would not give his opponent the chance to kill the Storm Archbishop under his watch. He pushed his fist again and solemnly declared, "Invisibility is forbidden here. Combat is forbidden here." Katerina Pell immediately felt the pressure from the rules, but at this moment, she couldn't care about anything else and frantically urged the spider silks to kill Archbishop Simon. Archbishop Simon was already very weak and suffered from the plague released by a demoness one sequence higher than him. He immediately began to cough and almost lost control of the wind supporting him, nearly falling from the sky. Barely steadying himself, he was powerless to resist Katerina Pell and her spider silks attacking him. Katerina Pell was delighted at the sight. Archbishop Simon's condition was worse than she had expected. It seemed he had been putting on a brave front earlier, and she had almost been fooled by him. If I can kill an archbishop of the Storm Church, even if I am severely injured, it will be worth it. Thinking of this, black flames erupted from Katerina Pell's entire body, resisting the rules Robert had imposed on her. They were, after all, beings of the same level. The rules Robert set were difficult to completely restrict her, as long as she was willing to pay the price. At this moment, Robert also felt the backlash of the rules due to Katerina Pell's strong resistance. This was also the awkwardness of Beyonders on the Arbiter pathway. Once someone did not abide by the rules he set, the rulemaker had to bear the backlash of the rules. But Robert had anticipated this long ago and didn't mind it. Instead, he directly converted this backlash, loosened his clenched right fist, brought his 5 fingers together to form a hand knife, then swung it from top to bottom through the air, and declared again, "Violators shall be punished." As soon as these words were spoken, Katerina Pell's spider silks snapped inch by inch, and her entire body, like a shattered porcelain doll, became covered in cracks. But immediately, a cracking sound came from Katerina Pell's body, and at the same time, the cracks on her body miraculously disappeared, and she returned to her original state. Demoness, mirror substitution technique. After recovering from her injuries, Katerina Pell ignored Robert, who had severely wounded her. Instead, she continued to reach out and grab the blood foam that Archbishop Simon had coughed up during his uncontrollable coughing. Smiling, she made black flames appear in her hand and chanted incantations. Demoness, black curse. Archbishop Simon, seeing this, showed a look of despair, and even lamented in his heart that he might be the shortest-serving archbishop of Backland in history. Just as he was thinking about how to report his work when he went to the Lord's kingdom, he suddenly discovered that Katerina Pell seemed to have found something incredible. She froze again, then cracks appeared all over her body once more, after which she turned into a stone sculpture, exploded in midair, and finally fell to the ground. Robert did not look at Katerina Pell, who had fallen to the ground. Instead, he pulled out a thumb-sized glass vial from somewhere and threw it to the dumbfounded Archbishop Simon. Archbishop Simon took the glass bottle and, relying on his knowledge of mysticism, easily identified it as a recovery potion made by a demigod apothecary. Without any hesitation, he poured it into his mouth. As soon as the potion entered his mouth, Archbishop Simon felt his lungs much more comfortable, and even his coughing lessened. "I don't want anyone else to know that I have been promoted to a chaos hunter, especially the people of the royal family." Seeing that Archbishop Simon had recovered a bit, Robert directly and unceremoniously stated his request. And Archbishop Simon very straightforwardly said, "It was I who carried a powerful sealed artifact from the church and fortunately counter-killed the White Witch." Robert finally showed a hint of a smile when he saw that Archbishop Simon was flexible and not as stubborn as Archbishop Snake had been. Actually, His Majesty's purpose in doing this isn't necessarily a bad thing for the kingdom or the church, it's just that the means and methods are somewhat inappropriate. Before revealing himself and eliminating Katharina Pell, Robert had already planned how to express his stance to the Storm Church. He couldn't tell the Storm Church that he knew nothing about George III's affairs, because the Storm Church was an important part of his future plan against the War God Church, and he couldn't let the Church label him as a villain. At the same time, he had to show that he was still a loyal subject of the Loan Kingdom, and that his actions this time were merely a private response to his dissatisfaction with George III's alliance with the demonist sect. Archbishop Simon remained silent, the words he was about to ask stuck in his throat. "So, you know the reason why His Majesty the King is secretly colluding with the demonist sect, and you somewhat approve of what he intends to do, but you don't approve of the methods he uses in the process." Archbishop Simon's expression was solemn. He couldn't fathom what George III was truly up to. Even after so many deaths, he could still keep Earl Robert on his side. And judging by Robert's words, it seemed the Storm Church might also benefit in the end. Robert smiled and nodded again, but said nothing more. To be honest, if he wasn't worried that the Storm Church would truly categorize him with George III, he wouldn't even bother with this one explanation. Seeing this, Archbishop Simon understood that he wouldn't get any more information from Robert. He sighed and then said, "I understand your meaning. I can help you take credit for eliminating the White Witch and help you keep it from George III. But as far as I know, the demoness of Undying is extremely difficult to kill. Even if you severely injure her, she will eventually recover, and then George III will still know that you ruined his plans." Robert chuckled softly, then descended from midair to the shattered stone fragments left after Katharina Pell's death. Archbishop Simon, not understanding, followed him to the ground, then looked in the direction Robert was gazing, and then discovered that brilliant crystals were condensing. You eliminated the White Witch's true body. How did you do that?" Archbishop Simon could barely speak, almost choking on his own saliva. Of course, it wasn't his fault. After all, demonesses were famously hard to kill, and a sequence 3 feet demoness of Undying had no known examples of being eliminated since the 4th epoch. Yet today, Robert had eliminated a demoness of Undying right before his eyes, and he hadn't even noticed how it was done. This was too challenging to his understanding. Regarding Archbishop Simon's shock, Robert still smiled without speaking, which made the Archbishop's face flush red, unable to catch his breath. Almost cursing out loud. But in the end, he held back, reminding himself repeatedly that Robert was his savior and he shouldn't be so rude. Actually, it wasn't that Robert didn't want to explain to Archbishop Simon. After all, sharing secrets could further deepen their relationship. However, he couldn't explain it clearly because it involved the Night Emperor's pocket watch. Avon was unaware of the Night Emperor's sensitivity, so he didn't react much to the Night Emperor's pocket watch appearing in his hands. But as a major shareholder behind the Trentusost Empire back then, the Storm Church must have known a lot about those events and had suspicions. Telling Archbishop Simon that he possessed the Night Emperor's pocket watch could very likely bring trouble upon himself. Now that he had managed to divert the Storm Church's attention to George III, he certainly didn't want to take the bullet for him. Robert looked up at the dark sky, noticing that the illusory red mist, invisible to ordinary angels, was disappearing. He knew that the events here would soon be impossible to hide from George III. Looking down again, he saw that Katharina Pell's Beander characteristic had already condensed and formed. Without further ado, he directly collected his spoils of war in front of Archbishop Simon, then bid farewell and left. Archbishop Simon watched Robert, who disappeared after only a few steps, secretly marveling and feeling that this Earl was also an interesting person. At the same time, he found it strange how, after such a long time, no one from the royal family or the other 2 great churches had arrived. Logically speaking, with such a massive disturbance here, even a blind man should have noticed it, right? Archbishop Simon thought for a moment and decided that, to be safe, he should first return to the cathedral to retrieve a powerful sealed artifact for protection before continuing his next actions. The experience of almost perishing at the hands of the White Witch still left him with lingering fear. Thinking of this, Archbishop Simon's feet were swift as he flew towards the cathedral. What Archbishop Simon didn't know was that shortly after he flew to the cathedral, George III, in Sodrak Palace, finally saw what had happened in the East Borough. Ever since discovering that the strange spirit body, which had caused a series of events, possessed the aura of the Black Emperor, George III had been using his identity as the King, the greatest source of order, to search for informants throughout Backland and simultaneously monitor the write-off operation to prevent any accidents. He had initially thought that with his strength as an archangel and his identity as King, this small matter would be very easy. But what he hadn't expected was that things quickly spiraled out of his control, at least the situation in the East Borough did. Not long after the riot began, a mysterious red mist, imperceptible to ordinary people, appeared over the East Borough, instantly cutting off his surveillance of the area. Even if he didn't possess the uniqueness of the Black Emperor, he might not even have noticed this red mist. If it weren't for his principle of never intervening unless absolutely necessary, George III would have almost been unable to sit still. What kind of power is this? Why does it feel like this power is on a very high level? Could it be that the history of the fourth epoch is repeating itself? As an archangel who understood the truth of the world, George III thought of the prophecy of the apocalypse, a hidden history of the fourth epoch, and the reason why the seven deities no longer descended upon the world. His heart was exceptionally heavy. George III scrutinized the situation in the East Borough, feeling both joy and alarm. He was pleased to find that this write-off operation was exceptionally successful, believing that no one would be able to uncover the population issue he wanted to cover up later. But he was alarmed because, due to the interference of that mysterious power of exceptionally high Beander characteristic, this operation was too successful. George III merely made a rough estimate and found that the entire East Borough had lost at least 70,000 to 80,000 people. He believed that by the end of the entire incident, the total population loss in the East Borough would exceed 100,000. Backland, a city of millions, had suddenly lost more than a tenth of its population. The loss of population was not a big deal. Since he had launched the write-off operation, he knew that this matter was actually uncontrollable, and any number of deaths was possible. What truly pained George III was the loss of those factories in the East Borough. This riot was truly tragic. Several military factories were occupied by contaminated workers, and several steel and chemical plants were deliberately destroyed, even directly causing massive explosions, with no possibility of recovery. These factories were the cornerstone of the kingdom in George III's heart, yet so many were unexpectedly destroyed due to such a large riot he himself instigated. How could he not feel distressed? Although the losses are considerable, all the accounts that needed to be written off have been, and all the evidence that needed to be annihilated is gone. Everything was worth it. George III couldn't blame his past self for formulating the plan. As an emperor, couldn't be wrong, so he could only swallow his bitterness and find reasons to console himself. As for the anonymous letter Archbishop Simon received, it was no longer important now that the evidence had been annihilated. George III did not believe that without evidence, the three great churches would dare to destroy the order of the Loan Kingdom that had existed since the Fifth Epoch. Just then, George III felt a tremor in his heart, as if someone deeply connected to him had met with an accident. Not ignoring this tremor, he followed his spiritual intuition and looked towards the North Borough, towards his blood brother, Prince Grovelle. And he saw Bernadette, wearing a pale mask, not far from Prince Grovelle. At this moment, Prince Grovelle's condition was very poor, his face was bloodless, and his entire body was lifeless, like a dying man. If it weren't for the dazzling light emanating from a crown woven with thorns on his head, protecting him, he would have already been turned into a pale death's servant by Bernadette. But even with the protection of a Sequence Zero sealed artifact of the Sun Pathway, Prince Grovelle was now in dire straits, on the verge of death at any moment. After all, The sealed artifact in his hand originated from the Beander characteristic of a sequence 2 feet Lightseeker, of the Sun pathway, while the mask on Bernadette's face originated from the Beander characteristic of a sequence 1 foot Pale Emperor, of the Death pathway. These two sequence 0 sealed artifacts had a qualitative difference. Moreover, the holders of the two sealed artifacts also had a qualitative generation gap. One was a demigod, and the other was an angel. This was an even more crushing disparity. In short, if no one saved Prince Grovel now, today would be his last day. HMPH. Seeking death. George III knew that Bernadette's father, Emperor Rosal, was the former, Black Emperor, and that he and she were absolute mortal enemies, with no room for reconciliation. Therefore, he prepared to act personally and directly eliminate this princess of a fallen kingdom who had ruined so many of his plans. But just as he was about to make his move, he suddenly thought of something, shifted his gaze, and discovered Archbishop Anthony, who was trapped in a swirling, living torrent of information, struggling to survive. He then forcibly suppressed the urge to act and immediately understood Bernadette's sinister intentions. As long as he made a move against Bernadette, it would be equivalent to exposing, in front of Archbishop Anthony, the fact that he had bypassed sacred oath jointly signed by all parties at the beginning of the fifth epoch and ascended to an angel in his capacity as king. If this matter were exposed, he would face not only the pressure of the three great churches but also the pressure of all 7 deities' churches, as well as the pressure of all countries except the Loan Kingdom. The reason Rosal was so special, able to sit on the emperor's throne and ascend to an angel, or even a true god, was partly because the empire he established came into power by overthrowing the Intis Republic of the Sauron family, rather than inheriting it, so he himself was not bound by the treaties signed by the Sauron family. Another, most important reason was that Emperor Rosal was incredibly powerful back then. At the beginning of Rosal's establishment of the Intis Republic, the angel, Duke of Entropy, from the Fanapotter Kingdom discovered a loophole in Sacred Oath and actively publicized it. After discovering this loophole, various countries jointly worked to make Rosal re-sign Sacred Oath, even forming a North Continent coalition army for this purpose. Either you abdicate, or you never ascend again. But to their surprise, Rosal was so powerful that he directly defeated the coalition forces of various countries on the battlefield, forcing the royal families of all countries to simply ignore his existence as a bug. This bug was only eliminated after Emperor Rosal's demise in White Maple Palace and the establishment of the Intis Republic, which abolished the position of king. But if he didn't act immediately, Prince Grovel's situation was precarious, and he would only be able to watch his own brother be eliminated. George III was filled with raging anger and extreme indecision at this moment. Bernadette, wearing the pale death, immediately noticed George III's gaze, looked towards Sodrak Palace, and revealed a triumphant smile. She even loosened her grip slightly, not at all rushing to take Prince Grovel's life, providing ample time for George III to make his decision. And Prince Grovel, getting a moment to breathe, noticed the direction Bernadette was looking and also realized something, similarly looking towards Sodrak Palace with hopeful eyes. Only Archbishop Anthony, who had been feigning a fight, was somewhat bewildered by the current situation, not understanding why Bernadette wasn't pushing harder to directly finish off Prince Grovel. However, he still professionally continued his fierce struggle with the living torrent of information, even fighting more intensely, and constantly shouted at Prince Grovel, telling him to hold on, and even verbally threatening Bernadette from time to time. George III looked at Bernadette's mocking smile, at his own brother's almost pleading gaze. His square face turned red, then white, constantly changing colors. Several times he wanted to stand up from the throne, but in the end, he didn't move his butt. Even with the uniqueness of the Black Emperor in his hand, George III was not confident he could instantly eliminate Bernadette, who possessed the wishing lamp. Nor was he confident that after eliminating Archbishop Anthony, the eyewitness, he wouldn't anger the Evernight goddess, who was undoubtedly paying attention to Backland. That's right, George III had guessed the tug of war between Adam and the Evernight goddess. Since 008 was in Backland, it also meant that the Evernight Goddess and Adam were watching Backland. At this moment, when he was about to prepare the ritual and ascend to godhood, George III dared not gamble. Chapter 343, The Death of Prince Grovelle. Bernadette was deeply disappointed when George III hesitated to act. Just as George III had guessed that Evernight Goddess and Adam were in a standoff, she, too, had deduced this matter from Avon's hints. Therefore, she desperately hoped that George III would be unable to restrain himself and attack her, so she could seize the opportunity to directly expose his plan to advance to Black Emperor. This way, she could prevent George III from ascending to godhood with the least possible cost. Even if Evernight Goddess, Storm God, and even God of Steam and Machinery tacitly approved of George III's actions for various reasons, and were willing to tear up the Seven Deities alliance for him, the other deities and nations would not stand idly by, and there would still be significant room for manipulation. Previously, Bernadette might have hesitated due to the potential for a world war to cause too much suffering. But after successfully advancing to an angel and understanding the truth of the world to some extent, realizing that the current peace was merely an illusion, she began to seriously consider the opportunities a world war could bring. After such a long period of exploration, she understood the reason for her father's abnormalities in his later years. Thinking of her past incomprehension, and her harsh words and disappointment towards her father, Bernadette's heart was filled with even more guilt and pain. The guilt in her heart also urged her to save her father at all costs and help him resurrect. Thinking of this, the look in Bernadette's eyes became even colder. Since George III was determined not to fall into the trap, she would, in front of him today, first cut off his wings and formally declare war on him. Bernadette withdrew her gaze from Sodrak Palace and looked at Prince Grovelle, who was wearing a crown woven from thorns. At the same time, a long spear appeared in her hand. Mystical reenactment, Spear of Longinus. The spear's style was ancient, its tip emitting a flickering cold light. From the tip to the end of the shaft, there were clusters of dark red blood, as if stained with the blood of a great existence. As soon as this spear appeared, even George III, far away in Empress Borough, saw his pupils contract sharply, clearly sensing a fatal threat from it. Not to mention Prince Grovelle, who was right there. His entire mind was captivated by this spear, and he could no longer react in any other way. When the Spear of Longinus fully materialized, Bernadette, dressed in knight's attire, did not hesitate. She flew forward with the spear and thrust it directly into the protective light that had formed from the crown on Prince Grovelle's head. Crack! In just an instant, the luminous shield, which had barely been able to resist the erosion of pale death, immediately shattered. Even the source of the luminous shield, the sealed artifact numbered 0 to 36 by the major official forces, was affected, falling directly to the ground, deforming, losing its original appearance, as if it wanted to revert to its most basic Beander characteristic. And Prince Grovelle, deprived of the protection of 0 to 36, was powerless to resist. He was directly pierced through the chest by the Spear of Longinus, and before he could utter his last words, he turned into ashes. And in that instant, George III, witnessing the death of his younger brother, instinctively stood up from his throne, reaching out to grasp an illusory, shadow-like, yet exquisitely designed scepter, but ultimately slowly sat back down, making no further movement. Bernadette, who ultimately could not wait for George III to act, no longer provoked him and directly dispersed the Spear of Longinus in her hand. This mysterious god-slaying spear was not so easy to wield. With just one strike from this spear, Bernadette felt her spirituality could barely sustain it, and she even felt that the spear wanted to corrupt and kill her in return. This also reminded her of Avon, who had also wielded this spear to kill the 3-in-1 angel. This spear is so special. How did Avon activate it without being backlashed back then? The thought flashed through her mind, and Bernadette withdrew her attention, ignoring Archbishop Anthony who was leaving. Instead, she stepped forward and collected the Beander characteristic that had reformed, now resembling a small sun. From now on, there will be no more sealed artifact 0 to 36. The Augustus family probably doesn't have many, 0 feet level sealed artifacts. If such actions happen a few more times, will George III become a bear commander? All in all, although this operation did not achieve its greatest goal, the gains were still good, and it weakened the Augustus family's power to the greatest extent. Bernadette was in a very good mood at this moment. She glanced at Sodrak Palace again, let out a cold laugh, then turned into bubbles and disappeared from the spot. And George III, watching Bernadette leave, had deep, somber eyes and an uneven chest, but he never made a move from beginning to end. St. George Borough, in a dream. Ince Zangwill was somewhat flustered facing Archbishop Horemek. Although he had successfully dragged Archbishop Horemek into his most familiar domain with the power of 008, he had been unable to deliver a fatal blow to him from beginning to end. No matter how he attacked, this seasoned craftsman always had a way to deal with it. Moreover, he understood very well how to deal with Beyonders of the Darkness pathway. Realizing that he couldn't defeat Ince Zangwill in the dream, he simply abandoned all thoughts of turning the tables and focused entirely on maintaining his turtle shell. Yes, a turtle shell. Archbishop Horemek had actually built an iron fortress in the dream that Ince Zangwill had never seen before, protecting himself comprehensively and without blind spots. What surprised him even more was that Archbishop Horemek had actually endowed this iron fortress with a soul in the dream, allowing it to automatically respond to everything, while he himself fell asleep in the dream to prevent Ince Zangwill from exploiting any loopholes. That's right, Ince Zangwill was almost invincible in the dream, even able to affect Archbishop Horemek himself, but he couldn't affect a new life like a toddler. But at this moment, he couldn't continue to use the power of 008. This was mainly because he had previously used 008 to influence too many demigods who were not of a lower sequence than him. He worried that if he continued to use 008, it would lead to loss of control, and he would fall into it instead. Just a moment ago, when he had just used 008 to move Archbishop Simon, who had just escaped, he almost lost his grip and was backlashed. Just as Ince Zangwill was in a dilemma, he found that 008 had written a message on his robe. Prince Grovel's actions were thwarted by Queen Mystic, hidden in the dark, and he lost his life. Archbishop Anthony heard that Archbishop Horemek was missing and decided to personally come to St. George Borough. Prince Grovel is dead. Ince Zangwill's pupils contracted, and he was greatly shocked. One must know that Prince Grovel was a chaos hunter, a higher sequence than him, yet he was now killed in the Augustus family's stronghold. For a moment, Ince Zangwill felt a chill down his spine. At the same time, he also understood why 008 would voluntarily report this matter to him. 008 did not want him to meet Archbishop Anthony right now. Ince Zangwill deliberated repeatedly, finally taking one last look at the impregnable iron fortress, like a turtle shell, and ultimately decided to abandon this hunting operation. After Ince Zangwill left, Archbishop Horemek woke up from his dream, recalling everything that had just happened in the dream, still somewhat reluctant. The blueprints left by Emperor Rosal are still quite impressive, but there are still many technical problems that are difficult to solve and can only be realized in dreams. It seems that in the future, if I want to develop new technologies, bringing a succubus to work together is also a good choice. At least it can be used for trial and error simulations and feasibility verification. Just as Archbishop Horemek was envisioning strengthening cooperation with the Night Church for future new technology development, Archbishop Anthony emerged from the darkness and appeared before him. Seeing that Archbishop Horemek was unharmed, Archbishop Anthony also breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as Archbishop Anthony returned to the church, he received a report from his subordinates. Combining this with his own experiences, he immediately guessed that someone had ambushed Archbishop Horemek. So, without even taking a sip of water, he rushed over without stopping to rescue Archbishop Horemek. If something had happened to Archbishop Horemek, his previous telegram would have been inexcusable. Who ambushed you just now? Since Archbishop Horemek was fine, Archbishop Anthony began to inquire about the details, to see if he could link this matter to the royal family. Archbishop Horemek frowned slightly. He was already surprised by how quickly Archbishop Anthony had arrived to help, and with this question, he realized that something he didn't understand must have happened. So, instead of answering directly, he asked back, "How did you know someone was ambushing me? Did something happen?" Archbishop Anthony recounted the events of the evening in full detail, then said, "In short, the entire backland is in great chaos now. And whether it's urban riots or demonist disturbances, the royal family's shadow is behind it all." Archbishop Horamik had not expected that there were so many major events behind Ince Zangwill's ambush of him. "The person who ambushed me was Ince Zangwill. If what you say is true, then the one manipulating everything behind this should be 008 in his hand." Archbishop Horamik had personally witnessed the efficacy of 008, so he could immediately connect the events of the evening with 008. This also explains why there were so many coincidences. Whether it was you just receiving a report when Prince Grovel arrived, or the chemical plant exploding just as you sent the telegram and I hadn't received it yet. Behind all of this is the manipulation of Ince Zangwill and 008. At this point, Archbishop Horamik's tone was very solemn. "Also, my trip to East Borough to stop the riot, only to be intercepted by the White Witch of the Demonist sect, should also be 008's doing. Archbishop Anthony, this traitor of your night church is truly too dangerous." Archbishop Simon also flew over, adding his experience. The strongest individuals dispatched by the three great churches to Backland gathered at this moment, reviewing the events of the evening. "From our experience, the mastermind behind tonight's events is definitely the royal family, but all the evidence has been destroyed, and we have lost the possibility of pursuing it." Although Archbishop Simon had no hope of finding evidence after hearing about 008, he still couldn't help but feel a little lost in the end. After reviewing the situation, the three basically confirmed that the mastermind behind all this was the Augustus family, but they couldn't find any evidence to link them. "Although we may not find evidence in this matter due to 008's arrangements, it doesn't prevent us from exploring the relevant truth from other aspects. We must at least figure out why the Augustus family would do this." Archbishop Anthony also thought of the unknown goddess's favored one in Queen Mystic, who had killed Prince Grovel. Archbishop Horamik, having been tricked tonight, was already very angry at the Augustus family. Hearing that there was still a chance to investigate the truth, he quickly asked, "Oh, from what aspect should we seek the truth?" Queen Mystic. A glimmer of wisdom flashed in Archbishop Anthony's profound eyes. Queen Mystic. Archbishop Simon and Archbishop Horamik somewhat understood Archbishop Anthony's line of thought, but they were still a little unsure. "Yes, Queen Mystic. Tonight's operation was definitely premeditated, otherwise, how could she have appeared so coincidentally on Counts Avenue in the North Borough? Killing Prince Grovel in Backland so mercilessly clearly signals a complete break with the Augustus family. There must be a secret here, and a big one at that. Perhaps this secret is related to the Augustus family's planning of tonight's operation. The royal family's actions have already harmed the believers of God. As God's spokesman, we have a responsibility to investigate the truth of the matter, and we can be flexible when necessary." Archbishop Simon and Archbishop Horamik exchanged glances, understanding that the other was also tempted by Archbishop Anthony's proposal, and both nodded in agreement. "Queen Mystic's Oravi Island mainly operates on the sea, so I will arrange the contact." Archbishop Simon proactively took on the task of contacting Bernadette. Archbishop Anthony and Archbishop Horamik also had no objections. "Also, we must report the events in Backland to the Holy See as soon as possible, so that the Holy See can make a decision. Whether it's how to deal with the Augustus family, or pursuing the demonists of the demonist sect in Ince Zangwill." Archbishop Horamik made the final addition. No matter what was ultimately discovered, or how to deal with the Augustus family, it was not something these three archbishops could decide. Hilton District, Helen's apartment. Helen was currently wearing pajamas, doing her makeup at the dressing table, looking as if time stood still, seemingly unaware of what was happening in East Borough and St. George Borough. Just then, a beautiful but heavily injured figure appeared in the mirror in front of Helen, giving her a big fright. Chapter 344, Advancing to a Demigod. "Mother, what's wrong with you? The beautiful woman with white hair and black eyes, appearing in Helen's mirror, was none other than her mother, Christina. However, at this moment, her face was pale, devoid of any color, and her black sheer dress was torn, revealing large patches of fair skin. Christina, without her usual cheerful demeanor, said with extreme resentment, "My stronghold in Backland was exposed. Prince Grovell of the Augustus family and Archbishop Anthony of the Knight Church came directly to my door. The nature of this matter was extremely serious. What kind of existence are demonesses? The starting sequence of the demoness pathway is assassin. For an assassin, the primary element is not to eliminate the target, but to conceal oneself. The fate of an assassin who cannot conceal herself is self-evident. As a veteran assassin of Sequence 3, to be found at her door without any prior warning indicated a problem far more serious than if she had been killed on the spot. And it was clear that Helen also realized the seriousness of the problem, asking with some panic, "How did they find you? Do you have any clues?" Christina shook her head. This was the most daunting part for her. As long as she couldn't find the reason, she couldn't continue to stay in Backland. If she could be found once, she could be found again. If she were found again next time, she wouldn't be as lucky as this time, with an angel suddenly intervening to give her a chance to escape. But even though she had escaped, she was severely injured and paid a heavy price, requiring at least half a year to recover. The reason she hadn't left Backland yet was to make some arrangements for her daughter. "I was lucky to escape the pursuit of the Augustus family this time, but I was also severely injured and cannot continue to stay in Backland. I have already informed your grandmother about this, and she has agreed to my decision to withdraw. The reason I haven't left yet is to help you complete your advancement before I go. Notify Eowyn Horn to come over now, then kill him and complete your advancement in pain. The demonesses of Theosophy Order are true black widows, they consume their beloved partners as nourishment for their own advancement. Mother, this." Helen's face showed pain, clearly not wanting to do this, but under her mother's gaze, she could only nod in agreement. Helen took out a palm-sized mirror, which was her communication token with Avon, but no matter how she tried to communicate, there was no response from Avon on the other side of the mirror. Christina frowned slightly, stepped out of the dressing mirror, and reached out, saying, "Give me the mirror, I'll see what's going on." Helen obediently handed the mirror in her hand to her mother. But just as Christina took the mirror, that palm-sized mirror suddenly emitted a powerful suction force. Christina, a demigod skilled in mirror magic, was instantly sucked into the mirror without any resistance. And her daughter Helen, without any surprise on her face, snatched the mirror that fell from the air, even turning around, lifting her chin slightly, and said triumphantly to a shadow in the furniture, "See, I told you I could handle Mother, but you didn't believe me." Avon stepped out of the shadow, hugged Helen, kissed her moist lips, and said dotingly, "I did underestimate you this time. Your acting skills are becoming more and more superb." As he spoke, Avon's gaze fell on the makeup mirror in Helen's hand. Inside the makeup mirror, Christina appeared in a city with a completely different style from the entire North Continent, suffering greatly. And this city was the City of Calamity, the biggest cheat Avon had always relied on. After Avon advanced to a demigod, he was able to further mobilize the power of the City of Calamity, capable of controlling the City of Calamity to establish more passages to reality. That's right, Avon had already advanced to a demigod at this time, and he had simultaneously advanced to Iron-Blooded Knight and Demoness of Despair. The advancement ritual for the Iron-Blooded Knight is: form a team of at least 30 people, cultivate deep camaraderie with them, let them successively become powerful, and cooperate tacitly, able to understand one's intentions through glances and actions, almost becoming one with each other, and then have them form the ritual. The higher the team's strength and tacit understanding, the better the ritual's effect. Although the blasphemy slate stated that advancing to Iron-Blooded Knight required forming a team of at least 30 people, as the owner of the City of Calamity, Avon knew that if the team members were of higher sequences, the corresponding requirements could actually be lowered. So Avon had been striving to help his favored subordinates advance and actively sought the join-in of Sharon and Marich. And the addition of Amon's clone made Avon's advancement ritual foolproof. Although this Amon clone only had the strength of a weak sequence 4, his Beander characteristic was at the angel level. Among his subordinates, there were Miss Sharon of sequence 5, Marich of sequence 6, Isinger Stanton, Klein Moretti, Natasha, Helen, and Zio Derecha of sequence 7, Furs, Kathleen Gray, and Dayquil. All these people were elites of the Beander world, proficient in the role-playing method. If Avon himself and the sealed artifacts he currently possessed were added, this team was almost on par with the three great churches' power in Backland, and could even contend against the Black Seat King and the Undying King, two pirate kings without a grade 0 sealed artifact. Ever since Avon learned the magic potion formula for advancing to Iron-Blooded Knight, he had been actively running around, forming his own elite team, and finally succeeded today. So after eliminating Panatia, the Demoness of Despair, he immediately used his previous accumulation to concoct the Iron-Blooded Knight magic potion, successfully completing the advancement. And after eliminating Panatia, Avon also captured her through the City of Calamity, obtaining the magic potion formula for Demoness of Despair from her. Avon was lucky that the 10 milliliters of blood from 7 deceased individuals, each having died from a different plague, required for advancing to Demoness of Despair, Panatia actually had in her collection, saving Avon the time of recollecting materials. The bile of the plague mother snake and the fragments of the silver hunter could be directly replaced by Panatia's fresh blood. In other words, Avon could directly use Panatia's Beander characteristic to concoct the Demoness of Despair magic potion. It was one thing that eliminating Panatia directly provided enough materials for the magic potion, but what made Avon even more ecstatic was the advancement ritual for the Demoness of Despair. The Demoness of Despair advancement ritual involve over 30,000 people in a severe plague. The more deaths, the stronger the despair and pain, the better the ritual's effect. Originally, Avon had only intended to involve the Demoness sect when he took over the Backland right-off matters, merely wanting to use the opportunity to create the Great Smog himself, as preparation for the future digestion of the magic potion after advancement. But he never expected that it would unexpectedly work out, directly completing the ritual. Who said that involving the populace in a plague had to be done personally? It could also be done through others. Panatia's dissemination of the plague tonight was entirely the result of Avon leveraging Klein's actions, and it could be said that she became a tool for Avon to spread the plague. This was also why she hadn't felt a significant digestion of the magic potion. Moreover, Avon also used the war fog of the war bishop to fiercely aid her in spreading the plague. Those citizens who died from the plague, rather than dying at her hands, could be said to have died at Avon's hands. Although there were no accurate official figures yet, Avon, with the keen perception of death possessed by the owner of the City of Calamity, could roughly estimate that at least 50,000 people died from the plague this time, far exceeding the requirements of the advancement ritual. This also led Avon to discover, after consuming the magic potion and successfully advancing to Demoness of Despair, that for the first time ever, his Demoness magic potion digestion speed surpassed that of the Hunter magic potion. After successfully advancing to a demigod, Avon was once again able to leverage the power of the City of Calamity to preemptively draw upon an ability of a higher sequence. The Hunter pathway could preemptively draw upon the abilities of the War Bishop. Among the War Bishop's abilities, only two were most practical for Avon. One was the War Bishop's core ability, War Fog, and the other was the team-based ability, Mind Link. After a not-so-long period of deliberation, Avon chose Mind Link. War Fog could still be used through Amon's clone holding the Beander characteristic, while Mind Link would be more helpful for Avon's future plans. Avon would be going to sea in not too long, and at that time, his enemies would no longer be individuals fighting alone, but various Beander factions, especially the Fasak Empire's navy. Having Mind Link would allow Avon to maximize the team's strength. As for the demoness pathway, Avon chose the latter between petrification and deeper utilization of the mirror world. Petrification was very powerful and an excellent means of attacking enemies. If Avon were only a demoness, he would have chosen petrification. But Avon was also a hunter, possessing too many ways to eliminate enemies, so petrification could only be a lower priority in Avon's choices. Moreover, Avon chose the deeper utilization of the mirror world for another reason, which was to target Helen's mother, Christina. Originally, Avon's plan did not include targeting Christina, as no one knew whether she could escape from Prince Grovell and Archbishop Anthony, who had made prior preparations. However, after the surprising advancement to Demoness of Despair, Avon's control over the City of Calamity further strengthened, and he found that his ability to open passages greatly increased. At this time, Avon also received a message from Bernadette. In the message, Bernadette told Avon that she had successfully eliminated Prince Grovell according to the previous plan, and also casually mentioned that Christina had not died at Prince Grovell's hands. This news made Avon, who had just successfully advanced to Demoness of Despair, suddenly see an opportunity. He quickly contacted the Life Counselor, requesting the Life Counselor to use the mysterious River of Fate to impose bad luck on Christina, making her think of her daughter, Helen, who was about to advance, again as she was leaving Backland. Subsequently, Avon preemptively drew upon deeper control of the mirror world, expanding the makeup mirror in Helen's hand into a mirror maze, and then used the power of the City of Calamity to open a passage in this mirror maze, after which he could just wait for Christina to come to his door. In the entire plan, there were two key points. One was to prevent Christina from noticing the uniqueness of the makeup mirror. Demonesses are controllers of the mirror world, and Avon was not confident that his control over the mirror world as a demoness of despair could deceive a demoness of undying. The other was how to deceive Christina into touching Helen's makeup mirror herself. The first problem was easy to solve. Directly borrow the power of the City of Calamity and preemptively draw upon the Demoness of Undying's control over the mirror world. The latter problem was difficult to solve. Every Demoness of Undying was a monster who had lived for countless years, and deceiving them was not an easy task. Finally, Helen took the initiative to propose that she would deceive Christina. The Demonesses of Theosophy Order had very good relationships. Relatively speaking, they were more humane, and could even serve as mutual anchors, so Helen's success rate in deceiving Christina was much higher than Avon's. Avon knew that Helen's spirit had prisoners from the City of Calamity sewn into it, but at this time, was Helen, primarily dominated by Helen's original consciousness, and she was a novice before. Asking her to deceive a demoness of undying, who had given birth to her and had lived for an unknown number of years seemed unreliable no matter how one thought about it. But Avon ultimately couldn't come up with a better solution, and in the end, he could only decide to let Helen try, while he remained hidden nearby, ready to kill at any moment. What Avon didn't expect was that things went unexpectedly smoothly. Christina stepped into the trap so easily. It's estimated that the Life Counselor also contributed to this. The bad luck he bestowed upon Christina was the biggest factor determining the outcome of events. This level of bad luck was not something the Life Counselor, currently in his mother's womb, could easily achieve. And precisely because it was difficult, its value was even more evident once accomplished. The bill of fate is not so easy to owe, and I wonder where the Life Counselor will make me repay it in the future. Under normal circumstances, Avon didn't want to owe the Life Counselor. After all, just by looking at the founding emperor of the Faesac Empire, one could see how difficult it was to repay debts of fate. Because he had never paid off his debts, he missed several opportunities for advancement over 1,000 years. However, Avon was not very anxious about this debt in his heart. The future world situation was turbulent, yet the Life Counselor was in his weakest period, and there would certainly be many places where he would need Avon. Avon quickly set aside his thoughts of future debt and released Helen, then placed her vanity mirror in front of his chest with both hands, pouring his spirituality into it. Red light emanated from the mirror, gradually spreading and intertwining, outlining a faint silhouette on the opposite wall. As the light continuously flickered and condensed, it formed an illusory door covered with various symbols representing mirror world, space, and teleportation. The illusory door opened, and a beautiful woman with white hair and black eyes, exuding alternating charm and innocence, and possessing astonishing allure, stepped out. Her torn black gauze dress could not conceal her exposed allure, and as she moved, it made the entire apartment even brighter. "Christina, I greet Master." The beautiful woman who appeared in the apartment was none other than the demoness of Undying, Christina, who had just been captured through Avon's scheme and subsequently tamed by the City of Calamity. She walked up to Avon and curtsied gracefully, displaying her astonishing charm, which made even the worldly Avon feel a little out of his depth, his throat unexpectedly dry. Then, seeing Helen pouting beside him, looking a bit displeased, the impulse in his heart escalated further. He had indeed been too busy lately, which led to a decrease in his visits to Helen. After some communication, Avon not only relieved his recent fatigue but also gained a more detailed understanding of the internal situation of Theosophy Order. He became more confident in his plan to bring Theosophy Order under his control. "Since you have reported to your superiors that you will temporarily leave Backland, do not linger any longer, otherwise there might be inexplicable complications. It is better to leave as soon as possible. Later, when I am ready to deal with Theosophy Order, I will contact you through Helen." Christina glanced at Helen, who had been trying to outdo her and was still not fully recovered, and with a motherly gesture, pulled the corner of the blanket over Helen, saying, "I will depart now and await your command. Please also continue to look after my youngest daughter, Master, and do not let her suffer too much." Hearing Christina's words, Avon instinctively felt a little excited, but by then Christina had already put on her even more tattered gauze dress. Avon was not a boor who only knew how to vent desires, he understood the priorities, and with a wave of his hand, he dismissed her. Not long after Christina left, Helen, who had just fainted, finally regained consciousness. She looked around, found Mother absent, and chuckled, feeling that she had ultimately won. But seeing Avon putting on his clothes, she clung to him again, not wanting Avon to leave. Avon stroked Helen's smooth back and said with a smile, "You are too weak now, so don't push yourself. Moreover, with such a major incident in Backland, I cannot be out of sight for too long." Helen pouted unhappily at the words but obediently released her arms from around Avon. After comforting Helen, Avon dressed and left the apartment. However, he did not go to Military Intelligence Section 9 but instead went to the Ahova Earl's Court in Empress Borough. For the entire operation tonight, he, Bernadette, and Robert were all launching attacks simultaneously. Avon had already received a letter from Bernadette, knowing that she had succeeded. Now, he just didn't know the situation with Robert. Originally, after reaching Sequence 3, Robert could have his own honorific name, but considering that Augustus' family had archangels from both the Arbiter and Lawyer pathways, and Backland was their absolute home ground. To be safe and prevent possible information leaks, as long as Robert was in Backland, Avon would not contact him directly through prayer, and the same applied to Bernadette. Helen's apartment in Hilton District was not far from Empress Borough, and Avon arrived at the Earl's Court in less than half an hour. Mr. Butler personally welcomed Avon, who was visiting late at night, and then said, "I don't know what happened, but His Majesty summoned Earl Ahua late last night, and he hasn't returned since." Avon smiled, then said nonchalantly, "There was a large riot by workers in East Borough tonight. His Majesty probably called my brother for a meeting about this. It's fine, I'll wait for him in his study. You can also send someone to tell him I'm here." Typically, a study was a man's most private place, especially for a man of high status and power. Even the servants of the Earl's Court found it difficult to enter freely. But Mr. Butler did not express the slightest objection to Avon's words and instead directly led Avon there. "I really don't know what the situation in East Borough is like now. Judging from the expression of His Majesty's envoy, the situation seems very serious," Mr. Butler asked while instructing a servant to make coffee. I heard the situation seems quite severe. There were more than one explosion in East Borough, and it seems anti-government organizations are taking advantage of the chaos. Avon was perfectly clear about the current situation in East Borough, but his innate caution would not allow him to reveal even half of it to unrelated people. The Earl's Court has many investments in factories in East Borough. I wonder if they will be affected. Mr. Butler expressed concern for the Earl's Court's assets, while Avon merely smiled and said nothing much. Avon sat on the sofa in Robert's study, drinking the coffee served by the servant, chatting casually with Mr. Butler. Not long after, Avon heard the sound of a carriage outside. He pulled back the curtains and saw that Robert had returned, so he went downstairs with Mr. Butler to greet Robert. Robert showed no surprise at seeing Avon at the Earl's Court. He handed his coat to Mr. Butler and instructed, "Don't let anyone disturb us." Then he led Avon upstairs into the study. "I killed the White Witch of the Demonist sect." Avon had just sat down when Robert's calm voice reached his ears. "What? You killed the White Witch?" Avon jumped up from the sofa like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, looking at Robert in shock, because this deviated from what they had discussed earlier. A few days ago, after Bernadette and Avon provided information confirming that a third party might overturn the table in Backland, the three of them gathered to discuss how to utilize this situation. Through analysis, all three agreed that in Backland, the home ground of Augustus' family, it would be difficult for the third party to completely overturn the table. At most, they could only cause some trouble for George III. However, they could use this incident to fuel the flames and achieve their desired goals. The biggest foundation of cooperation between Robert, Avon, and Bernadette was to prevent George III from advancing to become the Black Emperor. To be able to make a decisive move at the most critical moment, their division of labor was, Bernadette would be in the open, occasionally beating the drum to attract attention. Meanwhile, Robert and Avon would openly and tirelessly assist George III, striving to gain his trust in the shortest possible time, and at critical moments, the two sides could even put on a show. This was not an easy task, because many within Augustus' family supported George III, making it difficult for Robert, an outsider by marriage, to enter the true core. George III cultivated Robert primarily because of the Horn family bloodline in Robert, which was convenient for dealing with Fasak Empire, and Robert's extraordinary abilities, which aided his reforms. George III would not easily reveal true core matters to Robert or let him handle them. The most obvious and powerful evidence was that George III had not yet revealed to Robert his intention to ascend to godhood. This was like how to improve one's standing in a girlfriend's heart. Either try your best to please her, be a loyal sycophant, and be discarded after use, or make yourself an indispensable presence so she begs you not to leave her. Robert chose the latter. Their statuses were unequal, and Robert had many secrets that could not be exposed, so even if Robert tried his best to please George III, it might not guarantee George III's acceptance into his inner circle. So, the best way was to make himself an indispensable presence for George III, to make him actively accept him. Currently, the positions around George III were already filled. Without special circumstances, Robert could not squeeze in. In this situation, if there was no position, he would create one. If there was no demand, he would create one. Prince Grove thus appeared on Robert and Avon's menu. Prince Grove was George III's biggest helper, handling all the dirty and arduous tasks, including but not limited to building the mausoleum required for the Black Emperor, engaging in slave trade with the Demonist sect, and carrying out write-off operations with the Demonist sect, etc. If George III was the commander-in-chief, then Prince Grove was the frontline commander, and his most trusted subordinate. Eliminating Prince Grove would not only create a huge vacuum around George III but also significantly increase Robert's standing in George III's heart. After all, although Augustus' family generally supported George III, there were also dissenting voices within it. Robert, a consort who married into Augustus' family, and also a powerful politician and demigod, with Avon, a deeply hidden informant, by his side, would become an object of trust that George III could accept. Again, Backland was Augustus' family's home ground, and without absolute certainty, Robert could not act against Prince Grove, so the task of eliminating Prince Grove fell to Bernadette. Robert's task, on the other hand, was to play dumb, pretending to be an enthusiastic demigod, helping the archbishop, who might be trapped by the demoness sect, to escape, thereby gaining favor. Anyway, George III had not confided in him, so Robert's bad planning was well deserved. As for Avon, he would fish in troubled waters, catching as many fish as he could. Before this, neither Avon nor Bernadette knew how difficult it was to kill the demoness of Undying, plus Robert had many secrets that could not be exposed. So in their minds, it would be good if Robert could heavily injure a demoness of Undying, weaken the demoness sect's power, and take the opportunity to rectify the chaotic situation in Backland to some extent, and digest a bit of the Chaos Hunter Beander characteristic. But unexpectedly, Robert directly stated that he had killed a demoness of Undying, known for being difficult to kill. How could this not shock Avon? Seeing Avon's shocked expression, Robert smiled reservedly, waved his hand, and motioned for Avon to sit down again and calm down. Avon sat back down, but the shock in his eyes showed no signs of diminishing. The reason he was able to successfully ambush Christina was due to the assistance of Life Counselor, due to Avon's long-term misleading of her through Helen, and even more so due to the absolute suppression of the demoness by the City of Calamity in terms of sequence. Robert did not have these conveniences. How did he manage to kill Katerina Pell without being discovered? With the sealed artifact of Sequence 0 in his hand. Avon did not believe it would be that simple, because the power of that sealed artifact also came from the power of order, making it difficult to hide from Augustus' family. Demonesses are always extremely difficult to kill. There have been several instances in history where a demoness was seemingly killed, but after some time, it was discovered they had revived. Have you truly completely eliminated the White Witch? Avon thought for a moment and finally decided to ask. With a flick of his hand, Robert displayed his spoils, and at this, Avon no longer dared to doubt Robert's words. If the major official organizations haven't concealed the news, this should be the first demoness of Undying killed in the 5th epoch, right? How did you do it? Avon didn't expect that the White Witch, who clearly had more scenes in Lord of the Mysteries, later, would meet her end so early due to his butterfly effect, and he felt an infinite sense of emotion. That's nothing. Sealed artifacts with mixed Beander characteristics from 2 pathways can always form some strange abilities. Oh, right, George III confronted me just now. He explicitly told me he wants to advance to Black Emperor, and I explicitly stated my support and allegiance. Robert clearly didn't want to elaborate on how he killed Katerina Pell and instead directly brought up George III's meeting with him. Avon understood that Robert didn't want to discuss this matter, so he could only bury it in his heart and followed the conversation thread, saying, "It seems George III reacted very quickly. With Prince Grove's death, he lacks a shield, which is very disadvantageous for his future actions. Tonight's upheaval, although it destroyed all evidence, also exposed the royal family to the 3 great churches to some extent. He might lie low for a while, but once the storm passes, he will push his original plans even more aggressively. You're right. After all, I've only just been accepted by George III and cannot replace Prince Grove's position. So, confronting me tonight was to hope that during this period of calm, I would take the lead in continuing to push forward the relevant reforms, and personally take action if necessary, to make full preparations for his subsequent advancement." Chapter 346, Duchess Georgina. George III's arrangement for Robert was expected. No one could seamlessly take over Prince Grovel's duties, so it was not surprising that the responsibilities previously handled by Prince Grovel were divided. Among the matters Prince Grovel was responsible for, the top priority must be the construction of the mausoleum required by the Black Emperor. This should also be the most important thing we need to investigate next. The plan proceeded very smoothly this time. Robert successfully became one of George III's inner circle, so the next step was to look to the future and set the next goal. Robert nodded in appreciation. Avon was always able to formulate organized plans and implement them step by step. This made him, as a Sequence 3 Arbiter Pathway demigod, feel very comfortable. He couldn't help but regret again that he hadn't guided Avon onto the Arbiter or Lawyer pathway, even though Avon clearly had great talent in the Hunter pathway. So our next target is the person who can replace Prince Grovel and help George III build his mausoleum. Judging from the scale of the underground human trafficking in Backland during this period, George III's mausoleum is definitely not finished yet. We still have time. This was also why Robert and Avon absolutely had to eliminate Prince Grovel. He was truly too important in George III's plan. His death could almost be said to have disrupted all of George III's plans. George III would have to reselect people to take over matters in all aspects. Who do you think George III will entrust with the most important task of building the mausoleum? Avon's understanding of the Augustus family demigods was still only on paper. Besides the deceased Prince Grovel, he had not interacted with any other demigods of the Augustus family, so he couldn't make a judgment for a while. I guess it should be Georgina Augustus. Among all the demigods, her bloodline connection to George III is the closest, and she is also the most supportive of George III. Robert had obviously thought about this question long ago and had more contact with the Augustus family demigods, so he gave his answer without hesitation. Your Grace, Duchess Georgina, is that possible? The Augustus family is very patriarchal. Can other Augustus members tolerate a woman taking such an important position? Avon thought of the Augustus family's character and instinctively felt that Robert's guess was a bit unreliable. After all, the greatest merit is saving the emperor, followed by joining the ascending dragon. Whoever could take over Prince Grovel's work of overseeing the construction of the mausoleum and help George III become a god would almost certainly secure an angel position. This temptation was not something just anyone could resist. If George III really entrusted this matter to a duchess, there would be an uproar within the Augustus family. Precisely because Duchess Georgina is a woman, the opposition within the Augustus family will be very strong, so George III will definitely entrust this matter to her. Avon looked at Robert with confusion, but then immediately understood, nodding in heartfelt agreement. In fact, the reasoning behind it was simple. Precisely because Duchess Georgina was a woman, her future path of advancement could already be considered at its end. Without a major opportunity, Sequence 3 Chaos Hunter would be out of reach for her. From this perspective, she was even inferior to Robert, who was not an Augustus. Therefore, for her, even if this opportunity would incur the envy of many, she could only bite the bullet and push forward for the sake of future advancement. And from George III's standpoint, using anyone made little difference to him. Using someone who would incur public wrath would further guarantee her loyalty. To avoid being secretly harmed by the Augustus family and to be able to advance to an angel in the future, Duchess Georgina could only guard George III more closely, diligently carry out her duties, and offer all her loyalty. Having thought all this through, Avon became even more convinced by Robert's guess and couldn't help but say, if we consider it from this perspective, then Duchess Georgina's ability to become a demigod must have had George III's strong support behind it. It might even be a backup plan he had cultivated long ago. Isn't this a bit too scheming? Robert shook his head upon hearing this, correcting him. It's true that Duchess Georgina was supported by George III, but it was definitely not something he planned in advance. After all, no matter how powerful he is, he wouldn't have foreseen someone assassinating his most important assistant in Backland. So don't fall into a delusion that will infinitely magnify your opponent, which is not advisable. Robert's words sobered Avon, allowing him to regain his composure. After thanking Robert for the reminder, Avon couldn't help but curse himself inwardly for falling into such a delusion. It seemed that he had been too smooth sailing recently, with everything under control, leading to the illusion that everything was planned and manipulated in advance. He had forgotten that conspiracies are often uncontrollable, which was a rule he himself had summarized as a conspirer. If George III is truly preparing to put Duchess Georgina in charge of the mausoleum, he cannot fail to take some preventive measures to prevent people within the Augustus family from having other thoughts. After all, no one can resist the temptation of becoming an angel, and no one will hold the living responsible for the dead. After basically confirming George III's next move, Avon naturally had to think from the perspective of George III, or even Duchess Georgina. That's right, I think so too. I received a letter from Ms. Bernadette earlier, in which she mentioned that she didn't take Prince Grovel's Beander characteristic, mainly because she was worried that George III, who had already become an archangel, could use the opportunity to pinpoint her location afterwards. So Prince Grovel's Beander characteristic should be in George III's hands. Therefore, I speculate that to prevent some people within the Augustus family from acting irrationally, he should bestow this Beander characteristic upon Duchess Georgina. On one hand, it's to continue to win people's hearts, on the other hand, it's to enhance her strength and also to give her the ability to protect herself. Avon was not at all surprised that Bernadette did not take Prince Grovel's Beander characteristic. If it were him, he would have done the same. Prince Grovel's death is a crippling loss for George III. He must hate Ms. Bernadette and wants to eliminate her quickly. Therefore, Ms. Bernadette cannot come to Backland for a short period, and it's best if she doesn't even step into the Loan Kingdom. The task of finding George III's mausoleum can only be done by us. Bernadette's previous letter, besides informing them that she had eliminated Prince Grovel, was to notify Robert and Avon that she would temporarily be unable to provide assistance with the subsequent matters. The new army is about to be fully assembled and will soon begin training. This is the best time to increase control over the army, so I cannot easily get away. This matter will still be handled by me. Your most important task is to inject your soul into this new army. In Robert's mind, finding George III's mausoleum was very important, but commanding an army belonging to the Horn family was equally important. After all, his goal was not just to become a mere angel, but to restore his surname and revitalize the Horn family. And to achieve these two goals, the Fasak Empire was an unavoidable presence. Without an army loyal to him, even if he eventually crushed the Fasak Empire, it would only be to make a wedding dress for the Augustus family. Avon was naturally pleased with Robert's arrangement. This new army was simply too important, not only concerning his and Robert's plans but also his advancement. After becoming an iron-blooded knight, the good old days of digesting potions through solo combat were gone forever. The strength of the new army and the control over it directly related to whether his future advancement would be smooth, so Avon now had to focus his energy on the new army. For this reason, Avon had started preparing very early, striving to cultivate Zio Derecha, hoping that she would take over the resources he left behind. This was to prevent the Military Intelligence Section 9's base of operations from being lost after Avon shifted his attention to the new army. There were many clever people within Military Intelligence Section 9 who had been suppressed by Avon and were waiting for this day. Although he had already decided not to interfere with the search for the mausoleum, this did not mean Avon would not offer some of his ideas, as the original Lord of the Mysteries had a slight description of this mausoleum. Robert, besides finding a breakthrough from Duchess Georgina, do you have any other ideas? Not yet. Why? Do you have any clues? Robert knew that Avon never spoke without reason, and asked in surprise. We are all now certain that Emperor Rosal did indeed cross pathways to become a Black Emperor, so he must have built 9 mausoleums during his lifetime. Ms. Bernadette and I had a deep conversation and learned that after Emperor Rosal's death, the Eternal Blazing Sun Church and the God of Steam and Machinery Church jointly found 8 mausoleums and destroyed them. To uncover the truth of that year, Ms. Bernadette once explored the ruins of some mausoleums and found that these mausoleums were not just large, but enormous. Although the Augustus family, through cooperation with the demonist sect, scoured for slaves everywhere and kidnapped paupers, compared to the colossal mausoleums, no matter how you calculate it, it wouldn't be enough. So I had a conjecture: could George III be expanding and renovating some existing projects? Avon had read the description of the underground ruins in The Lord of the Mysteries and felt that the ruins described in the book were too massive. If that ruin was truly built by George III from beginning to end, and 9 of them at once, it would definitely require the strength of the entire nation and would be impossible to keep secret. The reason Rosal was able to secretly build those mausoleums was because he was a true emperor of the empire. On one hand, Rosal at the time had already achieved dominance, subjugating the various nations of the North Continent externally, and internally, he single-handedly suppressed the 2 great churches. If the deities did not personally intervene, the 2 great churches could no longer restrain Rosal. So Rosal had no need to hide the construction of the mausoleums. At the same time, Intis, a single nation, monopolized the entire southern continent colonies, possessing almost infinite human resources. When Bernadette mentioned this, although vaguely, Avon basically deduced that to rush the construction of the mausoleums, the population of the southern continent at that time directly decreased by 1/10. No wonder Bernadette couldn't accept it. Rosal was absolutely paying homage to Qin Shi Huang. Thinking that Rosal not only cosplayed Napoleon but also experienced the might of Qin Shi Huang, Avon felt a surge of envy. Look at how well others are doing. Robert had not considered related issues from the perspective of the amount of work. Hearing Avon's words, he felt it made a lot of sense. He could tell that Avon had been thinking about this problem for a while, so he didn't want to rack his own brains and ask directly. Don't speak in fits and starts. Just tell me your suspected target. Robert, you also know the history of the Truncest Tudor United Empire. At that time, both Truncest and Tudor, their goal was the same as George III's now, the Black Emperor. However, the resurrection of the Black Emperor of the Solomon Empire shattered their dreams. Truncest, with the support of the 6 gods, became the Night Emperor, while Tudor, with the help of a group of kings of angels, crossed pathways to become the Blood Emperor. I told you before that I obtained the Hunter Pathways blasphemy slate from the place where Tudor became the Blood Emperor. This also indicates that Backland was Tudor's secure base. Therefore, when planning to become a Black Emperor, building the mausoleum in Backland would be reasonable. Moreover, I have investigated Prince Grovel's whereabouts in recent years and found that he has hardly left Backland during this time. This also indirectly indicates that Backland has at least one of George III's mausoleums. Avon knew the answer beforehand, so the deductive process was very rigorous. At least Robert was convinced by Avon's deduction. I understand. I will investigate from both Duchess Georgina and the Tudor family. If we can find Tudor's bloodline, it might help us find the ruins left by Tudor. Robert stroked his chin, thinking about what he should do next. And Avon, hearing this, slapped his thigh. Isn't this a coincidence? Although he didn't know how Robert would use Tudor's bloodline to find ruins, he just happened to know the fate of a Tudor bloodline. There just happens to be a Tudor bloodline in Backland. The authenticity of this bloodline is certified by the 3-in-1 angel I mentioned earlier. Oh, where? Who is he? He is Viscount Pond, who sold his ancestral home to me. However, his identity should not have been hidden from the Augustus family, so if you want to use this person, you need to pay close attention. The Augustus family has also been monitoring him. That's interesting. Robert stroked his chin, developing a strong interest in this Viscount Pond. Could this Viscount Pond be a trap? A trap aimed at those who want to find Tudor's ruins. Robert quickly recovered from his contemplation of whether Viscount Pond was a trap, then asked with concern. You said earlier that you wanted to use this great riot to eliminate Despair Nightingale, Panatia. How did it go? What was the result? Avon had previously admitted that he planned this great riot not only to find an opportunity to kill Prince Grovel, but also to advance to a demigod and, at the same time, weaken George III's ally, the Demonist sect, as much as possible. As a chaos hunter, Robert had noticed the change in Avon's weight the moment he saw him. He was well aware of Avon's promotion to Iron-Blooded Knight, so he wanted to know the outcome of the other matter. However, even though he was mentally prepared for Avon's promotion to Iron-Blooded Knight, when that day arrived, Robert still felt a momentary daze. Becoming a demigod in less than 4 months after embarking on the Beander pathway was truly astonishing, even a little frightening. Although Avon had hinted before that the reason he could advance so quickly was not only because he was skilled at acting and encountered several high-sequence events that provided significant feedback, but also because the sealed artifact, Bonaparte's fortitude, which the Augustus family used to scheme against him, had an excellent compatibility with him. But Robert still believed that Avon's advancement speed was abnormally fast. Especially a few hours ago, he discovered that after the Great Riot, a red mist, invisible to ordinary people, appeared over Backland, which further raised his suspicions. One of the most crucial factors in his impromptu decision to kill Katerina Pell was not because he found he had the ability to completely kill the demoness of Undying, but because he discovered that the unexpectedly appearing red mist could indeed block George III's surveillance of Backland. It was this discovery that made Robert realize that as long as he could silence Archbishop Simon, he would not expose the fact that he had advanced to Chaos Hunter in front of George III, nor would he expose that he possessed the highly symbolic sealed artifact, Night Emperor's pocket watch. That was why he made a decisive move, determined to strike ruthlessly and eliminate the highest-ranking demoness sect official dispatched to Backland. But also because he had ruthlessly attacked the White Witch and George III had not yet discovered it. This in turn made Robert think of a question he hadn't deeply considered before. What reliance did Avon have to ensure that when he killed Despair Nightingale, he wouldn't be discovered by George III? Before this, because Robert knew that their plan was a three-pronged attack, he subconsciously assumed that Avon intended to secretly carry out his actions by leveraging his and Bernadette's movements. But looking back now, that was absolutely impossible. For a Sequence 1 Prince of Abolition, in his home territory, without sufficient concealment, not even the slightest change could escape his notice. Could it be the Evernight goddess personally providing the concealment for him? No, absolutely not. A god would never personally intervene just to eliminate a Sequence 4 demoness. Could it be an angel of the Evernight pathway just happened to be in Backland? No, that's even more impossible. If the Church of the Night Goddess truly had an angel in Backland, George III's plan to write off the accounts would never have succeeded, and George III's scheme might have been exposed on the spot. So, Avon must have known early on that a power capable of obscuring George III's vision would appear in the East Borough. This was what Robert thought about during his review in the carriage on his way back after his audience with George III. My luck was also good, and combined with my thorough planning, Despair Nightingale is now a dead nightingale. Avon didn't notice Robert's suspicion at all. Instead, he proudly spoke of his achievements, which also served as an outlet for his excitement at successfully scheming against Christina. Although he had already vented a lot with Christina and Helen, the mother and daughter, the lack of someone to share it with still made Avon itch with anticipation. Robert looked deeply at Avon, and seeing that he didn't mention any cover measures he took when eliminating Despair Nightingale, he became even more certain of his judgment. That high-level power is definitely related to Avon, but what exactly could it be? Could this be the reason why the Evernight goddess accepted Avon as her dependence? Robert's mind was racing, but he showed no trace of it on his face. Instead, he smiled and said, "Both demonesses dispatched by the demoness sect to Backland have met with misfortune. George III will likely find it difficult to explain this to the demoness sect. However, the basis of their cooperation, which is that Sequence 1 Beander characteristic of the Hunter pathway, still exists, so their cooperation cannot truly cease. It's more likely that George III will offer some compensation to the demoness sect for the 2 demigod demonesses lost in this operation, and then their cooperation will continue. Since it's compensation, it must satisfy the demoness sect. Do you think George III's compensation might be related to Triss, the vessel for the primordial demoness's descent?" Robert's words immediately pulled Avon from his excited state back to reality. He thought for a moment and then said solemnly, "That possibility cannot be ruled out. Legend has it that the primordial demoness was severely wounded during the Pale disaster at the end of the 4th epoch and hasn't made any significant moves for over 1,000 years. Now, the order of the entire continent is heading towards collapse, and the Seven Gods Alliance is also in a precarious state. This is a period when the primordial demoness can achieve great things. Triss's existence is very important, we must keep a close eye on her. Even in critical situations, we must be prepared to report her to the Storm Church, and if necessary, we must have a contingency plan to act ourselves. In the original work of Lord of the Mysteries, the ring on Triss's finger was destroyed by the Evernight goddess's vessel, 0-17. Although Avon still didn't know what this meant, he could basically conclude that the destruction of that ring also symbolized the demonist sect's loss of control over Triss. However, Avon's arrangements apparently did not give Archbishop Anthony the opportunity to activate 0-17, which also made Triss's future fate full of uncertainty. Robert deeply agreed with Avon's suggestion, stating that he would also pay attention to Triss's matter and make corresponding preparations. Afterward, Avon consulted Robert on some matters concerning the army, and Robert, without reservation, shared everything he knew, giving Avon many useful suggestions. Soon after, the butler walked into the study and said that the government was holding an emergency meeting tonight and notified Robert to attend. Avon took the opportunity to bid farewell and leave. After leaving Ahova Earl's court, Avon noticed many soldiers being redeployed to guard posts on his way back to his baronial mansion. It seems things in the East Borough have gotten a bit out of control. George III can only disregard his reputation and send troops into the city again. Avon chuckled softly, then drew the carriage curtains. This was also expected. After eliminating Panatia, Avon no longer actively mobilized the power of the City of Calamity, which greatly reduced the number of prisoners coming from the City of Calamity into the real world. The Beyonders of the three great churches and Military Intelligence Section 9 gradually gained control of the situation. However, while the Beyonder powers' pollution was easy to resolve, the chaos ignited by the East Borough riot was not so easy to quell. Now, many audacious people, or those dissatisfied with reality, were stirring up trouble using this storm. Among them were instigations by spies from various countries dispatched to Backland, as well as ordinary workers who didn't know the truth, and even gangsters and ruffians looking to make a quick buck. Moreover, originally law-abiding people, upon seeing others taking advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune, had their own evil thoughts ignited and joined in. Thus, the riots and unrest in the East Borough had begun to spread to other areas and were gradually getting out of control, showing signs of escalating. This was also why Robert was called to a meeting late at night. Against ordinary citizens, the Beyonder teams of the three great churches and Military Intelligence Section 9 were clearly ineffective, only the army could be used to suppress them. In that case, who knows how many more people will die tonight? Avon shed crocodile tears, sighing mournfully. Avon had no interest in participating in tonight's events, even though he still held the position of Deputy Director of Military Intelligence Section 9. So he directly asked the coachman to take him home, rather than to the Military Intelligence Section 9 headquarters. Tonight's operation was a great success, even with unexpected surprises. The only thing Avon regretted was that the content of Lord of the Mysteries in his mind still hadn't unlocked subsequent chapters. Avon had initially thought that once he successfully advanced to a demigod, the relevant content would unlock, but now it seemed things weren't that simple. Could it be that the entire content won't unlock until Klein advances to a demigod and understands the secret at the end of the Grey Fog? What exactly is the secret at the end of the Grey Fog? Avon had long determined that the reason the subsequent content of Lord of the Mysteries couldn't be unlocked was likely a protective measure from the City of Calamity, just as Klein's spiritual intuition prevented him from looking at Migos' unborn child. This made Avon infinitely curious and interested in the subsequent secrets. After returning to his baronial mansion, Avon washed up thoroughly, leaned on his bed, and read a book for a while, but no one came to contact him. It seems no one will contact me tonight. I might as well go to bed early. Prince Grovell was Avon's direct contact, but now that he was dead, Avon had become a kite with a broken string. Since George III had decided to heavily rely on Robert, the importance of Avon as a chess piece to monitor Robert had increased again. George III would definitely not leave him unattended, he would surely send someone else to contact him and re-establish the connection. Although this great riot caused George III heavy losses, it also successfully destroyed evidence, which likewise proved that Avon's planning was excellent. As for the deaths of Prince Grovel and the two demigod demonesses of the demoness sect, Avon had absolutely no connection to them. George III would probably be unwilling to let go of such a useful conspirer. The fact that no one had contacted Avon yet was probably because there were too many things happening tonight, and George III was too busy. Avon's mood brightened considerably at the thought of George III, the Archangel, looking harried and overwhelmed. Just as Avon was about to sink into his dreams, he suddenly felt a subtle abnormality and immediately woke up. Then, he closed his eyes again and arrived at the highest point of the City of Calamity, following his spiritual intuition, looking towards the passage to the real world that had not yet completely closed. After eliminating Panatia, Avon no longer deliberately mobilized the power of the City of Calamity, but he also didn't completely close the connection passage in the East Burrow. So, there were still prisoners who could enter the real world through this passage, just not as many as before. Avon followed the illusory passage, looking at the blurry and distorted real world, and saw with unusual clarity a woman with a graceful figure, wearing a hood and a long robe, with vacant eyes and exquisite beauty. Mother of the Sky, 0 to 17. Avon was absolutely certain that the woman was the Evernight goddess's vessel who made a spectacular appearance during the Great Smog incident in the original work. As if sensing Avon's surprise, the woman's lips twitched slightly, forming a faint smile. Before Avon could react, he found that the illusory passage from the City of Calamity to the East Burrow began to dissipate until it disappeared completely. This was the second time Avon had discovered a power that could directly resist the City of Calamity. The last time he discovered it was when the true creator planted a seed in him. In the East Burrow, Klein and Dunsmith were working together tonight, using the special properties of 1 to 63 to continuously clear pollution and save the public. But no matter how hard they tried, the number of polluted people seemed endless, and the cleanup operation seemed to be never-ending. Eventually, Klein, sensing something was wrong, found an opportunity to avoid the crowd and came to the gray fog. He finally discovered the red mist covering the East Burrow and found the source of the pollution. Klein then reported this situation to the captain, and Dunsmith didn't doubt it at all, not even bothering to verify it. He directly followed Klein to a rental house in a certain part of the East Burrow and found the source of the pollution below. However, to everyone's surprise, sealed artifact 1 to 63, which had been unfailingly effective against the monsters on the workers, seemed to be suppressed here, unable to exert any effect, and even showed signs of backlashing against them, coming to life. Dunsmith, in shock, quickly retreated from the rental house with the sealed artifact, continuing to use 1 to 63 outside to clear the monsters pouring out of it, and reported the situation here to Archbishop Anthony through the church's special communication method. Upon receiving the report, Archbishop Anthony, recalling what he had seen and heard in the East Burrow, as well as the information from the cathedral and the Fourth Epoch, determined that this matter was beyond his ability to handle, so he decisively prayed to the Evernight goddess. Klein looked at the spot in front of him, which seemed to have been erased by an eraser, and his heart pounded uncontrollably as he recalled the rental house he had just entered. Is this lady an angel? Is this the ability of a high sequence of the Evernight pathway? Klein looked at the woman who had suddenly appeared and found that this beautiful woman with dark, deep, but vacant eyes was also looking at him and showed a slight smile. Chapter 348 Triss escapes. A smile. Klein was startled, doubting his eyes, doubting that he had entered a dream. Before he could recover and look closer, the figure gradually faded and disappeared, leaving only a group of nighthawks who looked at each other but dared not speak, and the sound of gunfire from the army suppressing workers in the distance. Finally, Klein was the first to recover and said to Dunsmith, "Since the source of the pollution has been resolved, I should take my leave. Please give my regards to Archbishop Anthony." With that, Klein brushed the dust from his body and prepared to leave. Dunsmith opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately said nothing, just nodding silently. Watching Klein's receding figure, Dunsmith remained silent for a long time. What's wrong with you today? Ever since you met that mysterious worshipper, you've seemed a bit restless. That's not like you. Daily Simone linked her arm through Dunsmith's, looking at the unfamiliar back, and asked with some concern. It's nothing, I just felt like he resembled someone I know. All right, let's not talk about it. We still have a lot of work to do. Although the source of the pollution has been resolved, the pollution itself hasn't been completely cleared. We still have a busy night ahead. Let's go. With that, Dunsmith turned and began to organize the team, preparing to rush to the next location. Daily Simone withdrew her gaze, looking at Dunsmith with some concern, knowing that his mood was off and there was definitely a deeper reason. However, she also knew that since Dunsmith was unwilling to speak directly, she would never get anything out of him, so she didn't press further, just glancing once more at the empty street. Meanwhile, Leonard, who had been unusually silent tonight, also quietly withdrew his gaze from secretly watching Klein. When no one was looking, he buried his face in his raised collar and whispered. "Old man, you didn't sense wrong, did you? That person really has an ancient aura, an old fossil like you." "I absolutely didn't sense wrong, and your goddess also corroborated my judgment." "Goddess?" Leonard gasped in a low voice, surprised. "That's right, that was your goddess's divine descendant vessel. You didn't notice, but I clearly saw her smile." Empress Burrow, Edsac Augustus's third prince's residence. Triss, dressed in a nightgown, stood by the large French window in the bedroom, gazing towards the east burrow. Edsac Augustus, also in a nightgown, walked over and embraced her from behind, burying his face in her beautiful neck, and said in a very heavy tone. "You were right. A serious riot and plague just happened in the East Burrow. It must be the royal family and the demoness sect making a move." Although he had anticipated this event, when it actually happened, Edsac Augustus still couldn't hide the complexity in his heart. After all, he had been educated since childhood to uphold the rule of the royal family, to treat his subjects as he would his own property. But George III's actions now made it difficult for him to accept. Triss felt the complexity in the heart of the person behind her. She reached back and stroked his somewhat square face, comforting him. "Let's think positively. At least we escaped this time and didn't become the scapegoat everyone points fingers at." Edsac Augustus was silent. After a long while, he said wearily, "Even if we escape this time, we can't escape the next. We are ultimately just pawns manipulated by others." Triss fell silent, and an inexpressible quietness once again filled the spacious bedroom. Suddenly, Edsac Augustus and Triss both felt a dizzying sensation, then realized that a figure in a classical long robe and black hood had appeared in the bedroom at some point. They noticed the figure's black eyes hidden in the shadows. For some reason, Triss and Edsac Augustus both felt as if they had returned to their childhood, when they slept alone in the darkness. A thick despair and an uncontrollable fear instantly occupied their minds. Their entire bodies felt as if filled with lead, becoming unusually stiff, unable to move at all. Suddenly, a trace of blue glow flashed in those striking black eyes, and then the graceful figure disappeared. Edsac Augustus and Triss seemed to regain control of their bodies at this point, collapsing onto the bedroom carpet, gasping for breath. Edsac Augustus struggled to unbutton his nightgown collar and wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, asking in a disheveled manner. "Who was that? Have you seen him before?" Triss was in no better condition than Edsac Augustus, but she still managed to say, "Damn, how could I have seen him? I was about to ask you." Triss's words stopped abruptly. Edsac Augustus looked at her in confusion, finding that she was staring intently at her hand. Edsac Augustus followed Triss's gaze and surprisingly found that the sapphire ring on her left finger had shattered into pieces, losing all its luster, turning into a pile of small gravel scattered on the carpet. The two looked at each other, and for a moment, neither spoke. After leaving the City of Calamity, Avon once again reviewed the original text of Lord of the Mysteries in his mind, then suddenly sat up from his bed. "Oh no, Triss is going to lose control." Upon discovering that 0 to 17 had appeared again, Avon instinctively felt that the Evernight goddess hadn't appeared simply to seal the City of Calamity's passage. Re-examining 017's actions during the Backland smog from a third-party perspective, Avon realized the areas he had previously overlooked. The Great Smog was a major event in Lord of the Mysteries from the protagonist Klein's perspective, but it was by no means so for the Evernight goddess, who had experienced countless divine wars. The Evernight goddess's true goal in descending to the world through 0 to 17 was Triss. Erasing Panatia, Mr. A, and Edsac Augustus's butlers seemed more like an incidental act, as if to tell everyone that her divine descent this time was truly to resolve the Backland smog and save her believers. Previously, because the book's description was mainly from Klein's perspective, and 017's targets were indeed the most direct parties involved in the Great Smog, Avon had directly ignored descriptions related to Triss, even when he saw them in the book. But now, realizing that 0 to 17, which he had designed not to descend immediately, had appeared again, Avon re-examined the original content. Only then did he realize that 017's appearance was actually inevitable. As long as the Evernight goddess wanted to target the primordial demoness, she would always find a reason to use the opportunity to descend. The appearance of 0 to 17 means that Triss will escape the direct control of the demoness sect, especially since both of the demoness sect's 2 demigods in Backland have been annihilated, making Triss's escape success rate very high. But this also means that Triss might escape my control. If Triss escapes my control, so be it, but will Edsac Augustus be affected by her? Edsac Augustus plays an irreplaceable role in Avon and Robert's future plans. If anything happens to him, Avon and Robert will have to make significant adjustments to their future plans. I see that she and Edsac Augustus already have genuine feelings for each other. Will she run away? Avon put himself in Triss's shoes and shook his head helplessly. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Triss, and she would definitely escape without hesitation. And even if Triss herself didn't want to escape and implicate Edsac Augustus would definitely persuade her to flee. Thinking of this, Avon no longer cared about sleeping. Instead, he directly took off his nightclothes and changed into an outfit for going out. He had to go find Natasha that very night. If Triss truly intended to escape, with Backland still under curfew, her best option would be to seek refuge with her contact in the Aurora Order, Natasha of the Demoness sect. She might even want to use Natasha's connections to meet the Aurora Order's representative in Backland, Mr. Z. The Evernight goddess's intense focus on Triss is clearly aimed at the primordial demoness behind Triss, but why? Shouldn't her primary goal now be the death legacy in Adam's hands? Why would she provoke the primordial demoness at this time? Is it to plunge the world into chaos, and then make a deal with Adam amidst the turmoil? Avon couldn't quite understand the Evernight goddess's intentions. At such a critical moment, according to conventional thinking, she should be making as many friends and as few enemies as possible. That would be more reasonable and logical. Although the demoness pathway is an evil god, as long as there are no fundamental conflicts of interest, she should be someone to win over, right? Although he couldn't figure out what the Evernight goddess wanted to do, Avon instinctively felt a sense of vigilance in his heart. Because the demoness pathway was his adjacent pathway, and also his future goal, he considered it his future possession. Triss was also a key tool in Avon's future plans against the primordial demoness. Now that she was being manipulated by the Evernight goddess, Avon instinctively felt uncomfortable. I hope the goddess truly means well for me. Avon muttered to himself, then disappeared into the moonlit bedroom. After leaving the East Borough, Klein changed his route several times and implemented several anti-tracking measures before finally circling back to his rented apartment. Taking off his jacket and reverting to his original appearance, Klein threw himself onto the bed. Only then did he begin to analyze what he had seen and heard that night, especially the unexpected source of pollution and the night church high-ranking official who had inexplicably smiled at him. Yes, Klein had mistaken the goddess's divine descendant vessel for a high-ranking member of the night church. Perhaps that lady is an active angel. After all, sealed artifact 1-63 has, to some extent, proven that demigod-level power is no longer sufficient to deal with the source of that pollution. Klein quickly came to a conclusion about the smiling woman and then dismissed it from his mind. The key is that unexpected source of pollution. It was because of that source that tonight's riot escalated. According to the church's message that Captain received, from the few words, it can be inferred that the church seems not unfamiliar with this kind of pollution. At least, there are records about it. Moreover, the power level represented by this pollution is very high, so high that I couldn't even clearly see the situation of the pollution source through the gray fog's enhancement. When Klein observed the source of pollution in the underground hall of the East Burrow through the gray fog, he could clearly see that this source of pollution was just a passage, and he didn't know where the other end led. And that suspected angel of the church seemed not to have solved the fundamental problem, but merely treated the symptoms without addressing the root cause. Klein thought for a while but couldn't understand why this pollution suddenly erupted after he reported the royal family's collusion with the demonist sect. Could this also be part of the royal family's plan? Avon should know the details. I'll find an opportunity to ask him in the next couple of days. Klein reviewed his actions tonight, believing that he had reported using the identity of the Black Emperor, protected by both the gray fog and the blasphemy slate. 008 should not discover the reality of his resurrection, and even if it did, as Avon said, 008 has an impulse to write off its holder and would not reveal information unfavorable to Ince Zangwill. He thought he should be safe staying in Backland for now. However, as Klein continued to stay in Backland, he again felt a headache about the captain's issue. He was now absolutely certain that the captain did indeed suspect him, suspecting that the Black Emperor was the deceased Klein. Otherwise, the captain's abnormal behavior when they acted together simply couldn't be explained. Fortunately, I didn't expose more during our joint operation just now. He shouldn't be able to find me here. However, for both our safety, I can no longer act as the Black Emperor in Backland. Also, I need to make it clear to Mr. Azek not to reveal my information to the captain. After their meeting a few hours ago, Klein was certain that Mr. Azek definitely had a way to contact the captain, otherwise, their reactions wouldn't have been so strong. Fortunately, Mr. Azek reacted very quickly at the time, otherwise I might have been exposed on the spot. Thinking of the situation at the time, Klein also felt a lingering fear. Since Mr. Azek already knew about his resurrection, Klein decided to re-establish this connection. If he could have a high-sequence big shot behind him, everything would be a bit more convenient and safer, especially in Backland. Previously, Klein knew Mr. Azek was very strong, but he never had an intuitive feeling. This time, seeing with his own eyes that the two demigods of the Aurora Order couldn't gain an advantage against Mr. Azek, it was quite an eye-opener for Klein. Mr. Azek should be a Sequence 3 powerhouse. I wonder how much of his memory has recovered. Klein didn't dally. He immediately got out of bed, wrote a letter, and then blew the copper whistle to summon the messenger. Chapter 349, Misunderstanding. Soon, the skeleton with white flames in its eye sockets reappeared in the apartment and took away the letter Klein had written. Now that the official forces have completely taken over Backland, I hope Mr. Azek will not be discovered by the churches, otherwise a conflict between the two sides is inevitable. Although Mr. Azek rescued an entire team of Nighthawks from the Aurora Order, this does not mean that the churches can coexist peacefully with the descendants of death. There are fundamental contradictions between the two sides. More precisely, the high-ranking members of the Church of the Night Goddess have a great need for the Beander characteristic of Death's descendants. Klein, writing to Mr. Azek now, arranging to meet, also had the idea of offering his apartment as a sanctuary for Mr. Azek. Klein didn't wait too long. He just felt a blur before his eyes and found Mr. Azek, with his bronze skin and gentle features, appearing in the apartment. Mr. Azek, you are not injured, that's wonderful. After sizing up Mr. Azek, Klein let out an uncontrollable sigh of relief. It seemed that Mr. Azek had not run into the Archbishop of the Church of the Night Goddess, otherwise, if they had fought, Klein would have been in the most awkward position in the middle. Although the secret saint of the Aurora Order is troublesome, he is not unbeatable, and besides, he didn't intend to fight me to the end. So, after the official forces appeared and took over the situation, both sides tacitly left. Azek thought Klein was worried about him being injured from fighting the Aurora Order demigod, and he felt a little moved, so he explained a bit. Klein invited Mr. Azek to sit down, then, while drinking tea, he said, "I didn't expect the Aurora Order to be involved in this great riot. Thank you so much tonight, otherwise, I would never have been able to escape." Mr. Azek looked around the apartment Klein rented, then picked up his teacup and took a sip, before shaking his head and saying, "Not only was the Aurora Order involved, but also the Augustus family, the Demonist sect, and Ins Zangwil." Klein was greatly astonished. Of course, he knew who the mastermind was, but he hadn't expected Mr. Azek to also know the inside story. He thought for a moment, then put down the teapot and cautiously asked, "Are you saying that the royal family collaborated with the Demonist sect and the Aurora Order to plan tonight's events?" "That's right. Tonight, the archbishops of the three great churches were either trapped by the royal family's joint operation, or by the Demonist sect's White Witch, or by Ins Zangwil. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had to intervene then. The three great churches would have reacted in time to prevent the outbreak of the Great Riot and the Great Plague." Mr. Azek was very interested in actions against the Augustus family, so he also knew about Robert and Bernadette's actions. Before coming, he had also met Bernadette outside Backland and learned a lot about tonight's events. Great plague. Klein's words became a little incoherent when he heard the word, plague. Because as soon as this word appeared, it represented countless fallen people. That's right, the Great Plague. Besides the Great Riot tonight, a sequence 4 Demoness of Despair also appeared in the East Borough's residential area, wantonly spreading the plague, killing at least tens of thousands of people. Now the army that has entered Backland has sealed off the area and is carrying out post-disaster relief work. Although he was a descendant of death, Mr. Azek had not yet recovered all of his memories and was not the cold-blooded and ruthless death consul who regarded human lives as expendable. So, he couldn't help but feel a bit downcast when he spoke of this. Tens of thousands of people, tens of thousands of lives. Klein muttered to himself, gradually clenching his fists, veins bulging. When he returned, to avoid running into the army, he took a detour back to Cherwood Borough, so he only now learned that a demigod-level demoness had caused a huge man-made disaster far beyond his imagination. What about that demoness? Did she escape? At this moment, Klein's heart was filled with murderous intent and soaring rage. No, someone took action and eliminated her. Not only the demoness who unleashed the plague, but also the White Witch who blocked Archbishop Simon of the Storm Church, was also eliminated. Azek understood Klein's emotions very well and couldn't help but reveal a little bit of information to him, but he didn't mention that Robert eliminated the White Witch, or that Avon eliminated the Despair Nightingale. Ah! Klein froze in place as if his spell had been interrupted. He had originally thought that with the Augustus family's cover, the demoness who released the plague should have escaped unscathed, but he hadn't expected that someone had actually eliminated the culprits, and there were two of them. Do you know who did it? Klein suddenly felt that Mr. Azek must know a lot of inside information, at least more than he did. Mr. Azek shook his head, neither saying he knew nor saying he didn't know. The inside story involved here is very deep. It's best not to know too much, it won't do you any good. And you don't need to worry too much. The three great churches have all discovered suspicious points and become suspicious. With their prior precautions, Backland should not experience similar events again. Mr. Azek didn't know that the source and fuse of all tonight's events was the student in front of him, so he didn't want him to get too deeply involved and implicated. Besides, with his small physique, participating wouldn't have any effect anyway. Klein naturally understood Mr. Azek's meaning, but he couldn't refute it, because his current strength was indeed too weak. In this game full of demigods, and even angels, he was simply not enough to contend. Mr. Azek, aren't you curious about why I didn't die? 1. Klein directly changed the subject, saying somewhat awkwardly, I also often enter a coffin and then wake up again. This is a memory I have already recalled. Mr. Azek waved his hand, not very concerned. And in my memory, similar things, though rare, have not been unheard of. Klein remained silent, somewhat embarrassed. He hadn't expected that in the eyes of the big shots, dying and coming back to life was no big deal. He had tried so hard to conceal it before, but now it seemed he simply hadn't seen enough of the world. I see your captain seems to have some suspicions about you. I suggest you don't confess to him. After all, Ins Zangwil and 008 are still in Backland. Azek suddenly said to Klein, I know. I'm preparing to focus on playing the role of Faceless and try to avoid meeting the captain. After digesting the Faceless magic potion, I will go out to sea to seek advancement to Marionettist. Oh, by the way, Mr. Azek, do you know where I can find mermaids? I need the help of mermaids for my ritual to advance to Marionettist. Mr. Azek tilted his head and thought for a moment, then shook his head and said seriously. I don't have any information on that. If undead mermaids can be substituted, I can find at least 4 for you. That probably won't work. Klein wiped his forehead. His intuition told him it definitely wouldn't work, but he planned to verify it on the gray fog later. By the way, have you recovered all your strength and all your memories now? Klein recalled Mr. Azek's bizarre experiences and asked curiously, as he was also very curious about who Mr. Azek truly was. But to his surprise, Mr. Azek sighed and shook his head, saying, although I know who I am, I haven't recovered all my memories, nor have I recovered all my strength. Quote. Klein's mind was full of question marks. He couldn't immediately grasp the logic of Mr. Azek's words. If he hadn't recovered his memories, how could he know who he was? Mr. Azek also knew that it was difficult for ordinary people to understand what he meant, so he further explained. On the day of the Tingen operation, I was ambushed by Ins Zangwil and encountered a numinous episcopate demigod. He called me, Death Consul, and said I was the direct child of death, and also a key instigator of the Pale Disaster at the end of the 4th epoch. Klein stood rooted to the spot, as if struck by lightning, unable to recover for a long time. Mr. Azek is actually the direct child of death. He's the Balam Empire's Death Consul. He's the main instigator of the Pale Disaster, which caused countless deaths. Klein found it difficult to digest this astonishing information all at once. A deathly silence fell over the entire apartment, with only the gas lamp's flame occasionally flickering. After a long while, Klein seemed to suddenly remember something, stood up, and shouted loudly. This is bad. You were seen by Leonard and Miss Daly. If the captain doesn't know your identity and hasn't instructed them, your portrait is very likely to appear in the hands of the church's high-ranking officials, and the church will definitely pursue you with all its might. It might even be worse, the royal family could potentially pin tonight's events on you. Mr. Azek was very moved to see Klein still thinking of him after knowing his identity, and he said with a smile. You don't need to worry about that. Back in Ram's town, to avoid affecting your heroic reputation as a martyr, your captain even refused my offer to help him return to Tingen. So, this time, he should also take certain measures. Klein didn't know about this past event after his death in Tingen, and he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, remarking with emotion. The captain always considers things so thoroughly, thinking of others before himself. By the way, Mr. Azek, are you still in Backland searching for your past memories? Mr. Azek narrowed his eyes, a hint of ruthlessness flashing across his face, and shook his head, saying, yes, and no. I am indeed looking for traces of my life in Backland, but more so, it is for revenge. Revenge? Klein looked at Mr. Azek in surprise. He found it hard to imagine that Mr. Azek, who had lived for at least over 1,000 years, still had enemies alive, unless the other party was also a high-sequence powerhouse. But Klein immediately realized something else, then cautiously asked, is it the murderer of your child? Is the killer in Augustus? Mr. Azek gave Klein a strange look, not expecting him to be so perceptive. This was not something that needed to be kept secret, so he simply nodded and admitted. That's right, the enemy who murdered my child is still alive. I stayed in Backland to see if there was an opportunity to find some breakthroughs here, or to find Ins Zangwil. Is there anything I can do to help you? Although my strength is insufficient, I should be able to help you gather some information indirectly. Klein was now equally interested in matters concerning the Augustus family, so he proactively offered his assistance. Mr. Azek naturally understood why Klein harbored animosity towards the Augustus family, but this matter was indeed not something Klein, at his current level, could participate in. After some thought, he politely declined. No need. You don't have to worry about me being alone. I've joined an organization targeting the Augustus family, and there are plenty of demigods and angels in it. Klein was startled. His first reaction was that Mr. Azek had joined the Twilight Hermit Order, so he feigned curiosity and asked, "Oh. There's such an organization. How does one join, and should I join it?" Mr. Azek naturally didn't realize Klein's probing. Instead, he thought seriously for a moment, then said, "There shouldn't be a problem. Although there are certain thresholds for joining, you meet all the relevant conditions, and with my recommendation, there shouldn't be an issue." Klein's heart swelled with joy. He even somewhat hoped that the organization Mr. Azek had joined was the Twilight Hermit Order, from Rosal's diary. This way, he would have a chance to see the legendary second blasphemy slate, and in the future, he wouldn't have to worry about high-sequence magic potion formulas. He might even be able to glean more information about Rosal from it. If there are any results, please be sure to notify me as soon as possible. Mr. Azek smiled and nodded, preparing to get up and leave. Then Klein seemed to remember something, slapped his head, and quickly said, "Mr. Azek, I obtained a blasphemy slate of Emperor Rosal, which contains many secrets of high sequences. Perhaps it can help you recall some past events. It's in another place right now, but I will have a messenger bring it to you later." Mr. Azek's body stiffened, and he looked back at Klein with some surprise. Ultimately, he didn't press for details, merely nodding slightly and saying, "All right. After I study it, I will return it to you immediately, or you can just transcribe the relevant content for me." Then Mr. Azek paused, and from his pocket, he took out a thin glove, seemingly made of human skin, and handed it to Klein, saying, "I have recovered a lot of memories and strength, so I no longer need it. This is something I obtained from that pirate. I put some seals on it so it wouldn't be so hungry normally. It only requires human flesh and souls after use, and you must feed it, otherwise, it will backlash against you." The quivering hunger, a remnant from a shepherd, was Kilangos's greatest reliance as a pirate general, almost arguably the strongest sealed artifact below demigod level. Klein immediately realized what this glove represented. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.